need a change of government and a fresh start for Britain.
It doesn't look like he'll get a general election if he just swaps leaders.
He needs to go. He can't cling on in this way. His own party have finally concluded that he's unfit to be Prime Minister. They can't now inflict him on the country for the next few months. It's obvious he's unfit to be Prime Minister. That's been blindingly obvious for a very, very long time. And if they don't get rid of him, then Labour will step up in the national interest and bring a vote of no confidence, because we can't go on with this Prime Minister clinging on for months and months to come.
Wouldn't that unite the Conservative Party?
I don't think anything is going to unite this Conservative Party. They're tearing each other apart. And what we've got in the middle of a cost of living crisis is a government that can't function. And that's why I say he can't cling on now. They've declared him unfit to be Prime Minister. They can't inflict him on the country for the next few months. If they don't get rid of him, we will bring that vote of no confidence in the national interest, because we can't go on with this broken government led by this discredited Prime Minister.
Boris Johnson, in some ways, was your biggest asset if you were going to go to the country. When you lose him, you will have more of a problem, won't you?
Look, the Conservative Party has been in power for 12 years. 12 years of a stagnant economy. 12 years of broken public services, 12 years of empty promises. We need a fresh start, and that's why I say changing the person at the top of the Conservative Party is not the fundamental change that we need. We need a change of government. We need a fresh start for our country.
Labour leader Keir Starmer there talking just a few moments ago, responding to news that Boris Johnson will imminently resign. As you say, Rosie, a huge opportunity, this political fluidity for the Labour Party.
Yeah, Keir Starmer saying Boris Johnson can't cling on. Well, it doesn't look like he's going to. Let's go live to Downing Street now to speak to our political editor, Darren McCaffrey. Darren, lots of speculation about what's going on in the building behind you. Cabinet positions being filled and refilled and Boris Johnson rewriting his speech. What do you know?
Really fascinating stuff. There's a real sense of occasion now in Downing Street. We believe that the street is essentially going into lockdown. That is a sign that we're expecting the statement from the Prime Minister pretty imminently. We think at around 12:30. These things slip a little bit, don't they, sometimes? But we reckon in around 25 minutes' time we will start to see the Prime Minister. By the way, there are literally hundreds of journalists. I know we can pan around a little bit and show you just the sheer scale of the number of journalists from right across the world who are covering all of this, Rosie. And also in the background, coming out of the number 11 door, have been lots of officials from Downing Street are now getting the acoustics, getting the speakers into place, getting the logistics for the Prime Minister to make this statement. Important to remember, isn't it, though, this is a Prime Minister who's not making a statement that he's resigning as Prime Minister, but as leader of the Conservative Party. Boris Johnson has made it clear to colleagues, to Conservative MPs and others, that he wants to stay on as an interim Prime Minister, if you like, until the leadership race for the Conservative Party is wrapped up. He's even suggested he wants to stay in position until October, until party conference. Now, that is 4 months off. That is an awfully long time. And there were a lot of Conservative MPs who are pretty uncomfortable with all of that, more than uncomfortable. They have publicly stated they do not want that to happen, and they want the Prime Minister to go, and to go as soon as possible. Even suggestions that there could be an interim Prime Minister, in essence, that someone like Dominic Raab, for example, could in theory take over. It really is quite extraordinary stuff, and you say this all comes as the government tries to stutter on, if you like, much degree. We've heard in the last couple of minutes of those new appointments, Greg Clark to Levelling Up, replacing Michael Gove, James Cleverly to Education. He, at the moment, is the only education minister in that department. Up until his appointments, the last 15-20 minutes ago, there was literally no one, no ministerial team at all in the Department of Education. And we believe that Robert Buckland is to become Health Secretary. A little bit of confusion about Brandon Lewis and whether he's actually resigned or not, whether his resignation has been accepted. He may remain as the Northern Ireland Secretary. So lots of moving parts to this. It is a very dynamic story. We are all obviously waiting with bated breath for that podium, for the Prime Minister to come out and speak to the nation, to resign as Conservative Party leader. But this idea that the political drama somehow is going to end with that, that's simply not the case.
Darren, just briefly, we'll come back to you again soon, but just briefly, these two senior ministers that have been appointed, literally as Boris Johnson's about to go out the door, Greg Clark, of course, famously from the northeast, son of a milkman, though he's now MP for Tunbridge Wells. He was very much a staunch Remainer, wasn't he? Boris Johnson withdrew the whip from him. James Cleverly also coming in at Education, the MP for Braintree. These are all people who have left government in the past. It's almost as if Boris Johnson's running out of warm bodies he can fill these slots with. Do you think these ministers will stay in place, even if, as and when Boris Johnson leaves office, for this interim period?
No is the honest answer. I mean, extraordinary, yet to add to that list that you just read out, Robert Buckland, for example, who's the new Welsh Secretary, literally called for the Prime Minister to resign yesterday. Now he's in the cabinet, but they are making it clear that they are doing this for the stability of the government, that they are not expecting to be in these posts for very long, that they're doing it simply because the cabinet government needs to function. But yes, be in no doubt that they are not envisaging being in those posts for very long. It will be for as long as Boris Johnson remains Prime Minister. Clearly, when there is a new leader, they will then develop and appoint an entirely new ministerial team. It is, as I say, quite an incredible time in politics, but at the end of the day, government has to function, and there are people, even though they don't like Boris Johnson and even though they've asked for him to resign, who are willing to step up, they would argue, so that the state, the government, can actually function.
GB News political editor Darren McCaffrey with the latest from the heart of Westminster. Thanks, Darren.
Right now, it's 10 minutes past 12, so we are expecting to hear from the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, in about 20 minutes. We'll bring that to you live here. One Conservative who resigned from the government last night is James Daly MP for Bury North, who joins us live now. James, thank you for your time. Just tell us, yesterday you said it became very clear that Boris Johnson was unable to lead our government. We're going to hear from him. What do you want him to say?
Well, I think that if the Prime Minister, as we expect, is going to resign as leader of the Conservative Party, then he should resign as the Prime Minister as well, and the Deputy should take over. But those are decisions for him. He has the power to do that. And as we've just been hearing, ministers are stepping up to fill those gaps in the Cabinet for the good of stable governance in the country.
Bury North, close to Manchester in the northwest there, very much a red wall seat. Of course, the red wall in the north and the Midlands is where the next election will be fought and won or lost. I think you'd agree, James Daly. A lot of red wall voters, they will feel duped, having voted for the Tories as a one-off, perhaps lending their votes to your party in the about-to-be ex-Prime Minister's own words. Surely that's got to concern you and your Conservative colleagues across the red wall.
Well, Liam, I can tell you from a personal point of view that with a majority of 105, if I was worried about my majority, I'd be in a state of permanent nervous wreck. I think that the idea that I as an individual can speak for thousands of voters across the red wall is just nonsense. People have got to judge MPs and politicians of all kinds on the decisions they make, what they do for their areas. We get some things wrong, hopefully we get a lot of things right. And hopefully people will judge us on what we're delivering, because there are a lot of really positive things that the government led by this Prime Minister has done. In Bury, the two parliamentary seats in Bury have got over £200 million of investment in things like a new SEND school, 2 levelling up fund bids, £89 million for a new skills centre in Bury. These are all really, really, really good things. But sadly, it certainly is my view that Prime Minister should step down now. We should have fresh leadership and go forward and continue to deliver on our mandate.
James, who would be at the helm of the party that would restore your confidence?
I do apologise. There's a lot of noise on College Green at the moment.
Of course, it's a very busy day. You obviously have lost confidence and conviction and faith in Boris Johnson as leader of the Conservative Party. Who would restore your confidence in it?
Well, we await to see who's going to stand. Nobody's spoken to me yet, but my priority is that levelling up agenda, is that investment in frontline services, in community assets, in facilities, in buildings, in people's everyday lives. A candidate who has a vision to make sure that we have the best range of opportunities and experiences for people in their lives. So when a candidate comes and speaks to me and sets out their case and that they are committed to that agenda and what they're going to do, especially for my bit of the north of England, I will support them.
cards very close to your chest. I understand why. This is a very rapidly moving situation, of course. How disappointed, I guess, are you in the chaos that's been caused to the party by this leadership fallout?
Well, I mean, who wouldn't be disappointed? You know, this is a really sad day. This is not a good day whatsoever. I don't want to be in a position to be on speaking to you about, you know, the Prime Minister of this country and his resignation. That's not where I want to be. This government has done and continues to do many brilliant things, and it's got brilliant people in it. Some of the best people I have met in my life are still have positions within government, so I don't criticise or take a view in respect of everyone. All I think is that as a result of recent events, that with fresh leadership, with a turbocharged levelling up agenda, we can deliver on not only our mandate in 2019, but the opportunities of Brexit. And that's what we need to concentrate on. That's that economic vision for the country, what we believe in, what we can all get behind. You know, and I think as a party, we're all unified in that purpose.
Now, James Daly, just finally, we did book you. It seems rather surreal now, but we did book you to talk about a debate you've got coming up in the Commons on pet microchipping. Of course, the business of government and democracy must go on. It's an issue of interest to you, your constituents, and many GB News viewers and listeners. So just tell us a little bit about that debate, and we will, of course, talk to you about it again in the days to come.
Of course, well, thank you very much for that, Liam. It encompasses, it's Prime Minister's bill. It's not really a debate. It's me putting forward, hopefully, a bill that the government will take on. It's made up of two campaigns, Gizmo's Law and Tuck's Law. Gizmo's Law is a campaign that was launched by a lady called Helena Abrahams in my constituency. It is about the mandatory microchipping of cats who unfortunately are deceased. So if a cat is found and is taken by a local authority back, there will be a duty to scan that to try and return it to the owner. Tuck's Law, and before I spoke to the campaigners involved in Tuck's Law, I did not believe this was an issue. But there is a real issue with healthy dogs being taken into vets and being euthanised for all sorts of reasons, which we don't have time to talk about now. And this is the veterinary profession has made really good steps in addressing this issue with their voluntary code. But we want to make sure that vets, and there is a legal duty upon professionals to contact what's called a rescue backup, so that every effort is made to ensure that a healthy animal is not put down for the truly appalling reasons that we're seeing across the country. So it's I think a real issue. It's a real problem that's affecting many people across the country, but it's no criticism of either the vets profession or anybody else. We're just looking for a practical solution to make sure that cats and dogs, no matter what stage they are in their lives, are treated with respect, and we ensure they have, getting back to levelling up, Liam, they have the best chance to have a happy and successful life.
Well done, James. James Daly there, Conservative MP for Bury North. Even in the middle of a political meltdown, a psychodrama, here on GB News, we're focused on the issues that matter to you. Pet chipping for dogs, cats and other pets. I'm a dog person. Are you a dog person?
I am a bit of a dog person. It does feel really surreal that all these debates and things, the normal working of governance, have really ground to a halt. In some cases, actually, Boris Johnson doesn't have enough people to backfill. Right now, he's sort of doing yet another reshuffle of the cabinet. Lots of things going on, a very, very fast-moving situation. Of course, we're going to keep you up to speed. Special rolling coverage here. Now, we're expecting to hear, that's live picture there of the door of number 10, from the Prime Minister within the next 15 minutes. We can't know exactly for sure. Often, the lectern comes out first, and that gives us a bit more of an idea. But we'd really like to hear from you. Is this a sad day, as James Bury just said? Or are you thinking it was enough? We needed this.
Do you think that the media's drummed out Boris Johnson? Many of our GB News viewers and listeners wrote to me when I was on air yesterday saying exactly that. Are we out of touch here in the media and political class? Let's bring some of your views in now. David says Johnson was elected by the people to achieve Brexit. Although Brexit's unfinished, the crucial initial separation from European communism is done. Since then, unfortunately, Johnson's proven he is not a leader.
We've had an email in from Alexandra who says, I'm so distressed about what's going on. The left-wing press has won, aided and abetted by his spineless party. The Tories will be finished, as far as I'm concerned, being a lifelong voter. This is political suicide for the Tories. Appalling.
Quick one from Tony. Why do we have to keep listening to Keir Starmer sticking his knife in, saying, but into Boris Johnson saying he has to go now. It's not up to him, but he keeps getting up on his high horse.
We'll keep your views coming in. You can email us gbviews@gbnews.uk. Good afternoon to Pete, who says, perhaps now we've got rid of Carrie Johnson as Prime Minister, we can just get rid of this left-wing government, get rid of net zero and get rid of the huge subsidies propping up the Green agenda.
Let's go now to Leader of the Liberal Democrats. It's Ed Davey. Ed, thank you for taking the time to join us here on GB News. What's uppermost in your mind at this point, Ed Davey? Your concern for your country or political opportunities for your party?
It's always the national interest that politicians must put first. And that's been my problem with Boris Johnson. He's put his personal interest first, his party's interest first, always ahead of the national interest. It's why Liberal Democrats have called for him to resign for months and months and months. So it's good that he's gone. I'm not going to change my mind, unlike many Conservative MPs who seem all over the place. And frankly, it's the Conservative MPs who, like some of your listeners, I think should hang their heads in shame. I mean, they put him there, they propped him up, they've allowed him to go on with his agenda which hasn't helped people. Liberal Democrats have argued for tax cuts, VAT cut to give people on average £600 worth of tax cuts. Boris Johnson has increased taxes 15 times, and the Conservative MPs have voted for that. So it's Conservative MPs who should bear the responsibility, and Boris Johnson may go, but it's the Conservative Party who needs to be held to account.
We're going to hear from the Prime Minister shortly. Ed, in your mind, if we were going to say we're going to put the people first right now, not the politics, what do we need to hear from him?
Well, I'd like to hear an apology. I'd also like to hear that he's not going to stay on as caretaker. You know, I think it's ludicrous, the idea of him being a caretaker Prime Minister. He's never cared about anything in his life. He should go today, and he should have some humility. That's what I'd like to hear from him. And then we need to hear from him or whoever the plans for an interim government, an interim cabinet, to try to steady the ship of state. There should then be the Tory party leadership elections, and there should be a general election. And let the voters decide. You know, I've talked to a lot of voters over the last year in by-election in Buckinghamshire, True Blue Buckinghamshire, Cheshire, Hampshire, where we beat the Conservatives a year ago, then before Christmas in North Shropshire, seat the Tories have held for 200 years, and then just the other month down in Devon, in Tiverton and Hodderson. Each of those elections, Liberal Democrats beat the Conservatives in their true blue heartlands. And when we talk to people, yeah, there were some people who didn't like Boris Johnson, but there were a lot who didn't like the Tory party. They felt the Conservatives had taken them for granted for too long, taken them for fools, and they want to change. So I'm up for that election. I'll let the Tories get a new leader. I think that's only fair. But then let the people decide.
We shall see. Ed Davey, Leader of the Liberal Democrats, we appreciate your time. Thanks so much for joining us on GB News. And now we cross over once again to our political editor, Darren McCaffrey.
It looks like the podium might be out. Darren, tell us what's happening.
Hello, Rosie. Hello, Liam. Yes, the podium has come out. We are going to hear from the Prime Minister, I would suspect, in the next couple of minutes. His members of his team, just out of shot, outside number 11, have just emerged. His inner team, those who've been working with the Prime Minister over the last couple of months, last couple of years, gathering so that they can listen to what he's got to say. But yes, we are now expecting to hear from Boris Johnson imminently, I would suggest. Going to be really interesting. He's going to have to say, we know he's going to resign as leader of the Conservative Party, not as Prime Minister today, but as leader of the Conservative Party. But we also know that there have been tensions inside number 10 about what precisely he is going to say, because we believe, in many regards, that he wanted to say things, Boris Johnson, that his members of didn't. I'm also looking, if we can pan over this way, and there's slightly chaos here in number 10, but these are his MPs, the loyalist MPs who have stuck by him. You can see people like Daniel Kaczynski there, Peter Bone and others, Scott Benton, the MP for Blackpool, Conor Burns as well. Pretty unprecedented. I've covered 3 of these, Liam, Rosie, in the street. I've seen 3 Conservative Prime Ministers, or I'm about to see a third one resign. I've never seen a group of MPs turn up to listen to him, but it is also a reflection. Looking at that, you've maybe got 36 MPs who've gathered there, a reflection, though, that there were many, of course, within the party, clearly a majority, the reason he's gone, who felt that he could not carry on in Downing Street, that he'd frankly lost the support of the Conservative Party. That is certainly the message that Sir Graham Brady, the chairman of the 1922 committee, when he went to speak to the Prime Minister, essentially conveyed to him, and it seems it was that the Prime Minister, that he decided the game was up.
We're battling with Darren's line ever so slightly. Oh, there we go.
Hundreds and hundreds of TV cameras there, all trying to get on the same broadband and transmission signal. Really historic times, Rosie. Crikey, what a time to be broadcasting. And I say again, this is political drama. For journalists, it's landmark day. A lot of people in the country, though, are worried.
Really concerned. As soon as we can get back to Darren, we'll do that. Of course, there's lots of journalists all trying to use mobile phone signal, Wi-Fi connection, so it's definitely busy down there. That's live picture, though, of what's happening, so we can see some aides making sure the lectern is in the right place. It all started to crumble very quickly this morning. Yesterday, we saw a Prime Minister who was defiant, who said in the House of Commons at Prime Minister's questions, he took the jeering, the atmosphere was pretty grim, but he said, no, I've been given a strong mandate. He kept on repeating that, and he said, I'm going to continue running this country. It started to fall apart yesterday afternoon. Then before even 7 a.m. this morning, we started to see significant resignations.
Pretty delusional, really, to think that he could have carried on. It seems so obvious to everybody maybe outside the political bunker. I'm just struck thinking it's only June 2019 we were here before. Remember Theresa May's dramatic resignation speech, my time serving the country that I love, and her voice cracked. She could barely get the last words out. I wonder how emotional Boris Johnson's going to be during this resignation speech. I wonder if Carrie Symonds, his wife, is going to be standing by the door at Downing Street.
The wandering will be over very shortly, I expect. The analysis from Darren McCaffrey, our political editor, who is outside Downing Street, with, it has to be said, journalists from around the world. But they're right outside the front door. The lectern is there. Boris Johnson will come out. We don't know with who. We don't know what he's going to say. A lot of the speculation has been, and Darren mentioned this, that Boris Johnson had his speech and then has been having some sort of wrestling conversations with staff about getting a rewrite of it.
I mean, he's a journalist. He's going to give his speech to the last minute. We can talk to Kevin Maguire and Andrew Pearce. We will stay on this picture for the moment that the Conservative comes out. Andrew Pearce, let's go to you first. Did you think it would happen this quickly?
We're going to hear from Andrew in just a second. In the meantime, as you can tell, lots of anticipation as to what's going to happen. A bit of a wider shot there of number 10. As soon as that door opens, we'll give you an idea of what Boris Johnson's going to say. It might even be that they're still redrafting a very, very difficult 24 hours. This time yesterday, Boris Johnson promised he'd stay in control. I believe we do now have Andrew Pearce on the line. Andrew, it's come quite quickly, quicker than Boris Johnson wanted.
Yeah, but it's inevitable. I think he's doing the right thing, because it was a question of not if, but when. He was going to try perhaps to limp through the weekend, but the new executive of the 1922 committee would have been elected on Monday. They'd have changed the rules and he could have been humiliated in a leadership contest. Some talk he would get as few as 65 MPs supporting him. So he's read the tea leaves, he's read the front pages today, and he's doing the right thing. And it's been the most extraordinary psychodrama, which is what you'd associate with a tumultuous premiership under Boris Johnson.
At the most famous front door in the world, and being no doubt much of the world's press will be focused on what's going to happen outside that front door at that lectern in the next few minutes. How do you think Mirror readers, Kevin, feel about this? Of course, many of them will be glad to see the back of the Tories, but surely there will be concern given the possibility of financial instability, given the fact that we've got no government at a time when NHS waiting lists are at a record high. We've got what seems like an interim chancellor during a cost of living crisis.
Liam, most of them dislike or detest Boris Johnson, so they'll be pleased, relieved, cheering that he's gone. all political careers really end in failure, but this is a total humiliation for the dead man lying, who has been ousted by his own party and goes out not with a bang but a pincher, because they just got sick of him lying and treating them with contempt. In some ways, he's done that to the country. And look, of course there is a cost of living crisis, and you and Rosie know it's becoming the #1 issue for many people. But he hasn't had any plans to make it better. In fact, he made it worse. He does that.
I think we've just lost Kevin. Let's see. Do we still have Andrew Pearce on the line?
Yeah, I'm here. I am.
Great.
Yeah.
Andrew, while we're talking, more MPs are being appointed to ministerial positions. How are they taking these roles? And do you think it's a wise move to take a position right now?
Well, this is a real sign that Boris is not going to say he's standing down and handing over to Dominic Raab, the Deputy Prime Minister. He wants to see out the interim period. It'll be about 2 months, maybe 10 weeks to elect a new Prime Minister. That's what Theresa May did. That's how it was with David Cameron and even Mrs Thatcher. The difference is, though, of course, he has lost 4 or 5 cabinet ministers, and his Chancellor of the Exchequer, who's due to make a major speech in the next few days about the cost of living crisis, told Boris only yesterday he had to go barely 24 hours after he got the job. It's going to be a band-aid cabinet. That's basically what it is. Sticking.
We can see a picture of Carrie Johnson there, Boris Johnson's wife, Nadine Dorries, Culture Secretary. See Chris Heaton-Harris there, the Chief Whip, just in the background. Pretty good football referee, I know from my experience, and he seems to have made his judgment on the Prime Minister. For my money, I think history will show the killer blow for Johnson was when his own Chief Whip told him to go. Kevin Maguire, if you're still with us, how do you feel towards your good mate Andrew?
Oh, we've just had the door open. Boris Johnson is about to address the public.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you. It is clearly now the will of the Parliamentary Conservative Party that there should be a new leader of that party and therefore a new Prime Minister. And I've agreed with Sir Graham Brady, the chairman of our backbench MPs, that the process of choosing that new leader should begin now. And the timetable will be announced next week. And I've today appointed a cabinet to serve, as I will, until a new leader is in place. So I want to say to the millions of people who voted for us in 2019, many of them voting Conservative for the first time, thank you for that incredible mandate, the biggest Conservative majority since 1987, the biggest share of the vote since 1979. And the reason I have fought so hard in the last few days to continue to deliver that mandate in person was not just because I wanted to do so, but because I felt it was my job, my duty, my obligation to you to continue to do what we promised in 2019. And of course, I'm immensely proud of the achievements of this government, from getting Brexit done to settling our relations with the continent for over half a century, reclaiming the power for this country to make its own laws in Parliament, getting us all through the pandemic, delivering the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, the fastest exit from lockdown, and in the last few months, leading the West in standing up to Putin's aggression in Ukraine. And let me say now to the people of Ukraine that I know that we in the UK will continue to back your fight for freedom for as long as it takes. And at the same time, in this country, we've been pushing forward a vast programme of investment in infrastructure and skills and technology, the biggest in a century, because if I have one insight into human beings, it is that genius and talent and enthusiasm and imagination are evenly distributed throughout the population, but opportunity is not. And that's why we must keep levelling up, keep unleashing the potential of every part of the United Kingdom. And if we can do that in this country, we will be the most prosperous in Europe. And in the last few days, I've tried to persuade my colleagues that it would be eccentric to change governments when we're delivering so much, and when we have such a vast mandate, and when we're actually only a handful of points behind in the polls, even in mid-term after quite a few months of pretty relentless sledging, and when the economic scene is so difficult domestically and internationally. And I regret not to have been successful in those arguments, and of course it's painful not to be able to see through so many ideas and projects myself. But as we've seen at Westminster, the herd instinct is powerful. When the herd moves, it moves. And my friends, in politics, no one is remotely indispensable. And our brilliant and Darwinian system will produce another leader equally committed to taking this country forward through tough times, not just helping families to get through it, but changing and improving the way we do things, cutting burdens on businesses and families, and yes, cutting taxes, because that is the way to generate the growth and the income we need to pay for great public services. And to that new leader, I say, whoever he or she may be, I say I will give you as much support as I can. And to you, the British public, I know that there will be many people who are relieved, and perhaps quite a few who will also be disappointed. And I want you to know how sad I am to be giving up the best job in the world. But them's the breaks. I want to thank Carrie and our children and all the members of my family who have had to put up with so much for so long. I want to thank the peerless British civil service for all the help and support that you have given our police, our emergency services, and of course our fantastic NHS, who at critical moment helped to extend my own period in office, as well as our armed services and our agencies that are so admired around the world, and our indefatigable Conservative Party members and supporters, whose selfless campaigning makes our democracy possible. I want to thank the wonderful staff here at Chequers, here at Number 10, and of course at Chequers, and our fantastic prop force detectives, the one group, by the way, who never leak. Above all, I want to thank you, the British public, for the immense privilege that you have given me. And I want you to know that from now on, until the new Prime Minister is in place, your interests will be served and the government of the country will be carried on. Being Prime Minister is an education in itself. I've travelled to every part of the United Kingdom, and in addition to the beauty of our natural world, I found so many people possessed of such boundless British originality and so willing to tackle old problems in new ways that I know that even if things can sometimes seem dark now, our future together is golden. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
They're delivering a statement, of course, in front of the assembled press, in front of the staff of Downing Street, and in front of 20 to 30 supportive members of Parliament as well. Quite a moment in British politics, just 3 years after Boris Johnson became Prime Minister, almost exactly 3 years after Boris Johnson became Prime Minister first, now ceasing to be Prime Minister. After winning the largest Conservative majority, as he said, since 1987, the largest share of the vote since 1979. After 3 years, Boris Johnson has resigned as Conservative Party leader. Clearly in his speech there, he was impressing upon everyone listening the settled fact, in his view, that he will continue to be Prime Minister until a new Tory party leader has been elected. And we heard that next week, we will see the process for that election set out. We'll see the timetable for that Conservative Party leadership election set out. Boris Johnson clearly facing down his critics in his own party, but probably most crucially in the opposition benches of the House of Commons, saying that he will be the person to carry on being Prime Minister until a new one is in place. No talk of any interim, as is the system. It must be said that this is indeed what happened after Theresa May resigned as Prime Minister. She had around just over a month as Prime Minister until Boris Johnson was elected. When David Cameron resigned as Prime Minister, he had around 3 weeks then until Theresa May became Prime Minister. And back when Margaret Thatcher announced her resignation as Prime Minister, she also served through the ensuing leadership contest until John Major became Prime Minister. The Prime Minister there in his speech impressing upon that he will do the same thing as is ordinarily done in the British system. But interesting too to hear him talk in a sort of humble way, perhaps more humble than we were expecting from this Prime Minister, talking about how the job of being Prime Minister has been an education for him, seeing so much of the country, meeting so many people, and thanking above all the British people for putting him there and for allowing him to serve in the time that he did. Quite emotional words to some extent from the Prime Minister there.
But delivered in quite robust fashion. Tom Harwood, thank you very much, our political correspondent live there on a very busy College Green. You can hear the helicopters going. The world's press has sort of descended on Downing Street. If you've just joined us, Boris Johnson has announced his resignation. He said it is clearly now the will of the Conservative Party. There should be a new leader and therefore a new Prime Minister. Well, what might that look like?
Astonishing scenes. Well, to help us read the runes, to pick through this tangled web that we've woven, I won't call you a veteran journalist because you're a seasoned journalist. Alistair Stewart, the heart and soul of GBNews. You've seen plenty of Prime Ministers resign, haven't you? How did that one compare? No apology.
No, I thought it was robust, Johnsonian fighting talk. I thought it was intriguing. You're absolutely right. I mean, I can remember Margaret Thatcher going out with the weepy, tearful eye in the back of the car with Dennis. I can remember Gordon Brown with his wife and children, who he never put in front of the cameras up to that point.
Extremely moving.
Shuffling down Downing Street. It was quite moving, and I think people embraced it. But I jotted down a lot of what Tom said. But two standout points. How eccentric it is to change government when we are delivering so much and only a little bit behind in the polls, despite months of sledging. That's a man who still deep down believes that he could do it. And a fascinating choice of language, and we, all of us, respect him, whatever we think of him politically, as a great journalist and wordsmith. Our Darwinian system will allow a new leader to emerge. At the heart of Darwinianism, Darwin, Beagle, all of that, is the survival of the fittest. And he issued one absolute instruction: cut taxes to pay for great public services.
Did we get a sense of the legacy that Boris Johnson wants to leave? He was talking about Brexit, his response to the pandemic, and also standing up to Putin.
Yeah, after the stuff that Tom pointed out about biggest win in seats since 87 and the biggest share of the vote since 79, he went straight into talking to the people, I thought, not his own parliamentary party. We've restored the power of this country to make our own laws via Brexit. We had the fastest vaccine rollout. He keeps hammering Labour for that, and Keir Starmer's only just said we won't try and go back into the single market. And you're absolutely right. Not only our support for Ukraine, but, quotes Boris Johnson, leading the West, doing more than America. Not in terms of money, but in terms of upfront leadership. That's the legacy.
He's not going to hang around, though. He won't stay an MP for long, will he? He won't. He'll do a David Cameron and go out into the world rather than a Theresa May or a Ted Heath hanging around.
I would have thought so, and our mutual friend Michael Crick, who's been in this game for a long old time, was making exactly that point. You know, although he does genuinely love the people of Uxbridge right now, in the same way that he loved the people of Henley before that, but he's not going to hang around. And I'd be amazed if he took a peerage as well. And also we saw that lovely shot of Carrie with one of the children. I mean, she's got her own work to do as well. She's a former senior political advisor. She cares passionately about the environment. These are two people who can make a real living out in the real world doing stuff that they enjoy without having to be sweet to backbenchers.
It's definitely not the job that Boris Johnson wanted to be having in the next few weeks.
No,
Alistair, thank you very much. He's going to be with us
No one is indispensable, he said.
Yes. Andrew Pearce is still on the line with us. Andrew, let's just get your initial reaction to the words from Boris Johnson. He was only speaking for sort of 6 minutes or so. Was it what you expected?
Yeah, very, very Boris Johnson, unrepentant, no apology. He wasn't talking to Tory MPs. He's given up trying to persuade them to stick with him. He was talking to the country, saying what he's achieved, what he's done, how sad he is that he's going. He kept it. Some of the words were emotional, but unlike Theresa May, he kept his cool. His face didn't crumple. He didn't cry. And I thought it was pretty good, actually. Boris Johnson, we have to remember, we've had no prime minister like it before, and I suspect we'll never have one like it again. He just doesn't do things the way others did. Last night he was talking about blood on the floor as they tried to drag him screaming and shouting out of Parliament. He must have slept on it. I don't suppose he got much sleep at all, and decided actually he really couldn't limp on any further, because if he had subjected himself to a leadership contest, a confidence vote next week, he would have been humiliated. Some would argue he's been pretty humiliated anyway, because he's being kicked out of Downing Street. But I think he's going out now with at least some dignity, and I regret it, because I think he's one of the best electoral assets the Tory party has had in many, many years. And who'd have thought a premiership would come to an end over a political pygmy called, what's his name? Pincher, the groper? Who'd have thought it? In America, in France, they'll be laughing at this, that a prime minister's gone over this, although you might argue it was probably the straw that broke the camel's back, because even I would say, and I'm a big fan of Boris's, he does have this unusual relationship with the truth.
And when the herd moves, it moves, he said in that speech. Them's the breaks. Can you imagine any other prime minister in our lifetimes, in our history, using a phrase like that at his most public moment of humiliation? Them's the breaks. You have been broadly a fan of Boris Johnson, Andrew, while being, of course, an extremely astute political observer in your own right. Do you think the Tory party has made a huge mistake here? I mean, putting aside Boris Johnson's own role in his own demise, but there is still a lot of support for him out there in the country.
I think there is, but I think the problem was that it was just, here we go again. It was a sense of deja vu. The moment that story broke about Chris Pincher, the groper, on the front of newspapers last week, people like me were saying to people in Number 10, get this out of the way. Do not let this drag the Prime Minister down. Just deal with it. Just say, I did know, I shouldn't have appointed him. Get it out. But it was just all the same. It was just like Partygate all over again. Deny, dissemble, move aside, try and brush it away. They didn't seem to learn, and every Tory MP I spoke to about this week said, if we give him another second chance, how many more second chances do we have to get? And we know even if he gets through this, there'll be another extraordinary self-inflicted own goal. And there have been quite a lot of own goals, and you can only score so many when the team decide, oi, that's too many now, off the pitch. And I think it'll be sad if he leaves Parliament, because he's got a lot to offer and a big gift. But we know one other thing, don't we? He's broke. Well, at least he says he is. He's got no money. That's been a real issue for him. And he's going to make an absolute fortune on the international lecture circuit. Theresa May, who's one of the most boring public speakers you'd ever have the misfortune to listen to, she's made over 1 million and 1.3 million in 3 years on the lecture circuit. Boris will make 5 times that, and he deserves it.
Andrew Pearce, consultant editor at the Daily Mail, political pundit extraordinaire. Always great to have you on the show, Andrew.
Well, we're joined now by Munira Wilson, who's the Lib Dem member of Parliament for Twickenham. Thank you very much for joining us on a very chaotic afternoon. Hello. What was your first impression of the words from Boris Johnson there?
At Andrew Pearce's comments.
Which specifically? Which comment made you laugh?
Well, just, I mean, the fact that he's still championing Boris Johnson, who is just, has totally debased our democracy, and has gone without the slightest bit of contrition or grace, and thinks how wonderful it is that he's going to make millions on the lecture circuit. Well, he's welcome to it, because most members of Parliament across all sides, not whether you're Conservative, Labour, Lib Dem or SNP, most of us are in there because we have a sense of public service and duty, and Boris Johnson does not have one iota of that. And I disagree fundamentally with Theresa May and her politics, but she has shown that at least she cares about public service and duty, and she's continuing to do that as a backbencher.
What's clear is that Boris Johnson has not stood down today. He said there needs to be a new leader. The process for how that's going to be laid out will happen next week. Oh, we just lost Munira. Do we still have her there? She still can hear us. So if that is the case, it looks like Boris Johnson's going to stay at the Man in Helm for at least a few weeks.
I've lost your sound. I lost the sound part way through. I heard, yeah.
So
there seems to be an issue with
why don't we leave Munira for now? Alistair Stewart is still in the studio with us. So, Alistair, talk us through the process, because lots of members of Parliament who would be wanting to wait and just say, let's get rid of Boris Johnson, clean break. Well, what they've got instead is someone saying, we've had a leadership process, I'll stay here, I'll stay put for a little bit.
Yeah, well, kind of having cake and eat it, which I've heard before from certain quarters. Just one other thing, I was listening to Andrew and I didn't laugh. I thought Andrew was really perceptive and on the money, that Boris Johnson didn't have to pledge his undying support to his successor, whoever that man or woman is. You just remember Ted Heath and Margaret Thatcher. Heath made Thatcher's life agony.
The great sulk that they call it.
The great sulk and what have you. And that is quite an important point. No, I mean, the 1922 committee of backbenchers met, I think, 48 hours ago or so and decided that they wouldn't change the fundamental rules right now. They are having elections next week, and that committee, rather undemocratically, can make rules up as it goes along. They don't now have to do that to get rid of the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister has made that decision for them. But I understand it that the rules are clearly set out. There will be, as soon as is possible, a runoff, and it'll be like the Grand National rather than the Derby. There will be a very big field of runners and riders, and one or two have come out already, and others have kept their powder very cleverly dry. And the parliamentary party, and nobody else, narrows that down to two. And then those two, whomsoever they are put to the country, the party out there, who Boris was very clearly talking to in that, as you rightly said.
Bet you any money of those two, one voted Brexit, one voted Remain. But
well, that may possibly. No, I mean, it could well do. But I said it earlier on when I was here with Bev. I mean, I honestly believe that that's moved on from there. When even Keir Starmer, and I laughed a little bit when Munira was on, about the disloyalty and disingenuity of that from a party that spent the last 5 years trying to reverse the democratically taken decision, right or wrong, of the British public. So don't give me any lectures on that from the Liberal Democrat Party. He's giving it a clean run, and it will be a runoff between the two. And my little prediction, we've talked about this privately before, is I think it'll be a John Major moment, i.e. it won't be one of the blindingly obvious front runners.
Well, you just talked about how this is going to play with the public. Let's find out a little bit more exactly about how this might be perceived across the country. And here to give us an idea of how this is going down with voters is Adam Drummond, Associate Director at the pollster's Opinion. What do we, the great British public, make of Boris Johnson and the fallout?
Well, I mean, the public have wanted Johnson to resign since about February. So it's interesting that basically this latest scandal is what sort of tipped it over the edge for his colleagues in the parliamentary party. But as far as the public is concerned, most people have wanted him to resign for quite a few months now, since the Partygate stuff really kicked off. So it's kind of remarkable how flat the results are that we've had when we ask that question since then, really. It's always been about sort of 55-60% saying he should go. To the extent there's been any change recently, it's been more Conservative voters, especially more 2019 Conservative voters, moving towards that resign column and away from the Remain column.
Not to cast aspersions, Adam, on your noble profession, but if we believe the opinion polls, we'd still be in the EU. If we believe the opinion polls, Neil Kinnock would have become Prime Minister, famously, in 1992. Harry Truman wouldn't have become the US President. You get my drift. There's a lot of people out there. We get lots of emails telling us that they're concerned that the political and media class has basically scalped Boris Johnson. It's been a witch hunt. It's been trial by drip, drip media obsession. And he is really only marginally behind in the polls, despite all that scapegoating, a word that the former Prime Minister's used himself. Whereas ordinarily, in the middle of an economic downturn, the ruling party would be miles behind.
2 points there. One of them is that if you looked at our poll, you would have found Leave ahead before the referendum, and I think we were one of only 2 companies out of about 10 that had an accurate result for the referendum. So I'll just sort of nip that one in the bud. The other point, though, is yes, you're right. The Conservatives are only behind by between sort of 6 and 10 points, depending on which company you look at. I think our method is slightly more generous to the Tories, and they're behind by about 3 or 4. And you're right. In a period of high inflation, mid-term, you can make the argument, OK, the government isn't as far behind as perhaps it was in the 80s. The interesting thing, though, is that Boris Johnson's figures are well behind, miles behind. The Tories are on about sort of 34, 35%, let's say, depending on what day of the week it is and which poll we look at. Whereas Boris Johnson's approval rating is about 22%. So he is far below what people think of the Conservative Party, which suggests, and this may be something that's cut through to his colleagues, that with a different leader, they may be able to put somebody in who is an asset to the brand rather than a drag. And I think it's pretty clear that in the last sort of 6 months at least, Boris Johnson has very much become a drag on the Conservative brand rather than an asset.
So who's going to speed it up? In terms of the public's mindset, who would they like at the helm?
It's very difficult at the moment, actually, to produce poll results that mean something on this question, just because a lot of it is a function of name recognition. So when we asked, actually earlier this week, we put most of the cabinet, or used to be the cabinet, in front of the public and said, do you think each of these people would be a good or a bad Prime Minister? The most popular answer from most of the people that we asked about was, I don't know enough to be able to say. The figures that you would expect to get high percentages, so Rishi Sunak is still just about net positive. I think it's about 41 to 42% say he would be good rather than bad. Very negative figures for other well-known members of the cabinet, so Priti Patel's in deep negative territory. Michael Gove is very unpopular. Jeremy Hunt as well is also pretty unpopular. But some of the other figures that, as Alistair was saying, might come through, in a sort of John Major-like fashion, their don't know figures are like 50% plus. So I think there's going to be really interesting possible change as MPs go through that process of winnowing down the candidates, and we might see some candidates become more prominent and become more well-known, and we can maybe see the numbers shift quite dramatically.
Or Adam, I mean, I know you care deeply about politics and public life, and indeed your company was pretty much the only opinion poll which at the last moment got it right before the Brexit vote, and I'm absolutely happy to acknowledge that. But are you concerned about turnout here? I'm concerned about turnout, Adam. I'm concerned that a lot of the population will just throw their hands up in the air. They're all as bad as each other. It's a psychodrama. I've lost my job. I can't pay my mortgage. My kids can't buy a house. I'm not going to vote. Isn't that the danger here, that our politics has been so intense? There's been such a kind of feeding frenzy around getting Boris Johnson off the perch and out of Downing Street that a lot of our voters will just throw their hands up in the air.
It's definitely an interesting thing to be concerned about, and I do take your point there. A couple of counters to that. So one is that in 2019, we had the two most unpopular party leaders, I think, for any election that we'd had in decades. And turnout was pretty decent and pretty high. Whereas obviously, the election we all know had the lowest turnout was 2001. Everyone knew Tony Blair was going to win, so turnout fell through the floor. There is genuinely an interesting question, especially for Conservative MPs, about, as you sort of implied there, the voters that Boris Johnson brought over to the Tory fold, who lent the Conservatives their vote possibly for the first time. To the extent that we have polling that looks at that group specifically, lots of them have moved back to Labour or drifted to don't know. It's a genuine challenge for Tory MPs to pick somebody who is going to still be able to engage with those voters and still be able to convince them that the Tories have something to offer them, while also keeping hold of more traditional voters in seats which are sort of under threat from the Lib Dem, especially in sort of south of England.
Adam Drummond, the Associate Director of the polling company Opinion, with a very thoughtful contribution. We thank you for your time.
So it was just about half an hour ago, Boris Johnson exited number 10 and resigned. He said it's clearly now the will of the Conservative Party. There should be a new leader and therefore a new Prime Minister. Let's have a listen to what he said.
Everybody, good afternoon. Thank you. It is clearly now the will of the Parliamentary Conservative Party that there should be a new leader of that party and therefore a new Prime Minister. And I've agreed with Sir Graham Brady, the chairman of our backbench MPs, that the process of choosing that new leader should begin now. And the timetable will be announced next week. And I've today appointed a cabinet to serve, as I will, until a new leader is in place.
Boris Johnson there talking just half an hour ago, resigning from the post of Prime Minister.
So many of you getting in touch, and if you've got a view, gbviews@gbnews.uk. A very good afternoon to Margaret, who's had this to say: being a Boris supporter and a leaver, I'm disappointed he's been forced to resign and appalled at the sanctimonious tone of Keir Starmer. I'm also concerned about the future of Brexit.
Jane got in touch to say, as a lifelong Tory supporter, I feel so cross and so sad that I've just witnessed one of our best Prime Ministers in memory forced to resign. He will be a great loss to our country. I fear for the safety, prosperity and well-being of our great country.
David said once again the UK is the laughingstock of the world. Is that a fair reaction? Do you think, Alistair, have we become a laughingstock because of how we've handled this?
No, I think those tweets, emails were fascinating. I think the Conservative Parliamentary Party runs the risk of becoming a laughingstock because, as one or two commentators have said, and I think that Andrew Pearce put it brilliantly, after everything that's happened in the last couple of years, that it be the behaviour of a little-known deputy chief whip that tilted things over. And you can argue that it's an example of Boris Johnson's poor judgment, but to go on that score just seems to me to be extraordinary. Eccentric was the word that Boris Johnson himself moved. Can I just add one other? I thought that opinion conversation was utterly brilliant on the polling data of it. No one had heard of Margaret Thatcher when she became the leader of the Conservative Party and went on to win 3 general elections.
I feel he's going to win, said Airy Neve, because she was almost unknown.
Absolutely, and one of the other great supporters of Keith Joseph, who barely spoke English in a way that most of us could understand. He was away with the fairies completely. Tony Blair, for a long, long time it was Kinnock, and if it hadn't been for Charles Clarke and John Reid pushing hard upon that, then Blair might not have happened. So I repeat what I said to you guys earlier on, I'm, for an outsider, someone who perhaps isn't tainted by being a senior member of this current administration, but has been beavering away, working hard, junior job perhaps, chair of a select committee perhaps, can't think who I might be talking about. But maybe we'll talk about that later.
We will. Alistair, great to have you with us.
Good to be here, Liam.
This historic moment. It is 1 p.m. You're watching GB News here with Rosie Wright and me, Liam Halligan.
We're bringing you the latest on the Prime Minister's resignation. Don't go anywhere. But right now, let's get the very latest headlines.
Good afternoon. It's just gone 1 o'clock. I'm Rhiannon Jones in the GB newsroom. Boris Johnson has said he's fought to stay in Downing Street as Prime Minister because it's his job, his duty and his obligation. Announcing his resignation as Conservative leader outside Number 10 half an hour ago, Mr Johnson said it was clearly the will of his party that there should be a new leader. He spoke of sadness and regret and called the position he's giving up the best in the world. He's to step down following 3 days of government revolt that's seen almost 60 MPs, including 5 cabinet ministers, quit. Boris Johnson plans to stay in Downing Street until a new Tory leader has been elected to replace him as Prime Minister.
In those arguments, and of course it's painful not to be able to see through so many ideas and projects myself. But as we've seen at Westminster, the herd instinct is powerful. When the herd moves, it moves. And my friends, in politics, no one is remotely indispensable. And our brilliant and Darwinian system will produce another leader equally committed to taking this country forward through tough times, not just helping families to get through it, but changing and improving the way we do things, cutting burdens on businesses and families, and yes, cutting taxes, because that is the way to generate the growth and the income we need to pay for great public services. And to that new leader, I say, whoever he or she may be, I say I will give you as much support as I can.
Well, he had vowed to keep going, but among the Tory MPs who've made it clear Boris Johnson's position was untenable are 2 more cabinet ministers who quit this morning. Michelle Donnellan, just 36 hours after being appointed as Education Secretary, leaving just 1 minister remaining in the department, and Northern Ireland Secretary Brandon Lewis, who said the government requires honesty, integrity and mutual respect. Even his newly elected Chancellor, Nadhim Zahawi, removed his support for the Prime Minister today, urging Boris Johnson to do the right thing and go now. Well, meanwhile, Downing Street's announced the cabinet reshuffle to replace those who've either resigned or been sacked. Kit Malthouse has been appointed the Chancellor for the Duchy of Lancaster, the most senior position after the Prime Minister. James Cleverly is the new Education Secretary, Robert Buckland the new Welsh Secretary, Shailesh Vara the new Northern Ireland Secretary, and Greg Clark has replaced Levelling Up Secretary Michael Gove, whilst the former Technologies Minister Chris Philp has said he'd return to government if required, now that Boris Johnson has agreed to resign. This is GB News. We'll bring you more as it happens. Now it's back to the briefing with Liam and Rosie.
And welcome back. You're watching GB News with me, Liam Halligan, and Rosie Wright at this historic moment in our history. The Prime Minister Boris Johnson has just resigned. Alistair Stewart is still with us. And let's introduce now Catherine McBride. Catherine, ordinarily we'd be on the money, wouldn't we? Yes. You are one of my on-the-money regular guests. So let's just have a little chat, because the Bank of England said earlier this week there's been a material deterioration in the British economy, almost unreported because, of course, there's political psychodrama going on. There's been some important economic news from America as well, which really puts what's happening here in context.
Yes, it definitely makes us look like we're rearranging the chairs on the Titanic, because the US Atlanta Fed's done their first prediction. It's not the final number of the US GDP as minus 2.1%. And another group has also predicted it will be minus 1%. And as the real GDP for the first quarter is now been revised down to minus 1.6.
2 successive quarters of declining GDP means a recession.
Yeah.
Let's just put this in context. So this is obviously still, by a considerable margin under most measures, the world's biggest economy. When the US sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. This is going to upend financial markets and indeed British politics to some degree, if we too follow the US, as we generally do, into a recession.
And also, if we look in the other direction, the euro's been tanking this week as well.
The single currency.
Yes, so that's not happy either. So
and European growth much lower, even here.
Yes, exactly. So there are a lot of other things going on economically, and one of the problems is, of course, the very high fuel prices, which is things like oil, coal, gas. And yet a lot of the Western world has decided not to frack, in the case of the UK.
Extract shale gas,
yes,
which could ease our energy security
definitely,
concerns.
But not just ours, the whole world's. You know, and the US has stopped pipelines, and they've stopped fracking on federal land. And then they wonder why oil companies don't want to go out there and produce more oil, because basically, in 10 years' time, they think their product's going to be made illegal. So why are they going to put the money in now? So we've really got to redress that, because we've made some silly decisions, and that's affecting the whole world's economy. And no amount of changing the cabinet is going to change that. You know.
So changing the leader might.
Changing the leader?
Changing the leader.
Yes.
No, but quite seriously, we were saying earlier on, this is the fundamental choice for the leadership of the Conservative Party, is whether it's someone from the camp that says, let fracking rip now, let's cut taxes, let's reduce public spending. That's also the answer to the...
He's got my vote, whoever they are.
But that's the core answer. We're all amateur... Yes. Well, you're a professional economist, and so is he, right? But I go back to university doing it. That is the best guaranteed way out of a recession.
Inflation and recession means stagflation. It's back to the 70s.
Well, let's pause on the economic repercussions and look again at the absolute headache, the politics, the situation that we're in now. Let's go to the front line outside Downing Street is our political editor, Darren McCaffrey. Oh, no, we've got Tom Harwood, political correspondent, who's on the green instead. Tom, we don't know exactly yet when or how we'll have a new Prime Minister, do we?
No, we don't. We have the simple sentence that next week a timetable will be set out, a timetable for the Conservative leadership contest. And what does that mean? Well, the committee that is in charge of governing the rules for that contest is, of course, the oh-so-famous 1922 committee. But they can't yet set those rules out because they're in the middle of elections themselves. Currently, candidates are standing for the executive of the 1922 committee. The election for that takes place on Monday, and only once that election has taken place can the executive of the 22 set up the contest, set out that timetable, and set out clearly those rules. However, we do know what the rules will be, because they have been the rules since 2001, when back then William Hague, who was then party leader, democratised the party by giving the wider membership a vote. Up until 2001, well, from 1975 until 2001, if we want to get technical, the system was that members of parliament elect the leader. People could stand with a nominator and a seconder, and then get nominated, and then become party leader just simply through rounds of voting. In fact, actually, up until 2001, it was every year that a party leader needed to be re-elected by their party. But the system changed under William Hague, democratised, and what happens now is that the parliamentary party of the Conservative Party, candidates stand, they whittle down the number of candidates in votes, in successive votes over successive days, until they're down to just 2 candidates. And then those 2 candidates take their case to the country, to the Conservative members of the country. We believe around 160,000 of them, who then will vote by post in terms of who they want to be the leader of the Conservative Party. Once that leader is elected, they will become the Prime Minister. That's the process. We'll find the timetable early next week.
And so many Conservatives, it's now a period of deep thinking about whether they want to put themselves forward for the top job. We heard earlier on GB News that Steve Baker said he's really considering it. Tom, who do you think is going to step forward and say, look, count me in?
There is such a wide field. I was about to say wild field as well, and no doubt there will be some wild cards. But really, we're looking at an entirely wide slate of, and no one can really predict who it might be. If we were talking several months ago, we might think that Rishi Sunak, the former Chancellor, would be the absolute front-runner. He, of course, fell back a little bit in the odds due to some scandal around, of course, his wife's financial affairs and, indeed, frankly, his wealth. Who else might be up there? Nadine Zwahi? Tom Tugendhat is a name that's mentioned. Penny Mordaunt is a name that is mentioned. Of course, we were also hearing about Ben Wallace, someone who polls very well amongst Conservative Party members. A YouGov poll this morning showed that Ben Wallace was the favoured candidate, but in a very, very wide field. No one gaining more than 12% in that poll of Conservative Party members. Lots of names, not all of them cabinet ministers, also junior ministers, and indeed, if we're looking to someone like Tom Tugendhat, a select committee chair as well. An incredibly wide field. So what we need to do is put our ears to the ground, really. We know that some campaigns have been running sort of in the background for a little while. A name that I haven't yet mentioned is Liz Truss, of course, who has cut a visit to Indonesia short today, is flying back to London, no doubt to have some discussions about what she might do with regard to putting her name forward for the leadership. Last time round she mulled it over but ended up supporting Boris Johnson. This time she'll be a serious contender. There are going to be probably some surprises, no doubt some deals being done, but genuinely this time round it's all to play for.
And we will keenly be watching as the game develops. Tom Harwood, thank you very much. An absolutely exhausting day for you out on the Common chasing down, I'm sure, many MPs to ask them the questions that we'd like to hear.
Alistair, let's bring you back in. I mentioned there, just before we went to Tom, the 70s. You were a working journalist, I was a lad. It was a time of high inflation, not quite higher than now, though producer prices are back where they were in the 1970s, and indeed of slow growth. Just try and tell our younger viewers the impact that a proper economic downturn has on politics, on society, on the fractiousness of industrial relations.
Oh, well, there are 2 episodes, certainly the 70s, which ultimately trade unionists, not unlike the rail workers right now and many others, were saying inflation had got so high that it resulted in what was called the winter of discontent, which was an existential crisis for Labour. Eventually got rid of them and then brought in Thatcher for a long period of time. But again, not when you were, however you just described yourself as a little one, but you were old enough to remember this vividly. Towards the end of the 80s, there was equally rocket high inflation, massively high rates of interest as we fell out of the snake, the single currency child thereof. And for ordinary folk, real folk out there, it is a nightmare. It's bins unemptied. It's coffins unburied. I remember that clearly from Winchester alone. And Admiral Morgan Giles was the Tory MP. Then he was out there helping people do it. Make no mistake, people go without food when inflation is at 15, 20%. They really do
we're
suffer.
We're currently at 9-10% headline inflation.
What we're seeing right now in terms of inflation is peanuts compared to the end of the 70s and indeed the end of the 80s. And I still think that the interest rate threat is the worst conceivable thing that could be done.
Catherine, have you got anything to add to that?
Well, by the interest rate threat, you mean that putting up interest rates?
Yeah, to choke off inflation, which you quite rightly said a moment ago, the bulk of the inflation that we're suffering from, the Americans and everybody else, is the result of the disruption to energy supplies. Energy was rising up quite uncomfortably anyway.
Oh, yes.
Ukraine, Russia has made that an absolute nightmare. There are short-term solutions, which is to pay a lot more, and that's exactly what's happening. Your fracking point and nuclear power stations like the ones Rolls-Royce have got ready to roll out, that's long-term. Ain't going to help it now. And so long as those oil prices remain north of $100 a barrel, inflation will continue. Raising interest rates ain't going to do anything to help that at all.
Alistair Stewart, you're staying with us, and indeed, Catherine.
I believe I am. I hope so.
Centre for Brexit Policy. We are just now going to move on.
Yeah, let's bring in now the Labour MP for Ellesmere Port, Neston Justin Madders. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. What did you make of Boris Johnson's comments then?
Well, I think there was a real lack of self-acknowledgement that really he's the author of his own downfall. There was no sense of any contrition there. There was no apology. There was no acknowledgement that his lies, his deceit, his style of government has led to this point. He sort of talked about the parliamentary and Westminster herd converging on him. None of that would have happened if he'd been able to rule and run the country in a decent way. And lots of what he said was talking about the future. But of course, under him, there isn't a future. He's on his way out. And really, the sooner that happens, the better.
Madders, if Boris Johnson's so terrible, why aren't you way ahead in the opinion polls? Tony Blair was 20 points ahead. This is a mid-term government in the middle of an economic slowdown, and despite all the opprobrium thrown at Boris Johnson, Labour's lead is tiny.
Well, we've had our most consistent poll lead for a decade, actually. Clearly it isn't at 20 points plus, but if you look back where we were just before the COVID crisis hit, we were 20 plus points behind. And to make a comeback that we have, to not only draw level with the Conservatives, but to be consistently ahead of them by 5 or 6 points over a 6-month period is actually a pretty remarkable turnaround. Because I think a lot of people have had to think very carefully about how the Labour Party has moved forward in the last few years, and I think that we've still got some way to go on that. But actually, I don't think any political party has seen such a sustained improvement over a couple of years from such a low starting point.
And really, now the floor is yours. So, what's Labour's plan?
Well, I think our immediate priority is to make sure that we get rid of Boris Johnson, and he can't cling on for months and months because he's got no authority left.
He's not going to cling on, though. He said there'll be a leadership process that's going to be set out next week.
Yeah, but we're talking about possibly the autumn before he goes. He's appointed a new cabinet. He's talking about things that are going to be happening in the interim period. And actually, one of the things that came out of yesterday's evidence to the select committee chairs is extremely concerning. He did admit to finally meeting the former KGB agent in Italy. Now, that raises a whole host of questions about national security. Never mind whether he's actually fit to government in the first place, based on what we know from his conduct over the last 6 months.
Justin, he's out the door. He's on his way. So beyond the political parlour games, tell our viewers we have many voters across the red wall. The next election will be won and lost in those parts of the country where GB News has a lot of reach. What do you think of the RMT bringing more strike action at the time when the country's having a nervous breakdown? What do you think now of those NHS waiting lists? How's Labour going to tackle them? What do you think of this increase in national insurance? Would you still reverse it?
Well, we've always said that the national insurance increase is the wrong tax increase at the wrong time. And of course, the government have put up taxes 15 times over the last couple of years, which when we're facing the cost of living crisis that we are, is really hitting people in the pocket hard. And look, yeah, the RMT are moving forward with their industrial action because there isn't a government at the moment. There isn't anyone they can meet to discuss a way of resolving this dispute. And all we've had from government over the last few months is rhetoric about how the trade unions are taking us back to the 1970s. But Grant Shapps wouldn't even get in a room with them. And that's because they've been completely obsessed with trying to save the Prime Minister's job. Now that he's actually going, hopefully they'll be a little bit more focused on trying to resolve these issues.
Matters MP for Ellesmere Port and Shadow Employment spokesman. Thanks for appearing on the show.
Right now, let's go live to Boris Johnson's constituency of Uxbridge. Our London reporter Alice Porter is there for us with a local resident, I believe. Alice, a very good afternoon to you, if you're there. Yes, brilliant. How's it all going down? It's not even been an hour yet since the final nail went in the coffin.
Oh, good afternoon. Well, I have to say, we were all watching in the Chimes shopping centre just to my left. Everyone was crammed in the shopping centre, all watching it on one of the TVs, the Resignation. And there were lots of people going past, making various opinions known to me. Some people were tutting, saying it was a real shame. Other people said they were delighted. And, of course, it was right for Boris Johnson to go. Now, I'm joined by Zach Jones. Now, Zach, just tell me, what was your kind of reaction when you've heard that Boris Johnson's resigned?
Well, I've been listening to the radio from very early morning, the Today programme, and I could feel the build-up, and then one person was resigning, another person resigned, until I think we got to 59 resignations, and 2 of which were only appointed like 30 hours ago or something. It was inevitable. It was inevitable. I mean, I was kind of happy about it, but it was inevitable what was going to go on.
Now, some people, I know you're not a huge fan of the Prime Minister. I think a lot of people may now be sort of thinking, well, what's next, really? I mean, we're going to be in this slightly strange interim period with Boris Johnson sort of staying on. I mean, some people may find him staying on, that's going to be quite an awkward position to be in. And then, of course, it's going to be who's going to be taking over?
I would say that is certainly an awkward position to be in. I was speaking to a journalist earlier and was saying it's a little bit like you've been sort of sacked or left your job and then you're asked to keep coming in and train the new person. It would be sticky, it would be prickly, it would be difficult for anyone to achieve. In my opinion, what would be best, rather than to have Boris Johnson as a caretaker, I think it's better. Obviously, he's resigned as the leader of the Tory party, the Conservative party, but I think it's probably best he stands down as the Prime Minister and goes to visit the Queen and to make that known.
And for you, I mean, I know you said to me earlier, you've never been a huge fan of the Prime Minister, so I think it's an understatement. But has there been any particular moment over? It's been a very rocky few months for the Prime Minister. I mean, I've been here in Uxbridge a number of times over the last few months, getting people's reaction to Partygate, to the vote of no confidence. Was there any particular moment or situation for you where you really felt that it was right for his time that had ended and time to leave?
I believe that, as you alluded to, I'm not a Tory supporter. However, you have to work with what you've got, and we do have a Tory government in place, and the country needs to go on and to be run correctly. We've got rising costs. We've had the pandemic. People's lives are being challenged on the Channel with immigration. There's an awful lot of serious work needs to be done. I have felt that during the time with the frivolities of suitcases with wine and all the other nonsense, if you like, the buffoonery, I just feel just wasn't serious enough. It wasn't statesperson enough. It wasn't grown up enough, if you like.
Well, look, Zach, thank you very much for speaking to me. A very grown-up conversation, which perhaps hasn't been reflected in some aspects of our politics over the last few months. But I've been here all this morning, and I'd say I've had a huge range of views of people coming up to me. Some people absolutely delighted by the news, and other people very sad, because this has caused a very safe Tory seat ever since it was first created. But just because you support the Conservatives doesn't mean you support Boris Johnson, and I think that has been very clear over the last 24 hours.
I think that's the perfect way to sum it up. Alice, thank you very much. Really testing the opinion of Boris Johnson's own constituents.
Alice Porter there. Now, at 12:30 today, the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, resigned. Let's take a listen to some of his resignation speech.
Good afternoon. Thank you. It is clearly now the will of the Parliamentary Conservative Party that there should be a new leader of that party and therefore a new Prime Minister. And I've agreed with Sir Graham Brady, the chairman of our backbench MPs, that the process of choosing that new leader should begin now. And the timetable will be announced next week. And I've today appointed a cabinet to serve, as I will, until a new leader is in place. So I want to say to the millions of people who voted for us in 2019, many of them voting Conservative for the first time, thank you for that incredible mandate, the biggest Conservative majority since 1987, the biggest share of the vote since 1979. And the reason I have fought so hard in the last few days to continue to deliver that mandate in person was not just because I wanted to do so, but because I felt it was my job, my duty, my obligation to you to continue to do what we promised in 2019. And of course, I'm immensely proud of the achievements of this government, from getting Brexit done to settling our relations with the continent for over half a century, reclaiming the power for this country to make its own laws in Parliament, getting us all through the pandemic, delivering the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, the fastest exit from lockdown, and in the last few months, leading the West in standing up to Putin's aggression in Ukraine. And let me say now to the people of Ukraine that I know that we in the UK will continue to back your fight for freedom for as long as it takes. And at the same time, in this country, we've been pushing forward a vast programme of investment in infrastructure and skills and technology, the biggest in a century, because if I have one insight into human beings, it is that genius and talent and enthusiasm and imagination are evenly distributed throughout the population, but opportunity is not. And that's why we must keep levelling up, keep unleashing the potential of every part of the United Kingdom.
That was Boris Johnson speaking nearly an hour ago now, resigning as leader of the Conservative Party, laying out the fact that the process to appoint the next leader would happen next week. So in some ways, Liam, we've had some clarity, but there are a lot of unanswered questions. What will that leadership challenge look like? And most importantly, who will take part?
Well, let's speak now to Paul Scully, Tory MP for Sutton and Cheam, just to the south of London there. Paul, the last time I checked, you were Small Business Minister. We've often spoken about small and medium-sized enterprises, the engine room of the British economy. There seems to be a sense now coming from the Conservative Party amidst the political chaos that whoever takes over is going to move towards cutting taxes, particularly on businesses. Would you support reversing that 25% corporation tax that's coming in, a rise from 19% this year? That increase of 25%, that's nailed on. That's already legislated for. How about reversing it?
Well, look, I think it's something we've got to look at. We're not going to do a budget here today, and I'm not the Chancellor, but I am still the Minister for Small Business, you're right, and I know businesses want to remain competitive. We want to remain competitive for inward investment as well. We want to make sure that risk gets rewarded for new entrepreneurs, and so all of those things are what I'll be looking for in a new leader. And obviously Nadhim Zahawi, our Chancellor, has run a business himself. He started and scaled a unicorn business in YouGov really successfully, so he gets that exactly what a business needs. So that's the appetite that we have to make sure that we can have the landscape now to grow ourselves out of the cost of living issues that are affecting people right the way across the globe, but especially here in the UK.
This needs what the population, the public need is confidence. Do you have confidence in the Conservative Party today?
Yeah, because what you've seen today, what you've seen over the last few days, the frustration that so many have had around Westminster is a personality-driven one. It's not a policy-driven one. It's not something that the Conservative Party and the philosophy and the drive from the Conservative Party has been fueling that. It's all been about the fact that the concerns around the Prime Minister, and he did the right thing today to step down, having heard from so many ministers and backbenchers across the party. It took way too long, but it's here now. And so the fundamentals of both the Conservative Party, the Conservative Government, and indeed the fundamentals of the British economy remain strong. We remain the best path to grow our way out of the cost of living situation.
Paul, you and I often talk about economics and business issues. Lord Frost, David Frost, formerly Boris Johnson's chief lieutenant, perhaps, he wrote a column in the Telegraph earlier this week calling a lot of Conservative policy content-free. Look, your former boss, he's now out the door. Isn't it time now to acknowledge that there has been a dearth of policy? There has been a fundamental lack of ideas about reform, about how to push the economy forward. Surely now it's the time to be bold, to be radical. The signs are that the US is about to go into a recession, and you know what that means here in the UK.
Yeah, look, bold and radical I have no problem with. I agree with Lord Frost on that. I would have a disagreement with the fact that we're idea-free. I think what we've had is the buffeting around of various headwinds that have affected us right the way through COVID and the situation in Ukraine with the invasion of Ukraine that has caused incredible pressure on public finances. Nonetheless, what we do need to do is make sure that Britain is still an attractive place to invest in. It's still a great place to start, grow and scale a business. And indeed, you're right, that does include the tax landscape. I'm not going to write a budget for you here, but Nadhim Zahawi, I know, will be looking exactly at that, whether it's business rates, whether it's corporation tax, to make sure that it's really attractive for companies to stay and grow.
Well, stand by your phone, Paul, because you could have a new job soon. For now, you are the Small Business Minister and MP for Sutton and Cheam. Thanks a lot for joining us here on GB News.
Right now, it's 1:30. You're with GB News. We're on your TV, online, DAB Plus radio. Continued uninterrupted coverage of course, the political fallout. Boris Johnson has resigned as the Conservative leader. We don't know who will replace him or exactly how that will take place. Let's find out more. South Thanet is one of the Conservative seats which voted most heavily for Brexit. Our South East reporter Ellie Costello is there. Ellie, how's the news, now 1 hour old, gone down there of Boris Johnson's exit?
Yes, good afternoon to you both. We're just by the waterfront here in Ramsgate, which is in the South Thanet seat. As you say, they voted heavily for Brexit. It is a true blue seat. They're very grateful to Boris Johnson for getting Brexit done. It was under his watch where Britain left the European Union. A lot of sadness here, really, to see Boris Johnson go. Lots of reaction to that speech. We're all gathered round the phone just under the camera kit. Here, many people coming up to us saying they were very, very sad to watch this speech. One man told us that it was classic Boris Johnson. There was lots of listing of his achievements. It was lots of fighting talk, a very robust speech. Other people walking by and tutting, saying that they were surprised that Boris Johnson had lasted so long through all of the scandals such as Partygate and the recent vote of no confidence, which he did indeed win. But many people very, very sad because ultimately they were grateful for Brexit. 61% of people here voted for that to happen. But they are sad now to see him go. I've been speaking to several people here throughout the course of the morning, and this is what they've told me. Of course, a lot of this came down to Brexit, and this is an area that voted for Brexit, isn't it? And Boris did get Brexit done.
He did. I didn't agree with it, but that's what the majority wanted, so it's just a shame.
And who do you think will replace him, if anyone?
Who knows? Who knows? I just hope they're a little bit more honest than Boris.
I mean, how are you feeling now? Lots of people very, very worried. I mean, with the cost of living crisis, everything going on in the country, the last thing lots of people are saying we need is a leadership crisis, a government in crisis. How are you feeling this morning with this news?
You've just broken it to me, and it's... I don't know quite where the whole world's going, let alone our little country. It is worrying.
He should go, because all we've had from him is lie upon lie upon lie. And fair play, it needed to be done. I mean, but who's going to take his place?
How is it making you feel this morning? We've been speaking to people who say they're really worried, you know, the state of the country as it is right now, the cost of living crisis, the last thing we need is a government in crisis. I've just told you this news. How's it making you feel?
Well, at the end of the day, somebody has to step up and take the job on. I mean, he couldn't do it, could he? That's how I feel.
Whoever goes in the seat is going to get stick, whether it's Labour, anybody. I hope that someone that gets there can do better for the government. Importantly, Ukraine and obviously the amount of cost of living at the moment. So whoever can do that, if they can do it any better, I'll support them wholeheartedly.
And how are you feeling about Boris Johnson going? Were you a Boris fan?
I was initially. I still am, to a degree, but obviously time moves on. He's not a Churchill, so let's hope somebody can do a better job, if they can.
And I know that I've just told you this news, but any thoughts, initial thoughts about who you think could replace him?
No, to be honest with you. If everyone's sacked in the party, why should they get the prime seat?
So lots of unanswered questions remain. There is concern about the economy, about Ukraine, about people who are struggling to make ends meet in the cost of living crisis. So it's clear that Boris Johnson is going, but there's still questions of who will replace him and lots of questions about what happens next.
Thank you, Ellie. Ellie Costello there, GB News South East reporter in South Thanet, a true blue Tory seat. You're watching GB News with Rosie Wright and me, Liam Halligan. A special programme marking the resignation of Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Stay with us for lots more views and analysis after your GB News update with the headlines.
It's 1:35. I'm Rhiannon Jones in the GB newsroom. Boris Johnson has said it was clearly the will of his party that there should be a new leader. Announcing his resignation as Conservative leader outside number 10 an hour ago, Mr Johnson thanked the British public, the NHS and his family. He's to step down following 3 days of government revolt that's seen almost 60 MPs, including 5 cabinet ministers, quit. Boris Johnson plans to stay in Downing Street until a new Tory leader has been elected to replace him. He says it's been an immense privilege to serve as Prime Minister.
The reason I have fought so hard in the last few days to continue to deliver that mandate in person was not just because I wanted to do so, but because I felt it was my job, my duty, my obligation to you to continue to do what we promised in 2019.
Meanwhile, Downing Street's announced the cabinet reshuffle to replace those who've been resigned or sacked. Kit Malthouse has been appointed the Chancellor for the Duchy of Lancaster, the most senior position after the Prime Minister. James Cleverly's the new Education Secretary, Robert Buckland the new Welsh Secretary, Shailesh Vara the new Northern Ireland Secretary, and Greg Clark has replaced Michael Gove as Levelling Up Secretary, saying he'll do his best to provide stability in government. Well, the Kremlin in Moscow's taken a swipe at the outgoing Prime Minister, saying Boris Johnson doesn't like us. We don't like him either. That as G20 foreign ministers travel to the Indonesian island of Bali this week for a meeting that will focus on the war in Ukraine. It'll be the first time foreign ministers meet Russia's Sergei Lavrov since the start of the invasion back in February. His attendance is expected to cause a rift in the group, which includes Western countries that have accused Moscow of war crimes and imposed sanctions. TV Online and DAB Plus Radio, this is GB News.
Direct Bullion sponsors the Finance Report on GB News for gold and silver investment.
Here's a quick snapshot of today's markets. The pound will buy $1.198 and 1.175 euros. The price of gold currently stands at £1,457.01 per ounce.
Direct Bullion sponsors the Finance Report on GB News for gold and silver investment.
We're unpicking what's happened, and we're hearing from you too. A very good afternoon to Robert, who's got quite a damning take, Liam. He says, people are looking to find an honest politician to take over. Bring on the tooth fairy. So that's not that positive. David, do you really think that with Boris out of the way, he says, his colleagues are suddenly going to become capable and stop being plonkers?
Flo contacted us to say shame on those ministers who stabbed Boris in the back. Shame on the mainstream media. I'll never tune into those stations again. And Fred said the worst affront to democracy is the behaviour of Keir Starmer and the Liberal Democrats to the referendum result. Why did the result take 3 years to implement? I'm surprised these people are allowed to stand anymore as members of Parliament. Catherine McBride of the Centre for Brexit Policy is still with us. Catherine, since we last spoke to you, we've heard from Paul Scully, the Small Business Minister. We've heard from Justin Madders, the Labour Employment Secretary, Shadow Employment Spokesman. What did you think of what they had to say on the economy?
Well, I wanted to pick up the Labour spokesman because obviously we've virtually had two mirror images in Parliament. I can't think of anything that the Conservatives have done that the Labour Party has really opposed. They've generally watched all of that money go out during the lockdown and didn't question any of it. They happily allowed us to not lock down what they said were non-essential businesses, which is basically the whole economy. The reason we have a cost of living crisis, as the guy in South Thanet also mentioned, is that we had a massive increase in the money supply, and then we had shortages of goods due to the lockdown of production. And the Labour Party sat there and ticked all of those boxes. They didn't complain about any of that. So for them to now say that the problem is Boris, the problem is not Boris. And I would say Sunak had as much to do with that as anyone else.
So for you, Catherine McBride, it's not so much a cost of living crisis as a cost of lockdown crisis.
Definitely.
Well, Boris Johnson has resigned as Conservative leader today. After clinging on for dear life, he accepted and gave up his fight. He'll remain as Prime Minister, as previous Tory leaders who have resigned have done, until a replacement is appointed.
Well, let's hear now from the Policy Director at the Centre of Social Justice. Gavin Rice joins us. It's a think tank which, the idea of it, puts social justice at the heart of British politics. How has the developments of the last hour and a half enabled, do you think, people, politics, to put social justice first and foremost?
Well, it's obviously a very profound day of high drama here and court politics in Westminster, but I think it's really important that we remember that actually for people out there in the real world, the existing problems which are challenging this country, they go on. We've got a serious cost of living crisis, we've got double-digit inflation, people's gas and energy bills are going to be going up in October. We've also got profound long-term problems in this country which we really need to tackle, including a completely broken housing market with a real risk of freezing a whole generation out of home ownership and a lack of social housing as well. And also issues still arising from the lockdown that don't get spoken about as much. There's still 100,000 children approximately who are severely absent from schools. So I think our focus is very much on continuing to advocate for the poorest in our society and ensuring that through all of the tumult of the current situation, we manage to put them front and centre of the national conversation.
Gavin, the Centre for Social Justice, which you're representing, your regulars on the Money Show, which is usually at this time, we've of course got this special programme marking rightly the resignation of our Prime Minister. The Centre for Social Justice focuses on local communities, local charities, helping them to help vulnerable families in particular. How worried should we be as a political and media class? This is a huge theme in the emails we're getting that Rosie and I have been reading out. How worried should we be that the political and media class, with all this psychodrama, with all this meltdown and parlour games vying for leadership, we are going to seriously alienate a lot of our citizens in this country.
I think that's absolutely right, and I know Boris Johnson spoke in his resignation speech today about the need to deliver not just on the mandate that he was given in 2019 by those new Conservative voters, many of them from less affluent backgrounds than would traditionally vote Conservative, but for the whole country as well. I think that's absolutely vital. I mean, I was up in Manchester a couple of weeks ago with a charity, going around to people's houses, seeing the conditions in which many people are living in this country, delivering food and furniture to people who just can't afford it. And I think that's the part of this that often gets lost. The slight concern that I may have is that if we have an overly prolonged and drawn-out set of leadership races and leadership campaigns, that the entire national media conversation will be focused on that. Meanwhile, the policy agenda gets put on the back burner.
Well, here on national media, tell us what things should we be focusing on instead of a leadership challenge?
Well, I think whoever emerges as our leader has got serious problems that they need to grip. So the most obvious one is kind of the immediate emergency problem of the cost of living crisis and soaring inflation. But we also need to think about some of the social fallout of the lockdown. I mean, I was talking just now about the scale of absence from our schools. We've also had a situation in which we've had kids arriving for their first year of primary school without the right literacy and numeracy, unable to speak properly because they've not been properly socialised, because they were locked in their homes for so long. There's all sorts of hidden social problems as well, whether it's to do with rising addiction, domestic abuse, mental health. I think we really need to shine a light on these issues and make sure that we're tackling them in the appropriate way.
Gavin Rice of the Centre of Social Justice, a think tank set up, by the way, by the former Conservative leader Ian Duncan-Smith. Catherine McBride is still with us. Catherine, you're very much a policy person, you're a professional economist. It seems to me, looking on, that so much of our political class, it's almost as if they don't want to govern. There's so many distractions. No one ever gets down to the sort of proper grown-up adult business of making policy, implementing a new law to try and improve people's lives.
I couldn't have said it better. That's exactly what they've been doing since they got elected. I think that they surprised themselves with what a strong majority they had, and they have been doing everything they can to procrastinate, basically. And they got involved with COVID far more than they should have. They stopped doing other things. And then they got into Ukraine, and it's always easiest to do something else. And I really agree with the Centre for
Social Justice.
Yeah. There are lots of problems around that stem from the lockdown. It was a huge mistake. And I think one of the things we should also be looking at is making us an attractive place to invest and set up companies. And the companies now can look at all the tax all around the world. And I think the small business spokesman made a very good point that we can't have higher taxes than other countries. You know, it's crazy that we decided to put our taxes up and put our national insurance up, which is basically a tax on employment. And we put it up not just for people earning it, but also for companies paying it. So that was a massive mistake as well. And both of those have to be reversed. Well,
we'll see what the Conservative Party does in this brave new world. See if they are now emboldened to be bold and radical.
Right now, it's 1:45. You've joined our live, continued, uninterrupted coverage of the political fallout today. And let's go right to Downing Street to speak to our political editor, Darren McCaffrey. Darren, at the crucial moment, we lost your signal. That was about an hour ago. It has been an absolutely dramatic day. Let's just get your initial gut reaction to the words Boris Johnson had to say. No apology, and he seemed quite keen to set out his legacy himself.
Yeah, indeed. It was very much a speech in which he was not conceding any ground that he had made mistakes, that he was leaving office because of some of the issues around his leadership. In many ways, he laid the blame at his fellow MPs within the Conservative Party. He called their decision eccentric to change leader, pointed to polling figures that weren't that bad, despite relentlessly bad press, and said that the herd instinct in Westminster was to blame. Many people would accuse him of being tone deaf, of not frankly understanding he has left because he did make mistakes, that his integrity was in question, that frankly ministers and cabinet ministers no longer could work alongside him because they couldn't trust him to tell the truth. There was none of that in the speech. Instead, he talked about his regret, not able to fulfil the mandate he was delivered. It's something he touched upon time and time again, something he clearly feels quite strongly, that 2019 victory wasn't just a victory for the Conservative Party, but a very personal victory for him. And he said he regretted he'll not be able to carry on the good work and as you said, the legacy points he highlighted in that speech, from the vaccine rollout to dealing with Ukraine and the pandemic, and of course getting Brexit done as well. Rather interestingly, and it's quite difficult because I'm obviously in the street here, you've got the feed coming into the TV with the mics, it's actually quite difficult to hear Boris Johnson. I mean, there's hundreds of journalists here. The speakers weren't terribly loud. At one end of the street, you had all his advisors and some current cabinet ministers who'd served under him, like Jacob Rees-Mogg, Nadine Dorries and others. Also, Carrie Johnson, his wife, and kids were there watching the speech as well. And then at this end, rather extraordinary, I'd never seen it before, some of his loyal MPs, maybe about 30, 40 of them, had turned up to watch, and they clapped. But actually, they were all in some ways being drowned out by protesters at the other end of the street, just beyond the gates of Downing Street. Hundreds of people had gathered, rather loud music, an awful lot of booing, it must be said, as well, as the Prime Minister was making that speech. But this is a moment, a rather significant moment in British politics, in which Boris Johnson clearly is now in the process of handing over the reins of power. We have to remember he's not resigning as Prime Minister today, he's resigning as leader of the party. That race to succeed him has well and truly begun. The question now fundamentally facing the Conservative Party is how quickly do they do it? How long will that man remain inside number 10?
GB News political editor Darren McCaffrey joining us from Downing Street at the heart of Westminster, and we'll be back with Darren again soon.
Well, we can speak now to George Freeman, Conservative MP for Mid-Norfolk, who is one of several who resigned this morning. In your letter of resignation, you said, I do this with a heavy heart, but our country needs strong leadership. Who is the person who can give it strong leadership now?
Well, that's not the question for right now. The question is, I think, that we need stability and we need a little bit of competence and stability in, sorry, there's somebody shouting at me, in government. I think we need a caretaker Prime Minister for 2 or 3 months while we choose the right longer-term leader. I regret that, but I'm afraid I think the situation is that the urgency of the economic challenges we face, the international, the geopolitical, the military challenges we face, we haven't got a quiet summer ahead of us. There are some very big decisions to be taken. And I regret this, but I can't see how the Prime Minister, with a Chancellor who's already said he doesn't have confidence in him, is going to be able to take those big decisions. Nor internationally, a Prime Minister can command the majority of the House and his party in military and geopolitical decisions in this situation. It's very sad, it's tragic, but I'm afraid I think the Prime Minister has to resign as Prime Minister this weekend and a caretaker take over for the summer, somebody who won't run for the leadership, an elder statesman figure, so that we've got the time to get the right future leader. I think that's the answer to your question. We mustn't rush and appoint somebody in a hurry in a febrile and hot Westminster in a smoke-filled room in the next week or two. We need to get this right.
George, I know you don't want to get into the particular personalities right now, and very few people would expect you to, but let's just talk about the direction of your party. I think it's fair to say you're more from the one nation tradition of the Conservative Party, a very honourable tradition, the bedrock of the party. There are many people in your party saying what we really need to do now is put a shot in the arm of this economy, an economy that's about to face some serious turmoil as the US, we got news today, could go into recession. That's semi-official figures from a part of the US administration. Do you think there is a case for lower taxes now, for scrapping the corporation tax increases, for really boosting this economy through tax cuts rather than spending rises? Because even beyond the personalities, that is the bare outline of the debate that the Tory party needs to now have with itself as it decides how to respond to a worsening economic emergency.
Yes, I do, and I think Nadine Zahawi's instincts on this are absolutely right. Look, you described me as a one-nation Conservative. Please don't allow that to be interpreted to mean I believe in high tax. I'm not at all. I think there are two big issues ahead of us. One is how we get the economic growth back in this country, how we get prosperity being generated. That is urgent, and I think it does require a fiscal package, a mixture of tax incentives, tax cuts for business, for growth, to get the enterprise economy going again. But we also do need to be investing in skills so that those people who've been on the scrap heap of this country in the last 30 years have a chance to get into work. So it isn't a question of sort of dry or wet, but we urgently need a growth package. I agree. I think where those of us on the One Nation side have had a difference of view increasingly with the Prime Minister is in the importance of unity. He stood on a One Nation ticket, a platform, as a Prime Minister with an inspiring vision that we could make Brexit, which had divided the country, a moment of inspiring renewal. I deeply believe in that. I think it is a moment for us to tackle the structural weaknesses of our economy, to get growth growing, to give people a chance all around the country. I deeply support the levelling up mission. But I don't think we can do that if we're doing divisive politics, if we're seeking to exploit the cultural divisions, exploiting a culture war, alienating different parts of the economy. And I think that's where I've differed increasingly with the tone of the Prime Minister's messaging recently. We have got to get back to that message he set out at the beginning. This as an inspiring moment for better growth, better prosperity, better job prospects for people who've been left behind, and to bring this country back together so we can grip the big international challenges and be the country that our destiny shows us we can be. And that's the big challenge as we look ahead.
George Freeman, Tory MP for Mid-Norfolk, thanks for joining us on this historic day, the day that the Prime Minister resigned, Rosie, as leader of the Conservative Party, but not as Prime Minister. And that now is the question. Will he resign as Prime Minister, allowing a caretaker PM to come in, an older sort of grey beard, or even an older woman even?
Well, that's certainly the case that George Freeman was laying out there, saying maybe we could have a more elder statesperson just take the reins for the next few weeks. It didn't appear to be that clear that that was Boris Johnson's plan. He said he's going to lay out a plan next week. In the meantime, as we were waiting and that podium was being presented and we hadn't yet heard from Boris Johnson, there were still announcements for new people going into the cabinet. You know, lots of politicians weighing up what job they want to take now, who they want to sign their allegiance to, if, as Steve Baker told us earlier, whether they're prepared to consider taking on the role of being leader of the Conservative Party. It looks as though Boris Johnson wants to stay in situ, at least for the summer, but that is one of many unanswered questions. Loads of you, thank you for taking part and sticking with us here on GB News, of course, on your TV and your radio as we take you through a really momentous day. You can get in touch with us, gbviews@gbnews.uk. Nigel's been in touch this afternoon.
He has. Many of you have been in touch. A tsunami of emails and tweets. The new Prime Minister needs to be an ardent Brexiteer. Looks like Steve Baker, the MP for High Wycombe, of course, may throw his hat into the ring. Given the massive drop in the popularity of the Tories, they'll be taking a close look at who the British electorate champion for the top job.
Damien, good afternoon. He said, I'd love to see Boris throw his hat back in the ring of the 1922 select for re-election. Right. Can you imagine? He says the next leader will quickly be accused of not having a mandate and push for a general election. Well, actually, some commentators have been saying exactly that.
The truth is often stranger than fiction. You never can tell. This is politics. It's war by another name. Really enjoy your show, says Malcolm. I've just one comment, and that is now how Carrie Johnson has left number 10. Now she's left number 10. Will the green tax on electricity and gas be scrapped, along with VAT on fuel? We've certainly been calling for that scrapping of the VAT on fuel here on GB News, Malcolm, and we shall see.
Now, last night, Boris Johnson made the shock move to sack Michael Gove, the Secretary of State for Housing, hours after he told the Prime Minister that he should resign.
Johnson's decision leaves a wave of instability for the housing sector, with the future of Gove's reforms put into question. Joining us now is Ben Beadle, another regular on the money, my show that's usually on at this time, but of course it isn't because of the Prime Minister's resignation. Ben is the Chief Executive of the National Residential Landlords Association. Ben, good to have you with us. Crikey, you and I have spoken so much about Gove coming in as the Secretary of State for Levelling Up. Housing Secretary, a slew of reforms. Many people on the left, the likes of Shelter, the campaigning charity, glad that Michael Gove was Housing Secretary, looking forward to his implementation of his ideas on council housing and all the rest of it. It's gone up in a puff of smoke.
They say a week's a long time in politics, don't they? But it feels like an hour's a very long time in politics. Look, I think this is a real opportunity now for government to reset the relationship that it has with landlords and the private rented sector. Yes, Michael Gove has come in and he's brought in a huge amount of or seeking to bring in a huge amount of regulation. There's been some really tricky issues for him to get his teeth into, not least building safety and rental reform. But this move can only mean that things are going to take a little bit longer now. And what I want to remind people is that the private rented sector is a good place to be. It's housing a lot of people. And I think, we heard George Freeman talk about the divisive language that we've seen. And this is a huge opportunity to reset things with the PRS and private landlords. And I look forward to working with George Clark, maybe on a short-term basis, Greg Clark, on a short-term basis. And then we'll see who comes in thereafter.
You do speak, of course, of residential landlords, Ben, but I know you care deeply about the housing sector more generally. So to GB News viewers and listeners, many of them care about social housing, about council housing. There's been lots of talk of Michael Gove resurrecting the building of those social homes. Do you think that idea is entrenched enough in government? Do you think that will carry on even in his absence?
Well, we've got big issues around housing supply, haven't we? And, we are certainly in favour of increasing the supply of all tenures, including social housing. And I think it's important that we see that, because at the moment we have a desperate shortage, we have high cost of living, and we don't really have any tangible plans to address that. So, we've still got the manifesto pledges that are out there. So although things may take a little bit longer whilst the deck chairs are rearranged, I don't think this is going to cause everything to come to a grinding halt.
Chief Executive of the National Residential Landlords Association. These are mad times, but it's good to talk to you regardless. I'll talk to you again soon. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you to all of you who've been getting in touch. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep you up to date here on GB News, uninterrupted coverage. In a couple of moments, we'll have the news bulletin. But it's been a momentous and historic day, Liam.
It has indeed. We're barely 90 minutes after the resignation of Boris Johnson, Prime Minister. I'm struck by the hundreds of emails we're getting from GB News viewers and listeners. Really split. Some people are happy to see Boris go, but there's a lot of anger out there, certainly among our viewers, that he's been scalped by a media that was determined to remove him. What do you think? Email us, gbviews@GB News. But first, it's the GB News headlines with Rhiannon Jones.
Good afternoon. It's exactly 2 o'clock. I'm Rhiannon Jones in the GB newsroom. Boris Johnson has announced his resignation as Conservative Party leader. Addressing the country outside Number 10, Mr Johnson said it was clearly the will of his party and that there should be a new leader. Mr Johnson says he'll continue to serve as Prime Minister until his party chooses his successor. He said he fought to remain in the role because he felt it was his job, his duty and his obligation. He spoke of sadness and regret and called the position he's giving up the best in the world. He's to step down following 3 days of government revolt that's seen almost 60 MPs, including 5 cabinet ministers, quit. Boris Johnson plans to stay in the role until he's replaced. That's expected to happen by October.
I've tried to persuade my colleagues that it would be eccentric to change governments when we're delivering so much and when we have such a vast mandate and when we're actually only a handful of points behind in the polls, even in mid-term after quite a few months of pretty relentless sledging, and when the economic scene is so difficult domestically and internationally. And I regret not to have been successful in those arguments, and of course it's painful not to be able to see through so many ideas and projects myself. But as we've seen at Westminster, the herd instinct is powerful. When the herd moves, it moves. And my friends, in politics, no one is remotely indispensable.
Well, Boris Johnson's leadership has come under increased scrutiny in recent months following a number of scandals. He tried to protect former MP Owen Paterson, who repeatedly broke lobbying rules by attempting to overhaul the MP's standard system. He admitted that was a mistake. He also faced cross-party criticism for attending gatherings in Whitehall during lockdown, for which he was fined in April. And most recently, he was found to have promoted the MP Chris Pincher to the Tory whip's office, despite reportedly being aware of previous allegations of sexual misconduct. Well, meanwhile, Downing Street's announced the cabinet reshuffle to replace those who've either resigned or been sacked. Kit Malthouse has been appointed the Chancellor for the Duchy of Lancaster, the most senior position after the Prime Minister's. James Cleverly is the new Education Secretary, Robert Buckland the new Welsh Secretary, Shailesh Vara the new Northern Ireland Secretary, and Greg Clark has replaced Michael Gove as Levelling Up Secretary, saying he'll do his best to provide stability in government, whilst the former Technologies Minister, Chris Philp, has said he'd return to government if required, now that Boris Johnson has agreed to resign. Well, the Kremlin in Moscow's taken a swipe at the outgoing Prime Minister, saying Boris Johnson doesn't like us, we don't like him either. That as G20 foreign ministers travel to the Indonesian island of Bali this week for a meeting that will focus on the war in Ukraine. It'll be the first time foreign ministers meet Russia's Sergei Lavrov since the start of the invasion back in February. His attendance is expected to cause a rift in the group, which includes Western countries that have accused Moscow of war crimes and imposed sanctions. And some welcome good news for air passengers. British Airways staff at Heathrow Airport have suspended their planned strike action after the company made an improved pay offer. Workers had voted to take industrial action, saying a 10% wage cut during the height of the pandemic had not been reversed. But union leaders and airline chiefs held extensive negotiations today, and an agreement has been reached. The Unite Union said it will now ballot members involved, including check-in staff, on the proposed offer. Meanwhile, the BA announced yesterday they're axing 10,300 flights until October amid staff shortages. This is GB News. We'll bring you more as it happens. Now it's back to the briefing.
And welcome back. You're watching GB News here on TV, DAB, plus digital radio and online with me, Liam Halligan.
And with me, Deanna Davison. We're continuing now our coverage of Boris Johnson's resignation as Prime Minister.
A short while ago, the now ex-Prime Minister addressed the nation from Downing Street, indeed addressed the world there outside the most famous front door on earth, saying no one in politics is remotely indispensable.
Well, we'll be getting reaction and turning our focus onto the big question: who will replace him? For the next few hours, we'll host detailed discussions with MPs, pollsters, commentators and economists, so stay tuned.
And we want to know your thoughts on this, of course. So many emails coming in and tweets. Give us your political briefing. Send in your views, opinions, ideas to gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet @gbnews. Are you happy that Boris Johnson has gone? Do you think he's been scalped by a political and media class that was always against him? Give us your views at gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet @gbnews.
Well, it's been a momentous day in the world of politics, to put it lightly. Boris Johnson has stood down as Prime Minister, saying he was giving up the best job in the world. It follows a fast-moving chain of events which saw a number of MPs and ministers resigning. We say number, it was a large number of MPs and ministers resigning, and a number of senior figures urging him to stand down.
Let's get the latest from Darren McCaffrey in Downing Street. Darren, it strikes me that the real decision now that Boris Johnson has resigned as leader of the Conservative Party is he going to resign as Prime Minister, or is he going to stay in, as usually happens in these circumstances, as an interim? Is it going to be Boris Johnson, or is it going to be some kind of caretaker leader before there's a proper Tory leadership contest?
Yeah, there's been a real battle about this within the Conservative Party today, Liam, about some who want to see the Prime Minister go and go now. And I proposed this idea of having an interim leader. Now, we've never really had that in British politics before, so that would be new. But clearly it's a sign, I think, of the animosity and the distrust, frankly, that some Conservative MPs hold Boris Johnson in that regard, that they don't even trust him to kind of manage the country in the weeks and short months to come. There are others who want to see the Prime Minister fulfil his own timetable, which we are led to believe by Downing Street is that he'd like to stay in there until the party conference in October. That's, 3-4 months away. Seems like an extraordinary amount of time. I think there is somewhat a middle ground, though, that some MPs seem to kind of coming to, which is that they try and get this leadership contest started as soon as possible, i.e. at the start of next week, and that they actually, by the summer recess, which is actually the week after, they then have the two names to go to the Conservative membership, and that the new leader will take over in September and obviously become Prime Minister, and that Boris Johnson will leave then. Interesting, isn't it, that Boris Johnson, what was quite a bitter speech in many ways, is kind of touched upon this time and time again, that he was laying the blame almost at his party, not at him. He kept referring to the fact that it was an eccentric decision, that also, in the end, there was kind of this herd mentality that had driven him from office. And also notable, I noticed this, Liam, he said that at one stage he would give all the support to a successor that I can. It's not exactly full support, is it? I will give all the support I can. Anyway, aside from his speech, he is now going to chair Cabinet in around 50 minutes' time. Of course, we've got new people in Cabinet, haven't we? Greg Clark's taking over at Levelling Up after Michael Gove's resignation. James Cleverley's the new Education Secretary. We know that Robert Buckland's the new Welsh Secretary, so they will be in Downing Street for that new meeting. And there is a sense Downing Street trying to reassert some authority, trying to get the government to properly function again. But my word, there's a hell of a lot of junior ministerial posts that need to be filled. Is that going to be possible? And it comes back to this essence that there are these concerns. I'm kind of coming back on myself now again, but this essence that there are some Conservative MPs who frankly think that, yes, Boris Johnson's resigned today as leader of the Conservative Party, but he's trying to still work out some way to stay in government for as long as possible. And they just don't trust him. But Prime Minister's not going to go anywhere anytime soon. All the attention now is actually going to drain from here, as always happens, in which we go to Parliament and to that leadership race that we're now going to see play out. Lots of people now starting with their heads above the parapet and suggest that they want to put themselves forward. It's going to be fascinating to see this race play out.
Well, Darren, on that race, it's not just people putting their heads above the parapet saying they're standing now, is it? It's actually people saying that who they're backing. The kind of horses are beginning to bolt, I think. And
when the herd moves, it moves.
Absolutely, as the Prime Minister said earlier on today. Well, it's certainly going to be another exciting few weeks watching Westminster, as always. But Darren, what do you make of it? We've seen a few announced so far. We've seen Tom Tugendhat, we've seen Suella Braverman. Who else have we seen announced, or who are we expecting to see?
Yeah, so we've got Suella Braverman, of course, the current Attorney General, who's made it clear that she wants to run. Seems to have Desmond Swayne, rather eccentric MP, on her side, so she's got one MP behind her. We know that Tom Tugendhat, I don't think he's formally declared, but a couple of MPs have come out, I think it's up to 3 now, and backed him. The expectation is we'll almost certainly hear from Liz Truss. She is currently on a plane back from Indonesia, almost certain she's going to run. Nadhim Zahawi, of course, the current Chancellor, the man who took over, just 40 hours ago, will almost certainly run. Will Rishi Sunak decide to run? Will Jeremy Hunt decide to run? Will Ben Wallace decide to run? Looking at the latest opinion polls and the betting odds, it seems to be actually at the moment a kind of race between who's more popular, Ben Wallace or Rishi Sunak, both within the Conservative Party and indeed with the general public. And then also, what about Penny Mordaunt, who has tweeted saying that she wanted to stay in government because she needed to. Many people have ridiculed that, but we all know she's been running essentially a kind of leadership campaign in the background for several months. So this is going to be a pretty crowded field when we start to get those nominations properly going in the days ahead. But it sounds like if they do go ahead with this very quick plan of trying to sort it out before the summer recess, that they will have a lot of votes very quickly, and they will whittle all those candidates down to 2 pretty sharpish, I think, as well.
Thanks, Darren. Darren McCaffrey there, GB News political editor, with some of the runners and riders. We're going to be hearing a lot more about those names in the future. But always that question in the background now, is Boris Johnson going to carry on as interim Prime Minister before that leadership contest, or is there going to be some kind of coup, a secondary coup, to push him out completely and get an elder statesman or an elder stateswoman in there as a caretaker? There's a meme going around on the internet with Big Sam Allardyce standing up outside the number 10 door. Crikey, that's what we've come to. Let's talk now to Alex Shelbrooke, Conservative MP for Elmet and Rothwell. Alex, great to have you on the show, taking time to talk to our viewers and listeners at such an important moment in our political life. Now, you're a West Yorkshire MP, you've got a pretty safe seat there. I think it's 16,000 majority. But you must be feeling that a lot of those red wall MPs, your colleagues in the Conservative Party, in seats that only went Conservative for the first time in history in 2019 on a Brexit ticket, some of them feel that they've been misled, some of them feel they've been duped. Are you concerned your party's standing in the red wall, whether the next election will be won and lost, could now be looking a bit shaky?
No, thanks for that, Liam. Look, first of all, I've been around politics for over 20 years, and I've been around lots of elections. And I can say with all honesty that the manifesto I stood on in 2019 is probably the best manifesto I've ever stood on. And we obviously have had a very damaging time for our party, and we're still in the middle of that. But I think what people are going to be looking for is competent, calm leadership and delivering that manifesto. And against the backdrop of all of the international pressures we're under and that direct effect that's happening on our country and on our constituents in terms of cost of living, all part of the war in Ukraine, I think people want to see the government get on with it. We've also seen in the Wakefield by-election, for example, that although Labour won, they didn't attract any votes. Conservative voters were staying at home. They're the voters who we've got to appeal to, say that it's worth voting for us, deliver on the manifesto. It's not going to be easy. I'm not pretending for a moment that it's easy, but I still think we have a very strong manifesto and a very strong programme to deliver. We're still only halfway through this Parliament, and I think we need new leadership who will be able to deliver that.
Alec, you talked a lot there about delivering on the manifesto. Obviously, a lot has changed since 2019 with the pandemic and the war in Ukraine. So looking towards the next leader, what policies do you want to see continue? What policies do you want to see scrapped? And in particular, what action do you want to see to help alleviate the cost of living crisis?
Well, certainly, I think when we look at issues like supply-side reform, breaking away from some of those EU regulations that were holding that back and looking at some of those opportunities, I think there are ways to do that. I actually think that a lot of things that Britain want to do, that other countries will be looking to follow those, actually. So I think even though we'd be looking at that supply-side reform, I think a lot of countries will move in that direction anyway, because I think they've been shown with the global supply crisis, with the war, just how vital it is that we actually get past what you may want to call the post-Cold War peace dividend, however that dividend may be described, that we've got to really adapt how we do things. And I think that there's a real opportunity there. Look, I'll be absolutely straight up and honest with you on air right now. I'm going to be backing Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary. I think she's got huge amounts of experience. She's really leading the world on the foreign stage, where our country's at the forefront of so many important international issues. She's been a Trade Secretary who delivered a lot of trade deals. She's helped steer through the Northern Ireland Protocol, which was no easy thing. When I look at what we need to do to help deliver the manifesto, get some of the Brexit benefits that were in the manifesto, look at how we level up. And levelling up is not just about spending money. Levelling up is about giving opportunity. And I think there are opportunities to be gained. I actually, from my point of view, think that the Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss, is going to be the best person to deliver that.
Alex Shelbrooke, Tory MP for Elmet and Rothwell in wonderful West Yorkshire. Thanks a lot for joining us here on GB News.
Well, let's speak now to Matthew Goodwin, Professor of Politics at the University of Kent. Matthew, thank you for joining us on what's been quite a momentous day. Big question really is, in terms of the timeline of what happens next, talk to us about what you're expecting there and how you're expecting it to pan out.
Yeah, well, certainly over the next few days, we're going to see the potential successors to Boris Johnson begin to set out their stall. And this is a very important but also quite fragile moment for the Conservative Party. They're going to need to really decide what kind of party they want to be over the next few years. And then we're going to go headlong into that leadership campaign, whittling down to two candidates. And in theory, we should have a new leader of the Conservative Party and Prime Minister installed by the end of the summer, assuming if it goes as planned.
There's been some polling out yesterday from YouGov showing Ben Wallace the frontrunner amongst Conservative Party members, followed by Penny Mordaunt, then Rishi Sunak, then Liz Truss. Of course, it's the party members, isn't it, that these leadership runners really need to try and impress?
Well, it's the party members, of course. Also, the country is now watching, and I think ultimately, what I'll be looking at, for example, are what these candidates really want to do with the country. Ben Wallace is certainly popular, but we don't really know that much about Ben Wallace. We know where he stands on Ukraine. We don't know where he stands on housing, economic strategy, inflation, cost of living, and much the same can be said for all the other candidates. We know where Rishi Sunak stands on things like tax and the economy. We don't know where he stands on a whole array of other issues because he's never really had the chance to flex those intellectual muscles, if you like. What is clear, in my mind at least, is that ultimately now the Conservative Party is really going to have to get down to the detail on where it wants to take the country, what the economic strategy is going to be, how it's going to revive productivity, how we're going to fix the housing crisis, all of these massive issues that are going to be in the in tray of Boris Johnson's successor. We just haven't had answers to, at least answers that haven't been anywhere near as detailed and as compelling as they should be for a party with an 80-seat majority.
Matthew Goodwin, I tell you what really concerns me, above and beyond the personalities, they will emerge, and the political psychodrama. What really concerns me is that there are a lot of people out there who are angry with the political and media class, that we're fiddling while Rome burns. We're all having a nice time here in Westminster, looking at the drama, and we go back to our comfy homes and our financial security. I'm worried, Matthew, and your work has really focused on these kind of detailed questions over the years. I'm worried about the next general election, low turnout. I'm worried about people getting disillusioned with the political process and withdrawing, not least in the aftermath of all these parliamentary antics.
Liam, I'm worried about that as well. I think we've got record levels of distrust. I think we've got large amounts of voter apathy. And I think, for good reason, a lot of people who are watching your show today will be feeling very disappointed, very disillusioned, very let down and angry. A lot of them put a lot of hope and promise into a politician who ultimately, through his own faults, has failed to deliver for those people. And I think underlying that too, and in return, Liam, you've written about these issues, especially around the housing crisis. We seem to now have a political class that is incapable of resolving the really big, meaty challenges that are facing the country today. And I think ultimately, the British people aren't stupid. I think they can see these problems piling up from one year to the next, and they want answers to them. And I'll tell you what I'm worried about, Liam, being really honest. I'm worried about this winter. I'm worried about the prospect of people not being able to afford to pay their bills. I'm worried about my students who have no realistic prospect of getting onto the housing ladder anytime soon. And I'm worried about the complete lack of long-term strategy in Westminster and Whitehall. We're not like our competitors on the global stage who have 20, 30, 40-year strategies in place. We're lurching from one crisis to another with no coherent, thought-through plan and a glaring lack of leadership. And I hope this Conservative leadership campaign begins to change that. I hope we begin to see the emergence of somebody who is as radical and as almost revolutionary as some of the prime ministers in the past who, like after the 1970s, realized that actually we don't just need one or two policies, we need to change the entire consensus. We need to completely go back to the drawing board and come up with a really robust, well thought through strategy for building back better. And that I hope is what's going to come through, but I remain probably as sceptical as some of your viewers.
Well, Matthew, thank you for your insights today. Matthew Goodwin there, Professor of Politics at the University of Kent, and certainly on his point there about building back better. It wasn't just us that were nodding, it was our next studio guests as well.
Indeed. Just before we go to our next guest, former Prime Minister John Major has said in the last few moments it would be unwise, yes, unwise, for Boris Johnson to stay on as interim Prime Minister. Just to reiterate, Boris Johnson has resigned as leader of the Conservative Party. He's expecting and determined to stay on as interim Prime Minister for the next few months as that Tory leadership contest transpires. But as Dehenna says, let's go to our next two studio guests, and we're joined by Patrick O'Flynn, distinguished political commentator, former MEP, of course, and a special welcome to Mark Longhurst. Now, Mark, I want to say that I've watched you on the TV over many years, ITV, Sky News. We should mention, would personally, and on behalf of the newsroom, like to welcome you to GB
Thank
News.
you very much.
You will be becoming a presenter, very distinguished TV personality that you are. So now we've said that, welcome, your first appearance on GB News. What do you make of what's currently going on?
You forgot to mention TVAM, which takes me back to 1990 when I was...
The Paleontology era.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Back in the pre-digital era. Stood in Downing Street when Margaret Thatcher went, and the parallels with now, the speed of events, the speed that things happen. And I think this is going to be one of the keys now, as John Major's touched on, what's going to happen in these coming weeks, because at the moment, there is obviously a very dangerous economic and political vacuum. And, you know that the financial markets hate uncertainty, even though we've had the sort of equity markets and the pound coming back today. How long is that going to last before they start crunching the numbers and think, what can this government do when so many ministers are still wondering where they're going to end up?
Absolutely. Well, Mark, I want to touch on that point there and the parallels between 1990 and Margaret Thatcher's demise versus today. Obviously, so different in terms of technology. Back then, you couldn't refresh Twitter for updates every 4 minutes. How interesting has it been for you, seeing these kind of live updates and seeing it pan out sort of minute to minute?
Well, I mean, Patrick obviously tweeted this morning in reaction to what was said in that speech. You said it was a very elegant speech.
Well, I thought in the circumstances, it wasn't as kind of bitter as it might have been. I still think you could detect an underlying element of bitterness and struggling to comprehend.
Them's the breaks. When the herd shifts, it shifts.
Exactly. But I personally think this is a very dangerous moment for the Conservative Party. I think almost Sir Graham Brady is the guy with the most responsibility on his shoulders. He is, in effect...
The 1922
Yes, he's, in effect, now the leader of the Conservative Party. He has to solve all kinds of delicate questions. Can Boris Johnson continue? I think if you get people like John Major wading in and wanting Boris Johnson
No great friend of Boris Johnson.
No, exactly. No. I think that would be...
That will galvanise.
Catastrophic for party unity if the Major, Theresa May people... get rid of Boris Johnson and install a Remainer-inclined person.
And all this going on as the economy, looks pretty shaky. You were nodding from the waist, Patrick, if I may say so, listening to Professor McGowan of the University of Kent.
We were supposed to have this announcement today from Nadine Zahawi, the new Chancellor, about the way forward on tax and what was going to happen. That's had to be shelved. And, when you actually look at the realities out there, how much wriggle room has the Chancellor got to bring that feel better?
You've got to be bold. If you cut tax and get growth, or at least you get less
inflation as well.
You may stoke inflation. You could also... We're going back to the 80s, isn't it? It's the Laffer curve. Does cutting tax lead to extra growth, lead to more tax revenue? That's the question, Patrick, right?
Yeah, and to be honest, I think, you're particularly interested in the economic dimension. I never
think about it myself.
I think you're winning that argument, and it's obvious to me that the next Tory Prime Minister will be more radical, a more sort of Reaganite version of
Reaganomics.
Fiscal conservatism.
So that's not Tom Tugendhat, is it? That's not somebody from the... It's not Jeremy Hunt.
But the only point I would make is I think the economics are settled. We know what the Tory grassroots think. We know what commentators like you think. And that's the winning argument within the Tory party. But I think there's more important issues still than that. And I think the human rights regime and architecture and whether we actually as Nigel Farage would say, complete Brexit by taking back national control, pulling out of the jurisdiction of the European Court, getting the Rwanda policy finally working. I think some candidates, Suella Braverman in particular, will put that on the ballot, and that will be very interesting.
For now, Patrick O'Flynn, and indeed, welcome, Mark Longhurst.
Thank you very much.
And you'll be staying with us throughout the hour.
Well, at 12:30 today, the Prime Minister Boris Johnson resigned quite dramatically outside Number 10. Here was the speech he gave.
Thank you. It is clearly now the will of the Parliamentary Conservative Party that there should be a new leader of that party and therefore a new Prime Minister. And I've agreed with Sir Graham Brady, the chairman of our backbench MPs, that the process of choosing that new leader should begin now. And the timetable will be announced next week. And I've today appointed a cabinet to serve, as I will, until a new leader is in place. So I want to say to the millions of people who voted for us in 2019, many of them voting Conservative for the first time, thank you for that incredible mandate, the biggest Conservative majority since 1987, the biggest share of the vote since 1979. And the reason I have fought so hard in the last few days to continue to deliver that mandate in person was not just because I wanted to do so, but because I felt it was my job, my duty, my obligation to you to continue to do what we promised in 2019. And of course, I'm immensely proud of the achievements of this government, from getting Brexit done to settling our relations with the continent for over half a century, reclaiming the power for this country to make its own laws in Parliament, getting us all through the pandemic, delivering the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, the fastest exit from lockdown, and in the last few months, leading the West in standing up to Putin's aggression in Ukraine. And let me say now to the people of Ukraine that I know that we in the UK will continue to back your fight for freedom for as long as it takes. And at the same time, in this country, we've been pushing forward a vast programme of investment in infrastructure and skills and technology, the biggest in a century, because if I have one insight into human beings, it is that genius and talent and enthusiasm and imagination are evenly distributed throughout the population, but opportunity is not. And that's why we must keep levelling up, keep unleashing the potential of every part of the United Kingdom. And if we can do that in this country, we will be the most prosperous in Europe. And in the last few days, I've tried to persuade my colleagues that it would be eccentric to change governments when we're delivering so much, and when we have such a vast mandate, and when we're actually only a handful of points behind in the polls, even in mid-term after quite a few months of pretty relentless sledging, and when the economic scene is so difficult domestically and internationally. And I regret not to have been successful in those arguments, and of course it's painful not to be able to see through so many ideas and projects myself. But as we've seen at Westminster, the herd instinct is powerful. When the herd moves, it moves. And my friends, in politics, no one is remotely indispensable. And our brilliant and Darwinian system will produce another leader equally committed to taking this country forward through tough times, not just helping families to get through it, but changing and improving the way we do things, cutting burdens on businesses and families, and yes, cutting taxes, because that is the way to generate the growth and the income we need to pay for great public services. And to that new leader, I say, whoever he or she may be, I say I will give you as much support as I can. And to you, the British public, I know that there will be many people who are relieved, and perhaps quite a few who will also be disappointed. And I want you to know how sad I am to be giving up the best job in the world. But them's the breaks. I want to thank Carrie and our children and all the members of my family who have had to put up with so much for so long. I want to thank the peerless British civil service for all the help and support that you have given our police, our emergency services, and of course our fantastic NHS, who at critical moment helped to extend my own period in office, as well as our armed services and our agencies that are so admired around the world, and our indefatigable Conservative Party members and supporters, whose selfless campaigning makes our democracy possible. I want to thank the wonderful staff here at Chequers, here at Number 10, and of course at Chequers, and our fantastic prop force detectives, the one group, by the way, who never leak. Above all, I want to thank you, the British public, for the immense privilege that you have given me. And I want you to know that from now on until the new Prime Minister is in place, your interests will be served and the government of the country will be carried on. Being Prime Minister is an education in itself. I've travelled to every part of the United Kingdom, and in addition to the beauty of our natural world, I found so many people possessed of such boundless British originality and so willing to tackle old problems in new ways that I know that even if things can sometimes seem dark now, our future together is golden. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
It's just after 2:30. This is The Briefing with Deanna Davison and me, Liam Halligan. That was Boris Johnson resigning as the leader of the Conservative Party just over 2 hours ago. But who will replace him? We'll hear soon from a political betting analyst on the odds on the runners and riders. But first, it's the GB News headlines with Rhiannon Jones.
Thank you, Liam. It's 2:33, your top stories from the GB newsroom. Boris Johnson has said it was clearly the will of his party that there should be a new leader. He announced his resignation outside Number 10 earlier, following 3 days of government revolt that's seen almost 60 MPs, including 5 cabinet ministers, quit. Boris Johnson says he'll continue to serve as Prime Minister until the party chooses his successor, which is expected to happen by October. But former Prime Minister Sir John Major has said it's unwise and unsustainable for him to remain in office for the next 3 months. The Kremlin in Moscow has used the opportunity to take a swipe at Boris Johnson, saying he doesn't like us, we don't like him either. That as G20 foreign ministers travelled to the Indonesian island of Bali this week for a meeting that will focus on the war in Ukraine. It'll be the first time foreign ministers meet Russia's Sergei Lavrov since the start of the invasion back in February. His attendance is expected to cause a rift in the group, which includes Western countries that have accused Moscow of war crimes and imposed sanctions. The UK money watchdogs warning Britain's public finances are unsustainable, suggesting upping taxes is needed to offset the rising cost of living. The Office for Budget Responsibility says public debt could jump by nearly 320% in 50 years' time if fiscal policy isn't tightened. It's found government debt is at risk of more than trebling, adding it's already spent as much this year as it did supporting the economy through the financial crisis. And some good news for air passengers. British Airways staff at Heathrow Airport have suspended their planned strike action after the company made an improved pay offer. Workers voted to take industrial action, saying a 10% wage cut during the height of the pandemic had not been reversed. But union leaders and airline chiefs held extensive negotiations today, and an agreement has been reached. The Unite Union said it will now ballot members involved, including check-in staff, on the proposed offer. TV online and DAB+ radio, this is GB News.
Direct Bullion sponsors the Finance Report on GB News for gold and silver investment.
Here's a quick snapshot of today's markets. The pound will buy you $1.196 and 1.175 euros. The price of gold currently stands at £1,455 per ounce.
Direct Bullion sponsors the Finance Report on GB News for gold and silver investment.
This is The Briefing with Diana Davison and me, Liam Halligan. Our ongoing coverage of the huge story today, a massive day in British political history. That's Boris Johnson's resignation, not as Prime Minister, but as Conservative Party leader.
Well, it came after a wave of resignations from his government. Well, now let's join our reporters who've been getting reaction to today's chain of events. Ellie Costello is there in South Thanet in Kent, which is a Conservative Party stronghold. But first, let's cross to Alice Porter, who is in Boris Johnson's own constituency of Uxbridge. Alice, what's the reaction like?
Hello there, good afternoon. Well, I think it's a really mixed picture here. I've been speaking to some people who are absolutely delighted by the news that we've been hearing in the last couple of hours, but there have been other people who are also really, really devastated about it as well, because he has been the MP for Uxbridge and Ruislip since 2010. It's a very safe Conservative seat, and there are many people here who are apprehensive about what we could have over the next few months. And one of those is Beryl Dyche, who joins me now. Now, Beryl, you are a member of the Conservative Association in Beaconsfield, very, very nearby. What's your reaction to the news we've had today?
Well, I'm very sad personally for Boris, but I'm also very sad for the country, because I think although there've been a few problems and he's had to take a lot of abuse, but I think the man should be judged by his achievements and those of his government, and those have been vast. We got Brexit, had a problem since with the Northern Ireland Agreement. That's being solved, had its second reading. It'll be sorted out in no time. We were the first to get the injections. We've had the furlough scheme. I mean, the man has done an amazing amount. If we'd have not had the furlough scheme, for instance, during the pandemic, we probably would have had looting. We may have had suicides and other terrible things happening, but we didn't. And it was because this government was on it. Yes, there's been mistakes because it was a situation that we'd never experienced before. But if you look at the man's achievements and that of his government, they have been vast.
What do you think about, people watching this who are not a fan of Boris Johnson will be critical of the way that the handlings with Partygate, with Owen Paterson, Chris Pincher. There's been a number of issues over the last few months. I've been here in Uxbridge many times speaking to people about it. And generally speaking, people have been quite loyal here. But I did get a sense that people were starting to get also slightly exasperated with sort of yet another revelation coming out.
I think things happen. They happen in families, in homes, in the government, everywhere. It's the way it's been portrayed, I think, because if you look into each of those individual things, the Owen Paterson thing, just briefly for a second, that they were looking at a way of changing the situation on that from all sides of the government. They were looking, they said that there must be an appeal situation, there must be, and then as soon as it happened to be a Conservative, everybody was up in arms about it. But it wasn't done just for Owen Paterson. It was done because they needed to do it, and they had intended to do it beforehand. So it was timing that was the problem, and it didn't come across well from, the PR in Number 10, I think, has been left wanting more than anything else.
Well, if we look to, we're now in this slightly strange period where we'll have Boris Johnson continuing on in this sort of caretaker capacity with a new leadership sort of race to take place a little further down the line. As a Conservative voter, what are you sort of thinking in terms of who could be the next person to take on the job?
I haven't got any preferences because I don't think there's anyone in there at the moment that can come up to Boris's standard. I happen to know a couple of people that work in Number 10, and they say his workload and the way he deals with people is amazing. He's got so many languages, so he can speak to the other world leaders very easily. I think he's done a fantastic job. I'm very, very worried about the situation with Ukraine because Mr. Putin must be laughing his socks off at the moment. How can we implode our government like this when we've got a war out there? Mr. Putin is knocking on the door of the NATO countries, and if he bombs one of those, we're in that war. And Boris has done absolutely everything he can to make sure that can't happen. And this is how we reward him. I just think it's appalling.
Did you have a chance to watch the resignation speech at
I
all?
did.
What was your reaction to the wording of it? Some people have been critical that there was seemed to be almost no mention of the actual resigning, but also it wasn't really explicit in terms of admitting any potential mistakes, which anyone could make when they're in a leadership position.
Absolutely, and any CEO in any major company will be making mistakes like that. And no, he didn't, but I thought the speech was fantastic. And the reason I thought it was fantastic, because he is obviously very hurt, but he found the time to thank everybody that had helped him throughout his premiership. And I thought that was excellent, quite honestly. And I also think that they should change the situation in the House of Commons, in that parliamentary privilege, I think, was put there so that things could be debated without people being in fear of being sued and the like. He has been insulted by the opposition and by the SNP to the point where I'm surprised he hasn't had a heart attack, to be quite honest. It's been so bad. But he stood there and took it. You know, and people say, well, if he's done nothing wrong, why did he apologise? He's the CEO. You know, he's responsible for everything. You know, and he can't micromanage everything. So he's made mistakes, of course he has. I'm not putting him on a pedestal and saying the man is more than he is. But I think he's achieved an amazing amount since he's been Premier, and I'm very sorry to see him go.
Well, look, Beryl, thank you so much for speaking to me there. I think you get a sense there that is, you know, Boris Johnson, some people kind of call him Marmite. You either love him or you loathe him. He has been quite a divisive character, but there are many people, particularly here in his constituency, who have been very loyal to him, and therefore today is not a day for celebration. Today is a day that many of them are quite fearful of the months ahead.
Well, thank you, Alice. Alice Porter there in Uxbridge, the Prime Minister's very own constituency, talking to Beryl, a staunch Boris Johnson fan. But let's go over to Ellie Costello in South Thanet, a Conservative stronghold there. Ellie, what's the mood like on the ground?
Now, good afternoon to you both. I'm here by the Royal Harbour in Ramsgate this afternoon. The sun has come out for us in South Thanet, which is a constituency which was one of the most voted for Brexit. 61% of people here voted for Brexit, and many of them are very grateful to Boris Johnson for being the man under his watch where Brexit did eventually happen. So many people very sad here this morning, actually, to see Boris Johnson step down as Conservative Party leader and eventually stepping down as Prime Minister as well. Lots of sadness in the air. You can imagine as well lots of people reacting to that speech. We were all huddled around the phone here underneath the camera watching that resignation speech. One man walked by and said it was classic Johnson, listing of his talents, of his achievements, very robust in style and tone as well. He said it was exactly what he expected of Boris Johnson. Other people were walking by and tutting. They said that enough was enough and it was finally time for Boris Johnson to go. I've been speaking to people all morning about this news, and this is what people have been telling me.
Of course, a lot of this came down to Brexit, and this is an area that voted for Brexit, isn't it? And Boris did get Brexit done.
He did. I didn't agree with it, but that's what the majority wanted, so it's just a shame.
And who do you think will replace him, if anyone?
Who knows? Who knows? I just hope they're a little bit more honest than Boris.
I mean, how are you feeling now? Lots of people are very, very worried. I mean, with the cost of living crisis, everything going on in the country, the last thing lots of people are saying we need is a leadership crisis, a government in crisis. How are you feeling this morning with this news?
You've just broken it to me, and it's... I don't know quite where the whole world's going, let alone our little country. It is worrying.
He should go, because all we've had from him is lie upon lie upon lie. And fair play, it needed to be done. I mean, but who's going to take his place?
How is it making you feel this morning? We've been speaking to people who say they're really worried, you know, the state of the country as it is right now, the cost of living crisis, the last thing we need is a government in crisis. I've just told you this news. How's it making you feel?
Well, at the end of the day, somebody has to step up and take the job on. I mean, he couldn't do it, could he? That's how I feel.
Whoever goes in the seat is going to get stick, whether it's Labour, anybody. I hope that someone that gets there can do better for the government. Importantly, Ukraine, and obviously the amount of cost of living at the moment. So whoever can do that, if they can do it any better, I'll support them wholeheartedly.
And how are you feeling about Boris Johnson going? Were you a Boris fan?
I was initially. I still am, to a degree. But obviously, time moves on. He's not a Churchill. So let's hope somebody can do a better job, if they can.
And I know that I've just told you this news, but any thoughts, initial thoughts about who you think could replace him?
No, to be honest with you. if everyone's sacked in the party, why should they get the prime seat?
So, of course, this leaves lots of unanswered questions, as you heard there. Concerns about the economy, concerns about the Ukraine war, concerns too about people in this country who are struggling with the rising cost of living. So it's clear that Boris Johnson is stepping down as Conservative Party leader. He will eventually step down as Prime Minister, but there are already questions about who and what comes next.
Thanks, Ellie. Ellie Costello there in South Thanet. We also heard from Alice Porter in Boris Johnson's constituency of Uxbridge and South Ruislip.
Well, let's change from the Conservative narrative and speak to Labour MP for Sheffield South East, Clive Betts. Clive, thank you for joining us today. What did you make of the Prime Minister's resignation speech?
Pleasure. I think the thing that was really stark about it for me was there's not a word of contrition. Everything was everybody else's fault, particularly his own MPs, referring to Conservative MPs as a herd, implying that, well, they're all not thinking about what they did and went along with the herd because that's what everyone did, I think was insulting to them and insulting to the country as a whole. I would have thought he would at least have come out and said, well, I understand what people are feeling, I understand what's been said, I recognise I've made mistakes, and that's how I've got here. Not a word of contrition.
Betts, you are very much, in my experience, a policy-focused person. You chair the Community Select Committee. You've got a huge interest in housing. How concerned are you, beyond the political pyrotechnics and so on, how concerned are you that policy-making now will just stop dead? How concerned are you that our political and media class will cease to really tackle for the next 3 months during this leadership contest, however long it takes, as Labour snipes from the sidelines all the time? We will cease really addressing and tackling issues that GB News viewers and listeners, people across the country, are really concerned about.
Well, first of all, I don't think Labour's sniping from the sidelines. It's raising issues of real concern that we feel the government should be addressing. But I think you're right. I think the government is going to come to a standstill. Boris Johnson's got no credibility. It's possible he still could be gone next week. Our MPs who have denounced him and said they've got no confidence in him from his own party really going to vote for him in a vote of no confidence in Parliament, for example. So the government's got no credibility. It can't do anything new. And there are, as you say, very big issues that need addressing. I want to see a kickstart to the house building programme, which is stalling again. I want to see real levelling up in terms of resources being transferred to the poorest parts of the country, which have still got lower income levels than the richer part. Those issues remain. They need to be addressed. And I fear for the time being, nothing is going to get done.
Thank you, Clive. Clive Betts there, Labour MP for Sheffield South East.
Thank you.
And I think really going back to the point we were talking about earlier, which is that this moment during the leadership election where everything kind of freezes, the wheels of government completely cease up, what happens now?
Yeah, and the public aren't going to thank the politicians and the media for it. Let's turn now back to our studio guest, Patrick O'Flynn, former UKIP MEP, and indeed Mark Longhurst, newly joined GB News. Great to have you with us too. Patrick, let me put this to you. I've been keeping a close eye on the GB News inbox. We asked for these emails. We do actually read them. And there's a pattern here. David, if Boris is such a liability, why were Labour so keen to get rid of him? Stuart, Boris was voted in by the people of the country. I still support him fully. Annette, we're losing the best maverick Prime Minister we've had since Maggie. Yes, he made mistakes, but it's been a witch hunt by the media. Keir Starmer's terrified of him. Not everyone's saying that. Keith says, while I'm sorry to see Boris go, he has become a liability for the Tories. But the weight of opinion, certainly among our viewers and listeners, is that the Tories have just ditched an election winner.
Well, yes, and I think you got a flavour of that in your reporters around the country and some of the people they were speaking to. And this is, again, why the Conservative Party now has to be very, very careful about the next few weeks and why Sir Graham Brady's role is so crucial. I think you can tell from this that your viewers, overwhelmingly, if the Tory MPs who forced him out come back for more and want to kind of throw him out the window tonight altogether, that will instill so much bitterness. And if they, on top of that, brought in a failed Remainer MP like Theresa May, that would be mayhem, right?
good.
We love a pun on the big
Why he gets the big bucks.
I might write that down.
Right. But another point is that if the Tories are going to run this leadership campaign very quickly, and they're talking about having the last two sorted by recess in a fortnight's time,
If that, yeah.
right? That doesn't really give people the chance to set out great policy positions, and it heavily biases the contest in favour of the few big, I was just actually medium-sized names in or just left.
But Patrick, you're saying that assuming that people haven't been sort of pitching for a very long time. We've seen way more op-eds coming out of some of these ministers and runners and riders.
Yeah, suggestion Penny Mordaunt's been doing that behind the scenes. I mean, you'd know more about that than us, but they've been positioning themselves. But I mean, the interesting thing is a certain John Major now saying publicly, get on with it. We can't afford to have this hiatus. We've got to get policies in. We've got to get things moving.
The idea that a caretaker Prime Minister would be able to, quote, get these things moving is for the birds. I mean, whatever you think of Boris Johnson, I think everyone agrees he's handled the Ukraine side of things pretty well. The other big thing immediately, short term, is tax cuts and the cost of living. I can't see anything happening until September around, an early budget or emergency measures there. I think Nadhim Zahawi will take a little bit of time. So, we've had countries like, for instance, Belgium, and when they haven't had governments, they've tended to actually grow more strongly and be more settled than when they have. So I don't invest so much idea in the potency of the Conservative Party.
It is a historic day. Paddy O'Flynn says, we're not doing bad. Belgium.
Just look at Belgium,
The idea that you need
the
the government
Belgian friends.
all the time in order to negotiate a few weeks, I don't think it's right. I think the Tories have got to get this right, but I'd like to see the contenders properly tested on their policy positions on things like your human rights regime.
Yeah, there's another key issue here, and that is despite the position of the Prime Minister, and that is the Chancellor. Now, as you'll know, Liam, we've got a position today with the OBR, Office of Budget Responsibility, saying, actually, we need more taxes to try and get the public finances sorted out. He's not going to want to hear that as a new Chancellor, because one of the things that they've really got to do is try and work out how to solve the cost of living crisis. And a lot of that is coming from tax, VAT on petrol, VAT on even domestic fuel, and come this autumn, that's really going to bite the public.
And the financial markets aren't going to want to hear that either. For me, I'm not here to talk down the currency or to talk down the markets, but I've been writing for a very long time in my various newspaper columns that sterling could be vulnerable. We've seen the pound go now decisively below $1.20. It hasn't been consistently below $1.20 since the mid-1980s. Why does that matter? How does that impact our viewers and listeners?
Fuel prices.
We import a lot of stuff in this country. We always have. Fuel's priced in dollars. If the pound is low, our imports get more expensive. That feeds into inflation. That's a reason to raise interest rates to support the pound. So I'm not sure, Paddy. I think there could be really serious possible economic moves over the summer if we do get to some kind of distressed situation on our financial markets. I don't wish that. I just sense that.
But another point to make is a Chancellor in this maelstrom who's wanting to court popularity with certain parts of the electorate could compromise the decision-making process as well. If he's seen to, if I announce a tax cut, Liam's going to big me up on GBNews and the Grassroots membership will be pleased or whatever. That also, there's a bit of jeopardy in that in terms of good government.
There is. For now, Patrick O'Flynn and Mark Longhurst, great to have you both with us.
Well, this afternoon, as I'm sure you may be aware, Boris Johnson stood down as our Prime Minister, saying he was proud of his government's achievements. Well, let's speak now to Claire Pearsall, who's a Conservative councillor at Sevenoaks District Council, to get a view from the grassroots. Claire, thank you for joining us this morning. Now, I understand you were not particularly a big fan of Boris Johnson.
No, I think it's been well documented that I've had my doubts over Boris Johnson's premiership. I've said quite consistently from the beginning of the year that I thought he needed to go. And he may well have got the big decisions right, Ukraine, COVID, Brexit. However, it's everything else that has come in between. And it's quite interesting when you talk to residents what those things actually are. And when you look at it, it comes down to the cost of living, it comes down to integrity and taking responsibility. And those are the things that people that I have spoken to in my area, that's what they're worried about.
in the studio the various scenarios now. Clearly, this is the twilight of the Johnson premiership. The question now is whether he stays on as interim Prime Minister while there is a Conservative leadership contest, or whether he is pushed out further and an interim Prime Minister takes over, which would be historically very, very unusual. Wouldn't it speak badly of your party? Wouldn't it look really unwieldy and even panicky if you didn't allow Boris Johnson to stay where he is, as Margaret Thatcher stayed, as David Cameron stayed, as Theresa May stayed, while you got your ducks in a row and elected a new leader and a new Prime Minister? Why go for even more turmoil?
Well, I don't disagree with you on that point, and I thought Paddy was very sensible on this matter. We need to understand who the candidates are. We need to allow them the space and time to lay out what policies they have, because unfortunately we don't know a lot about the people that want to put their names forward. We don't know what it is that they have a specialty in or what they're looking at, whether it's planning, whether it's treasury. So I think that we do need to have that time. I'm all for keeping the Prime Minister where he is at the moment. I think we have caused enough chaos right now. If you look at the past 24 hours, I don't think we can sustain that. So we need a little bit of time to think, a little bit of time to reset. And it is coming up to recess at the moment. So, I think we can get this done relatively quickly, but we mustn't rush it and we must choose carefully.
Mm-hmm. Well, on that point there, Claire, about choosing carefully, who's your money on? Who are some of the people who are likely to run who you find the most impressive and you could get behind?
Oh, there is an enormous list of people who would wish to put their name forward. We've seen a couple this morning, Tom Tugendhat, Liz Truss, Ben Wallace. He is, quite highly supported. I mean, it's really difficult to say without knowing if they want to do it. And I think that has to be really important. This is a tough job. Prime Minister is not an easy gig. So therefore, you really want to do it. So we need to know, does that person want to do it? Do they have the support? Can they get the party back together? Because as we can see at the moment, it's really quite fractured. And will it be the best thing for the country? And when we can answer that, then I'll start putting some money on.
Claire Pearsall, Tory councillor, Sevenoaks District Council. Thanks a lot for joining us. Paddy, we're seeing lots of comings and goes from Downing Street. James Cleverly, former Tory chairman, now Education Secretary. He just went in the famous front door. So did Grant Shapps. He was Transport Secretary last time I looked.
Take care.
Who knows?
Yeah. Yes. It will be a very strange atmosphere around the Cabinet table. As I say, I think the key figure today, I keep saying this, is Sir Graham Brady, who's got to put together a plan that everyone can get behind.
Chairman of the 1922
Absolutely.
Backbenchers.
And even to the extent...
A timetable.
Yeah, and even to the extent of how many MPs each would-be candidate needs in order to get into the first round.
Ordinarily, it's around 10, but they're saying it could be a higher threshold this time.
Yes.
And you think that'll be Monday?
Well, we're assuming that the elections for the committee will go on Monday, and then I assume on a very quick timetable it could be as early as Tuesday.
Some of our GB News viewers, Diana, are saying, what hypocrisy. A lot of Tory MPs, they criticised Boris Johnson for wanting to change the rules to help Owen Paterson, but now those same Tory backbenchers are changing the rules. What do you say to that?
Yeah, it's a critique that I've certainly had come through my inbox. I think it comes to a point, though, doesn't it, where there's clearly a complete lack of confidence in the Prime Minister, which, frankly, is a constitutional issue. Yep. And it becomes a point where I think the means do justify the ends.
Been great spending time with you, gentlemen. Patrick O'Flynn, political commentator, and indeed Mark Longhurst. I think we're going to be spending a lot of time together in the next few weeks and months. Once again, welcome from me and the newsroom, from all of us, and indeed many of our viewers and listeners, to GB
It's
News.
nice to be here, thank you.
You've been watching the briefing with me, Liam Halligan, and Hannah Davison. Next up, it's Rhiannon Jones once more with the GB News headlines.
Good afternoon. It's just gone 3 o'clock. Your top stories from the GB newsroom. Boris Johnson has announced his resignation as leader of the Conservative Party. Addressing the country outside Number 10, Mr Johnson said it's clearly the will of his party. He said he's deeply saddened to be giving up the best job in the world and that he fought to remain because he felt it was his job, his duty and his obligation. The decision to step down follows 3 days of government revolt that's seen almost 60 MPs, including 5 cabinet ministers, quit. Boris Johnson says he'll continue to serve as Prime Minister until the party chooses his successor, which is expected to happen by October.
I've tried to persuade my colleagues that it would be eccentric to change governments when we're delivering so much and when we have such a vast mandate and when we're actually only a handful of points behind in the polls, even in mid-term after quite a few months of pretty relentless sledging, and when the economic scene is so difficult domestically and internationally. And I regret not to have been successful in those arguments, and of course it's painful not to be able to see through so many ideas and projects myself. But as we've seen at Westminster, the herd instinct is powerful. When the herd moves, it moves. And my friends, in politics, no one is remotely indispensable.
Well, Boris Johnson's leadership has come under increased scrutiny in recent months following a number of scandals. He tried to protect former MP Owen Paterson, who repeatedly broke lobbying rules by attempting to overhaul the MP standards system. He also faced cross-party criticism for attending gatherings in Whitehall during lockdown, for which he was fined in April. And most recently, he was found to have promoted MP Chris Pincher to the Tory Whip's office, despite being aware of previous allegations of sexual misconduct. Meanwhile, Downing Street's announced the cabinet reshuffle to replace those who've either resigned or been sacked. Kit Malthouse has been appointed Chancellor for the Duchy of Lancaster, the most senior position after the Prime Minister's. James Cleverly's the new Education Secretary, Robert Buckland the new Welsh Secretary, Shailesh Vara the new Northern Ireland Secretary, and Greg Clark has replaced Michael Gove as Levelling Up Secretary, saying he'll do his best to provide stability in government. Whilst the former Technologies Minister, Chris Philp, has said he'd return to government if required, now that Boris Johnson has agreed to resign. Well, during his resignation speech earlier, Boris Johnson referred to the UK's support for Ukraine as one of the key achievements of his premiership and vowed to support their fight for freedom for as long as it takes. That as G20 foreign ministers are in Bali in Indonesia this week for a meeting that will focus on the war in Ukraine. It'll be the first time foreign ministers meet Russia's Sergei Lavrov since the start of the invasion back in February. His attendance is expected to cause a rift in the group, which includes Western countries that have accused Moscow of war crimes and imposed sanctions. In other news, British Airways staff at Heathrow Airport have suspended their planned strike action after the company made an improved pay offer. Workers had voted to take industrial action, saying a 10% wage cut during the height of the pandemic hadn't been reversed. But union leaders and airline chiefs held extensive negotiations today and an agreement has been reached. The Unite Union says it will now ballot its members, including check-in staff, on the proposed offer. This is GB News. We'll bring you more as it happens. Now, though, it's over to Colin Brazier.
Well, hi there. Let's recap that news. If you are, well, where would you have been not to know this morning, this afternoon? The Prime Minister has resigned after a succession of apparent scandals and over 50 resignations in his government over the last 2 days. Boris Johnson has stepped aside. Here's what he had to say at an address outside Downing Street just after midday.
Good afternoon. Thank you. It is clearly now the will of the Parliamentary Conservative Party that there should be a new leader of that party and therefore a new Prime Minister. And I've agreed with Sir Graham Brady, the chairman of our backbench MPs, that the process of choosing that new leader should begin now. And the timetable will be announced next week. And I've today appointed a cabinet to serve, as I will, until a new leader is in place. So I want to say to the millions of people who voted for us in 2019, many of them voting Conservative for the first time, thank you for that incredible mandate. The biggest Conservative majority since 1987, the biggest share of the vote since 1979. And the reason I have fought so hard in the last few days to continue to deliver that mandate in person was not just because I wanted to do so, but because I felt it was my job, my duty, my obligation to you to continue to do what we promised in 2019. And of course, I'm immensely proud of the achievements of this government, from getting Brexit done to settling our relations with the continent for over half a century, reclaiming the power for this country to make its own laws in Parliament, getting us all through the pandemic, delivering the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, the fastest exit from lockdown, and in the last few months, leading the West in standing up to Putin's aggression in Ukraine. And let me say now to the people of Ukraine that I know that we in the UK will continue to back your fight for freedom for as long as it takes. And at the same time, in this country, we've been pushing forward a vast programme of investment in infrastructure and skills and technology, the biggest in a century, because if I have one insight into human beings, it is that genius and talent and enthusiasm and imagination are evenly distributed throughout the population, but opportunity is not. And that's why we must keep levelling up, keep unleashing the potential of every part of the United Kingdom.
Well, let's turn to our political editor, Darren McCaffrey, who is in Downing Street for us this afternoon. Hi to you, Darren. Let's just start from scratch for people maybe just tuning in, listening on the radio. Let's reflect on what the Prime Minister had to say a couple of hours ago. Some people have called those words, some of which we just heard, we'll play it again in full around about 30:30, grudging. Others will see it as a typically sort of valedictory address. Why wouldn't he say, look at what I've achieved?
Yeah, in many regards, that's right. The Prime Minister wanted, because of course this is a moment of history, he wanted to make that mark that he felt he was being chucked out of office way too early, that he was, as he put it, quite upset, frankly, about not being able to carry out all the changes that he wanted to, and that he repeated time and time again that he had a large, what he would argue, personal mandate from the British public not that long ago to change Britain. And he was, in what he called an eccentric decision, by the parliamentary party as part of this kind of herd pact, being chucked out of office. He talked about the polling figures not being that bad, and about the achievements that he had managed to get through over the last 2.5, 3 years, whether that's getting Brexit done, managing the pandemic and the vaccine rollout, its support for Ukraine. But you're right, there are critics, and critics even within his own party, who felt that it was tone deaf, there was no sense and recognition of the mistakes the Prime Minister had made, or indeed that he clung on to power, I should say, a little too long. So, you know, it's up to viewers at home, I think, to decide on balance where they felt it went. But in the end, you got this sense that he was slightly bitter about it all, and that fundamentally he was blaming his party for what he seems to think is a very, very strange decision that he is out. But he is out as Conservative leader, but not as Prime Minister. And that is important to remember, because he is currently inside number 10 Colin, chairing a cabinet meeting. We've just seen all the cabinet ministers, including those recently appointed, go in the last couple of minutes. Of course, some of them were merely 24 hours ago calling for him to resign, saying that they could not work under him. But for those ministers, they now argue that the government needs to function, and that is why they are part of the cabinet, part of this kind of caretaker government, if you like, Colin, to try and get through the next couple of months. And all this, of course, while attention, and as always the case, attention and power drains from this place, Boris Johnson, now effectively a lame duck leader, now moves to the Conservative Party and to those runners and riders, those leadership hopefuls who will start their campaigns in earnest to try and win that contest and become the next incumbent of 10 Downing Street.
Darren, for now, thanks very much indeed. Darren McCaffrey there. Let's turn to Lloyd Russell-Moyle, Labour MP for Brighton and Kemp Town. Lloyd Russell-Moyle, welcome to you. It's always a strange time when you get an internal psychodrama like this in the government. Strange time for the opposition. There's a temptation, understandable temptation, just to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. There are some who feel, though, that Sir Keir Starmer ought to be really bullish about this and say, look, let's do away with this idea of an interim Prime Minister. Let's have a vote of no confidence.
Well, that's what he has indicated he would do if the Conservatives can't get rid of Boris Johnson quickly, because we've now had revelations, including at the liaison committee yesterday, that Boris Johnson has been secretly meeting KGB and former KGB agents without telling the authorities properly, without having them recording the meetings, and even at one meeting there be a direct line to Putin's foreign minister. These are disgraceful allegations of a disgraced prime minister that really needs to be going very quickly. So we have said that if the Tory party can't dispatch of this criminal prime minister, we will do it by a vote of no confidence. He must go now. He's dangerous to national security.
We sat through the liaison committee yesterday. We heard the points that were made by Chris Bryant there. The Prime Minister had an opportunity to address some of those questions, but they are allegations at this stage. Certainly some of the allegations you make are very serious about effectively...
The Prime Minister acknowledged that he had met the agent and the person who found sanctioned.
He acknowledged that he had a meeting in Italy with a former independent editor of
he might have afterwards.
Yeah. A story maybe for another day. Let's just park that now if we can. I mean, we're looking at so many different strands today. From the opposition's point of view, it's become almost an article of faith that Keir Starmer and his closest acolytes are pretty happy. They were pretty happy with the settlement as was. They saw Boris Johnson as an electoral liability for the Conservatives, rightly or wrongly. And now you're looking potentially at someone, I'm looking, for instance, at the latest polls for someone like Rishi Sunak. OK, one poll doesn't tell us a trend, but actually when you put Sunak up against Starmer, Rishi Sunak wins.
Well, this is the problem. You are quite right. And Boris Johnson staying was the very best thing for the Labour Party and Keir Starmer, my leader. But we do what's best for the country. What's best for the country is to try and get him out as quick as possible. And even if that means that it will be a tougher election when it comes, that is the price that we pay to protect the country. Now, I think the Tory party has a number of probably very honourable members that might stand. I've been on record before saying Penny Mordaunt would be an extremely difficult challenger for us if she were to run as the Prime Minister against us. But equally, there are some real rogues that are trying to stand who have propped up Boris Johnson for a long time, including people like Liz Truss. So we will see who the Tory party select. They don't always have a history of getting the person that we all expect, do they? We often get the surprise victor in the Conservative Party, and that might mean that people look and say, we want to give Labour and Keir Starmer a go, someone we know and compared to the Conservatives can trust.
Lloyd Russell Moyle, appreciate your time and your thoughts. Thanks very much indeed. Let's get a Conservative perspective then. From the Conservative MP for North East Bedfordshire. That's Richard Fuller, also in Westminster. Where else today? Richard Fuller, welcome to you. Where to begin? The dust has settled a little bit on events over the last 24 hours.
Yes.
Give us your first impressions, your thoughts today. How does this go down in political history?
Well, I don't know about that, but yesterday evening, as all this was progressing, the resignations were coming out, I had 20 of my constituents, just members of the public, visiting Parliament, have a tour around Parliament. And as we were talking, I asked them, so who thinks the Prime Minister should go, who thinks he should stay? And it was 50-50, and we had a discussion about it. And it was interesting that there was still very strong support for the Prime Minister. That tells me that a lot of people who supported the Prime Minister, supported Brexit, supported the Prime Minister to get it done, you know, they'll have questions today, now that the Prime Minister's gone, about what happens next. And for those who say, you know, Brexit's done, we don't need to worry about it, shouldn't worry, I still think that establishing our strategy, now we have left the European Union, our national strategy is still a work in progress, and we have to make sure that we deliver that for those who gave us the democratic mandate to do so.
So John Major, former Prime Minister Sir John Major, has written to the chair of the 1922 committee and said Boris Johnson cannot remain as an interim Prime Minister. There needs to be a caretaker Prime Minister until the country gets a new Conservative Party leader and Prime Minister. What would you say to Sir John Major?
Well, I think Sir John Major didn't want Boris Johnson to be Prime Minister at all anyway, so I don't think his suggestion now carries particular additional weight. He does, of course. Sir John Major was a very respected Prime Minister, actually a very successful, in economic terms, Prime Minister. But I think perhaps a lot of the conversation today is sort of filling the air about an issue about an existing Prime Minister. We know that when Mr Cameron stood down, we know that when Mrs May stood down, they stayed on as Prime Minister. I think that's the process we should continue now.
Richard Fuller, we appreciate your time. Thanks very much indeed for it. Let's just turn to my studio guest for the next hour or so, Joanne Nadler, Conservative commentator. Joanne, thanks for your time.
My pleasure.
You can't come in today, then when can you come in, for heaven's sake? I'm just trying to get a sense of where the matter now rests. It won't rest here for very long, will it? Things are moving even now, but it just feels like after so much frenetic, unknowable activity for 24 hours, it's just a pause.
Yes, I think that's right. I think the Prime Minister's moves today have slightly taken the heat out of this situation. But, you know, as your guests have alluded to, there's still a very big question mark about whether he can remain in place as the caretaker. And I think that that will partly be resolved by the behaviour of the Cabinet, the new Cabinet that he's managed to put together earlier before his statement in number 10. And I think it's actually, he's brought in some very, very capable people. And if the Cabinet now pulls together, and if there are no further resignations over this issue of him potentially remaining as the caretaker, then I would imagine that we're likely to see him remain as the caretaker.
OK. In whose gift ultimately is it? Is it really where the power resides, the brute politics and calculus of who says what in Cabinet? Or is it with the chair of the 1922 committee, who can decide on the timescale of the leadership election?
Well, I think as we've seen, the sort of power structure within the Conservative Party is sort of fairly organic, and there's been a very...
The best euphemism of the day so far.
Well, I think there's been a movement over the last few days, particularly to try and rewrite certain rules, and that would have been done to have forced a decision from the Prime Minister. We've had a decision from the Prime Minister. It may not be the decision that everybody wants, but I don't feel that there is an absolute consensus one way or the other at the moment. So, as I say, I think the question is, can he hold a government together for the next week, you know, let alone the next 2 or 3 months?
And how can you stop people grandstanding? I mean, if you've got someone, you know, if Zahawi's Chancellor, how do you stop Zahawi basically using the next 2 months or the next few weeks as a pitch for the top job by, say, cutting taxes? Well, I know the Prime Minister would have to sign it off, but he would still have some latitude, wouldn't he, at the Treasury?
Well, I mean, in a sense, that's as much a problem for Mr Zahawi as it is for the Prime Minister, because he would if he's serious about running for leadership, he would need to be seen to be doing the right thing. Yeah. And therefore, in a sense, that ability to grandstand may work to everybody's advantage if people are showing their best side ahead of an election.
You raised a very important point, Joanne, which is none of these people, very few of these people, have publicly declared they're even going to stand. And certainly Nadhim Zahawi hasn't. I'm sure he probably will. Let's get some emails. Paul says, Conservatives have lost half of the country this morning getting rid of Boris. I'm happy now. Conservatives are finished. Elaine says, I'm appalled by the way that Boris has been hounded from office. The mainstream media has ousted a politician who won a huge majority and achieved a great deal. Agreed he wasn't perfect, but he was charismatic and a proven vote winner. I have now lost faith in our democracy. What a travesty. Barry says, big mistake shunting him out. Still think he was the best man for the job, and no one's ever going to be any better. We may well all live to regret this. He's the best we've had, and the next will not better him. Angie says Labour have achieved their aim and got rid of Boris, but they still can't stop sticking the knife in by now demanding an apology. I suppose that's what the opposition is meant to do, isn't it? But Boris has nothing to apologise for. It is Labour who should be apologising for their witch hunt and going against the democracy of our country, which voted Boris into office. The Prime Minister's resignation comes 2 years, 349 days into his premiership. Where does that compare? How does it compare with previous holders of this office? The longest-serving PM, Sir Robert Walpole, 20 years and 314 days. A job made more survivable by the absence then of rolling news media and Twitter. More recent PMs, the likes of Tony Blair. Tony Blair ranked 9th, 10 years and 56 days. The subject of Boris Johnson's biography about Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill ranked 12th, 8 years and 239 days, of course, over 2 separate terms. David Cameron, just to bring this up to speed to more modern times, at 22nd, and Theresa May at 33rd. Let's turn to the Deputy Editor of Conservative Home, Henry Hill. Henry, welcome to you. You've got a few weeks to look forward to where you'll be extremely busy and much read.
Well, nothing's better for business than for Conservative Home than a leadership contest. In that sense, we're really a slightly counter-cyclical industry from the Conservative point of view. The chaos makes for excellent copy.
Can I just start with the Boris Johnson speech? We're going to run it again for our viewers and listeners in about 10 minutes, and they can arrive at their own judgments and determinations, can't they? It wasn't long. There was a lot in it. Was it grudging? Was it embittered? Was it a cri de coeur? Was it written by him? Was it written on the hoof? Give us a sense of it.
I suspect it was almost certainly written by members of his team. That's the way these things usually go. It's interesting that he didn't actually use the word resignation once. I think if you tuned in to that speech and you didn't immediately know what it was about, you probably wouldn't have been immediately able to tell that it was a resignation speech. There was certainly no contrition there. He clearly feels, as his conduct has demonstrated, that he's in the right, that he is the right man for the job, that he is being forced. He's basically saying, I'm being forced out by other members of Parliament, and I think that is a strange decision, but the alliance of forces against him is such that he has to accept it.
Henry, I'm looking at if Conservative Home is the online Bible of the Conservative Party, then the Telegraph, I suppose, is the newspaper variant. Alistair Heath, the top of the front page today, he's got a headline attached to his name. He says, it's ending in disaster, but the Prime Minister saved Britain from Corbyn and Remainers. As a proportion of the Tory party, how many people feel that way, do you think?
Well, it's difficult to say in terms of hard numbers, but there is certainly a core of Conservative activists who are committed to Boris Johnson, who believe in Boris Johnson. Maybe he's the man who brought them into Conservative politics in the first place. And of course, in any Tory leadership contest, the final stage is between two people in a national ballot of Conservative Party members. And I think you can see from the manoeuvring of some of the candidates today and over the last few days that they're bearing that in mind. People like Liz Truss, Nadim Zahawi, who decided not to resign, are thinking Boris is probably going to go anyway. But if I haven't been seen to stick the knife in and I'm seen to have stuck with him in cabinet, I'm more likely to win the support of that very energetic minority, admittedly, but that very energetic minority of registered Conservatives who are committed supporters of the Prime Minister.
Henry, would any of the contenders want to be anointed by this Prime Minister?
Almost certainly not. I mean, there is nobody who could do it, and he doesn't have the authority to anoint somebody, really, in terms of it wouldn't do anything to shut the contest down. But I think it's a more subtle game than that, because nobody wants to be the designated heir apparent to a man who has just had 50+ members of his government resign and been forced out of office. It would be a complete poison chalice. I think that the manoeuvre that these people have to try and pull off, and it would be quite a tricky one, is to put enough distance between themselves and the Prime Minister to reassure them. Remember, the majority of their parliamentary colleagues, the great majority of their parliamentary colleagues who have ousted him, and a substantial number of Conservative activists who feel the same way, whilst not being so vocal that they alienate the Prime Minister's supporters. It's a very tricky balancing act to pull off, and it will be interesting to see who does it best.
Can we just go back to to earlier this morning, before the announcement dribbled out around about 9 o'clock? Julian Smith, former cabinet minister, talked about the Prime Minister hanging on in the same way. He likened it to the situation in Washington with Donald Trump. Do you think there were people within Conservative circles who were really starting to grow uncomfortable, with those parallels?
I think there is a really unfortunate tendency for British politicos to reach for American comparisons where they're very seldom fitting. And I don't think it really fit here. You can see why some of them did. I think that one of the worst things about this for Conservative supporters, and indeed for anyone concerned about the good health of the Constitution, was some of the really deranged stuff that was coming out of the Prime Minister's closest supporters. Nadine Dorries saying that they were going to do mass deselections of every Conservative MP that voted against him, which would have been most of them, and then call a general election. That would have been a horrifying prospect, and it would have risked dragging the Queen into politics and all the rest of it. But In terms of no, I think actually what this has proven is the strength of our parliamentary system, because whilst there was some of that wild talk, we've had nothing like January the 6th. The Prime Minister has, after one night's sleep, decided that discretion is the better part of valour. He's doing the proper thing, albeit more slowly than people would like, and he's stepping down.
Yeah, I think he put it rather well when he talked about the brilliance of the Darwinian system. It is Darwinian, isn't it? It's a rough trade, but it often arrives at an answer that needs to be reached. I'm just looking at that list of... I'm looking at the latest poll, Henry, and I'm looking at the list of potential candidates for the office of Prime Minister. And I don't see anybody on that list who you could describe as a red wall candidate. Will there be one?
It's early days. It's very hard to say. It's a very open contest. There's no heir apparent. There's nobody really casting a shadow over this race. When Conservative Home polled a series of head-to-head clashes between potential contenders the other day, there were a huge amount of don't knows. So I don't want to rule out somebody basically doing a David Cameron, what he did in 2005, which is, give a very good speech, have a better organisation than many people expect, and kind of just overtake some people and make an impression early on. But no, I think part of the problem for the Conservatives at the moment is that they don't yet, those Red Wall MPs, they've only been there for 3 years. The 2019 election wasn't that long ago. They haven't had enough time to really get into cabinet and to build up the profile. So it will be challenging. And one of the things the Conservative Party now needs to be really careful about is that they're picking from a pool of leadership contenders who are basically from their pre-2019 electoral coalition. And if they want to have a long-term future as a party, they really want to try and lock down the gains that Boris Johnson achieved, to his great credit, in the Red Wall. So it will be not somebody from the Red Wall, but it will be interesting. It's a bit like the European Union or the Constitution of Northern Ireland. Who can tailor their message to those voters best is going to be one of the key tests I think Tory MPs will be putting leadership candidates through over the next few weeks.
Henry Hill is the Deputy Editor of Conservative Home. Henry Hill, really appreciate your time and your thoughts. Fabulous analysis. Let's go back to Westminster. Our political correspondent Tom Harwood is there, having had a very busy 24 hours and more. Tom, welcome to you. The action today, in a sense, and it has been at Downing Street for a while, and we're still seeing cabinet appointments being made there, or at least ministerial appointments, I should say, being made there, and that's where the focus of media attention is. But in the corridors behind you, give us a sense of what the big conversations that are happening there now are.
Do you know what? It's such a funny atmosphere in Parliament. I've just come from the terrace where there are a number of MPs sitting in almost a state of sort of suspended animation, sort of not quite absorbing the magnitude of what has happened in what is relatively a short space of time. The Prime Minister seemed fairly safe at the start of the week until that cabinet resignation from Sajid Javid set the wheels of change in motion, and really we've had the most remarkable few days. I think to some extent members of Parliament, many of whom will be heading home this evening back to their constituencies, will need to have a bit of a sit down, a bit of a breather, a bit of a recognition of the magnitude of the events that have taken place over the last few hours. And a lot of people now speculating, looking to the future. As you were saying in your previous conversation, Colin, the conversation has turned to what takes place next week and indeed the week after as these parliamentary rounds of the leadership contest take place. Who on earth is going to succeed Boris Johnson? It's not by any means a done deal. Compare this to the previous leadership contest where it was, most people had a fairly good idea of who was the front runner, of where the direction of play was moving. This time around, no one is feeling like they can make any fairly solid predictions. And so the sense here in Westminster is one of potentially sitting back, taking in what has gone on, but also uncertainty as to what's to come.
Tom Harwood at Westminster. Tom, thanks very much indeed. Let's go back to Joanne Nadler, Conservative commentator, who's alongside me here in the studio. Joanne, will the next Conservative leader be offering a manifesto which is ideological? Because we never really got a sense of Johnsonianism, or did we?
Well, not really, because I think Boris Johnson was
partly selected because he appeared at any one particular moment to be able to articulate a message to different parts of the Conservative coalition. And of course, he had one very specific thing that he had to do, which was to get Brexit done, or rather to get Brexit through, because it hasn't been fully done. I mean, I think to answer your question, the real dilemma for the Conservative MPs in the first instance is how they address this problem. You alluded earlier to the red wall issue, but there is also the so-called now blue wall, the threat coming in from the Liberal Democrats in the south. And I think that is why there's quite a high possibility that whoever emerges as the next leader will be someone who is able to articulate something that appeals to both of those constituencies, and therefore they won't be ideological as such. They won't have a sort of definable ideology, which I think is a bit of a shame, because I would like to see somebody with a clearer set of Conservative principles.
And when a party's been in power for as long as the Conservatives have been, doesn't it really need somebody to say, I'm not like the last guy or the last woman or the guy before her, this is something new?
Well, up to a point, because the Conservative Party won an election in 2019 based on a manifesto, and that's what they owe the British public to deliver. And I think to start changing that manifesto too dramatically now would actually be something of a, they don't have the mandate to do that.
It's a really good point, Joanne Fenner. Thanks very much indeed. Coming up, we'll be heading to one potential leadership hopeful. Nobody's really declared officially so far, have they? Penny Morden, her constituency, Portsmouth North, to see what the mood is there. First, we've got a news update for you.
Thank you, Colin. It's 3:32. I'm Rhiannon Jones in the GB newsroom. Boris Johnson has said it was clearly the will of his party that there should be a new leader. He announced his resignation outside Number 10 following 3 days of government revolt that's seen almost 60 MPs, including 5 cabinet ministers, quit. Boris Johnson says he'll continue to serve as Prime Minister until the party chooses his successor, which is expected to happen by October. But former Prime Minister Sir John Major says it's unwise and unsustainable for him to remain in office for the next 3 months. During his resignation speech, Boris Johnson referred to the UK's support for Ukraine as one of the key achievements of his premiership and vowed to support their fight for freedom for as long as it takes. That as G20 foreign ministers are in Bali in Indonesia this week for a meeting that's focusing on the war in Ukraine. It's the first time foreign ministers are coming face-to-face with Russia's Sergei Lavrov since the start of the invasion back in February. Defence Secretary Ben Wallace says UK support for Ukraine will continue despite Boris Johnson's resignation.
You know, the assistance to Ukraine we give is not just one person, you know, we're not me, not the Prime Minister, it's the whole effort. Actions matter in all of this. And, you know, while the Prime Minister will be incredibly sad to leave this post, he has led from the front on Ukraine, as he had on COVID and obviously Brexit. And I think that isn't lost on many people. But the whole of the political system is supportive of what we're doing in Ukraine. I don't expect that to finish at all.
The UK money watchdog's warning Britain's public finances are unsustainable. It's suggesting tax rises are needed to offset the rising cost of living. The Office for Budget Responsibility says government debt is at risk of more than trebling in 50 years' time. And strike action by hundreds of British Airways staff at Heathrow Airport has been suspended after the airline agreed to improve their pay. Workers at Heathrow demanded a reversal of a 10% wage cut during the pandemic, but the union says an agreement was reached after extensive talks today. The pay offer will now go to union members for a ballot. TV online and DAB+ radio, this is GB News.
Direct Bullion sponsors the Finance Report on GB News for gold and silver investment.
Here's a quick snapshot of today's markets. The pound will buy $1.20 US and 1.178 euros. The price of gold currently stands at £1,456.31 per ounce.
Direct Bullion sponsors the Finance Report on GB News for gold and silver investment.
Well, the Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, you heard it just a few moments ago in the bulletin there, has been just speaking and says British military support for Ukraine will persist in spite of Boris Johnson's resignation.
Obviously, I know you're not going to say anything, but I'm going to ask the question anyway, just for the sake of it. There's political turmoil back in Westminster. The PM's going to resign. Are you going to run for Prime Minister?
Let's see what the Prime Minister says. He's still the Prime Minister. He's going to make a statement at 12:30, and after that statement, then be happy to talk to people.
And obviously, there is a national crisis, political crisis at the moment, and yet Ukraine, as the Prime Minister keeps saying, is a huge priority. Is there a risk that the political quagmire in Westminster at the moment will impact on the UK's support to Ukraine?
I don't think there's a risk at all. I mean, I have strived throughout this process to build a cross-party consensus on Ukraine, and I've been very lucky that I've been supported by everyone from the SNP, the Labour Party, the leader of the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats in our policy towards Ukraine, and I think that is going from strength to strength. There's not a week that goes by where I either don't reach out to them or talk to those parties, but also that we agree that it is important to continue the effort to support Ukraine as it strives to defend itself from this awful illegal invasion.
But given that Ukraine regards the UK with such high esteem, and there's that personal bond between President Zelensky and Boris Johnson, President Zelensky must be looking at London and seeing what's happening and wondering what's happening to his key ally. What can you say to reassure them?
Well, I think he knows, because he's been visited by a range of parliamentarians, as has my counterpart, the Defence Minister, that Britain is full square behind them. And, the assistance to Ukraine we give is not just one person, not me, not the Prime Minister. It's the whole effort. Actions matter in all of this. And, while the Prime Minister will be incredibly sad to leave this post, he has led from the front on Ukraine, as he had on COVID and obviously Brexit. And I think that isn't lost on many people. But the whole of the political system is supportive of what we're doing in Ukraine. I don't expect that to finish at all.
The Prime Minister, in his manifesto, made a manifesto commitment when he was running ahead of the general election not to cut the British Army, not to cut the British forces in any shape or form. Do you think the next Prime Minister would need to make a similar commitment on the armed forces?
I think the next Prime Minister needs to make sure they commit to investing in defence. People can argue about how that investment went, but this Prime Minister was the first Prime Minister in a generation to actually reverse taking money out of defence and putting it into investment. The record £24 billion has gone into defence for a 4-year period, and that's the first time, mostly in most people's generation, of a proper return to investment. Until then, from 1991 and the options for change when I was serving, Chancellor after Chancellor after Chancellor took a peace dividend. Problem is, they kept taking it when the world got more dangerous. Prime Minister reversed that. I'll look to whoever is the next Prime Minister to make sure they continue to invest in our defence.
Well, it took more than 50 members of his government to resign. Letters of no confidence and cabinet members directly calling for him to go during a meeting inside Number 10 last night. But Boris Johnson has resigned as Conservative Party leader. At 12:30 today, he made this speech. If you missed it, here it is.
Thank you. It is clearly now the will of the Parliamentary Conservative Party that there should be a new leader of that party and therefore a new Prime Minister. And I've agreed with Sir Graham Brady, the chairman of our backbench MPs, that the process of choosing that new leader should begin now. And the timetable will be announced next week. And I've today appointed a cabinet to serve, as I will, until a new leader is in place. So I want to say to the millions of people who voted for us in 2019, many of them voting Conservative for the first time, thank you for that incredible mandate, the biggest Conservative majority since 1987, the biggest share of the vote since 1979. And the reason I have fought so hard in the last few days to continue to deliver that mandate in person was not just because I wanted to do so, but because I felt it was my job, my duty, my obligation to you to continue to do what we promised in 2019. And of course, I'm immensely proud of the achievements of this government, from getting Brexit done to settling our relations with the continent for over half a century, reclaiming the power for this country to make its own laws in Parliament, getting us all through the pandemic, delivering the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, the fastest exit from lockdown, and in the last few months, leading the West in standing up to Putin's aggression in Ukraine. And let me say now to the people of Ukraine that I know that we in the UK will continue to back your fight for freedom for as long as it takes. And at the same time, in this country, we've been pushing forward a vast programme of investment in infrastructure and skills and technology, the biggest in a century, because if I have one insight into human beings, it is that genius and talent and enthusiasm and imagination are evenly distributed throughout the population, but opportunity is not. And that's why we must keep levelling up, keep unleashing the potential of every part of the United Kingdom. And if we can do that in this country, we will be the most prosperous in Europe. And in the last few days, I've tried to persuade my colleagues that it would be eccentric to change governments when we're delivering so much, and when we have such a vast mandate, and when we're actually only a handful of points behind in the polls, even in mid-term after quite a few months of pretty relentless sledging, and when the economic scene is so difficult domestically and internationally. And I regret not to have been successful in those arguments, and of course it's painful not to be able to see through so many ideas and projects myself. But as we've seen at Westminster, the herd instinct is powerful. When the herd moves, it moves. And my friends, in politics, no one is remotely indispensable. And our brilliant and Darwinian system will produce another leader equally committed to taking this country forward through tough times, not just helping families to get through it, but changing and improving the way we do things, cutting burdens on businesses and families, and yes, cutting taxes, because that is the way to generate the growth and the income we need to pay for great public services. And to that new leader, I say, whoever he or she may be, I say I will give you as much support as I can. And to you, the British public, I know that there will be many people who are relieved, and perhaps quite a few who will also be disappointed. And I want you to know how sad I am to be giving up the best job in the world. But them's the breaks. I want to thank Carrie and our children and all the members of my family who have had to put up with so much for so long. I want to thank the peerless British civil service for all the help and support that you have given our police, our emergency services, and of course our fantastic NHS, who at critical moment helped to extend my own period in office, as well as our armed services and our agencies that are so admired around the world, and our indefatigable Conservative Party members and supporters, whose selfless campaigning makes our democracy possible. I want to thank the wonderful staff here at Chequers, here at Number 10, and of course at Chequers, and our fantastic prop force detectives, the one group, by the way, who never leak. Above all, I want to thank you, the British public, for the immense privilege that you have given me. And I want you to know that from now on until the new Prime Minister is in place, your interests will be served and the government of the country will be carried on. Being Prime Minister is an education in itself. I've travelled to every part of the United Kingdom, and in addition to the beauty of our natural world, I found so many people possessed of such boundless British originality and so willing to tackle old problems in new ways that I know that even if things can sometimes seem dark now, our future together is golden. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Emails and reaction from Edinburgh very soon. Let's just get the thoughts and reaction to that speech from earlier today, 3 and more hours ago, from Joanne Nadler, Conservative commentator, occasional contributor to political speeches as well. As an act of political speech writing, what did that tell you?
Well, I thought it was a skillful speech. but it didn't really feel like the speech that you might have expected from any other politician at a moment such as this. This was really more like a party conference speech. It felt like somebody laying out an agenda. That said, I don't agree with those people that are saying, oh, he didn't show enough contrition, he should have been a lot more apologetic. I think that in that phrase about nobody is indispensable, that was him really conceding that he's not indispensable.
And for some people, the sort of humility they want to see is an act of literal harry-carry. I mean, you know, just words will never cut it for some of his enemies.
This is exactly the point about that speech. If you were a fan of Boris Johnson's, if you were somebody that was inclined to be a fan of Boris Johnson's, then I think that speech would have been a very effective one. If, on the other hand, you're on the other side of that Marmite equation that we've often heard him described as, then no, I mean, that would only make you sort of despise him even more. It was a typical speech for him, really, but I thought it was actually skillfully put together. And the fact that he was able to sort of say, look, you know, I've played a part in taking this country forward, given that he wants to remain in office for the next 3 months, given that he wants to write a legacy, given that he wants to pass something on correctly to whoever takes over from him, I felt the tone was, on the whole, appropriate.
OK. Joanne, for now, thanks very much indeed. More emails then. Malcolm says the total irony of this is that for months, cabinet ministers have supported him. Now, where are they? Politics is a dirty game. It certainly is. Darryl says Starmer will never be the people's prime minister like Boris. Blair, Mark II, and that man is hated by the majority. Russell says worst prime minister in a while. Had an 80-seat majority, could pretty much push through any law change he wished and did nothing with it. His supporters would say there was the small matter of a pandemic. Rich says Boris has led the way like a shining light. He did Brexit, vaccines and smashed Labour in the 2019 election. Away from the Westminster bubble, the Prime Minister's resignation will change politics across the whole of the UK, at least in time. In Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon has said Mr Johnson's decision will bring, as she put it, widespread relief, and added that the last few days descended into a complete and utter farce. Let's turn to our Scotland reporter, David Donaldson, to reflect on what, if anything, this means for the SNP's ambition for a second referendum. Davey, I wonder whether actually there will be those having a cup of tea or something stronger in Edinburgh today who'll rather miss a posh, tough old Etonian. He was the perfect SNP punch bag.
He certainly was, there's no doubt about that at all. Lots of strong words between Nicola Sturgeon and Boris Johnson, especially over Indy Ref 2. Boris Johnson, of course, not entertaining it at all. And Nicola Sturgeon on a course of action that she says is perfectly legitimate and intends to fully try to get that to happen. Of course, the problem now is that the UK government is in a state of complete and utter disarray. So that's probably going to mean things are going to take even longer should it happen at all. So, yeah, although I'm sure Nicola Sturgeon, she said you're glad to see the back of him, like most people are in Scotland, given there's only 6 Conservative MPs in the whole country, it does cause a problem of its own in terms of Indy Ref 2 and the process and how long that will now take. So, yeah, I mean, we still heard from Nicola Sturgeon earlier on, some of her words saying that, you know, she was glad to see the back of him, that she obviously said it was a widespread sense of relief because that's really what it is. And when speaking to most people here earlier today, they shared the same view.
I'm delighted, absolutely delighted. I think it is an embarrassment. I think he puts Britain in a really bad light. He's got awful manners. I just think he should have gone a long time ago.
It has been a long time coming. It's long overdue, and it's only the man's arrogance that's kept him where he is for as long as he has been, in the face of his own party and the 1922 committee telling him to leave.
Yeah, he can't. He's quite happy to go through all that for to break up a union with the European Union, but obviously we're that much a burden, he can't cut us free, so for a free Scotland it's good news.
Yeah, well, we heard a lot from people there saying they're glad to see the back of him indeed. And just to reiterate Nicola Sturgeon's statement, the chaos and complete lack of integrity that has characterised Boris Johnson's premiership has in the last few days descended into complete and utter farce, and all at a time when people in every part of the UK are struggling with real challenges. So not alone there, Anna Sarwar, the Labour leaders, also came out and said this is a party that is rotten to the core, that allowed a cheat, charlatan, a man devoid of any principles or any values to become Prime Minister of this country. So as you can see, not a lot of love for Boris Johnson north of the border. I think most people here are glad that he's gone. I suppose the big question now is who replaces him. We've still to hear from Douglas Ross, of course, the Conservative leader in Scotland, and we're likely to be speaking to him later this afternoon to get his thoughts. Remember, he's the man who backed Boris Johnson, had a U-turn, and then backed him again, and then came out and said that he should go. So it'll be interesting to see what he's got to say later on this afternoon.
Be interesting to hear from Ruth Davidson as well, wouldn't it? Somebody who for a while was tipped as a potential future British Prime Minister before turning her back on politics. David, thanks so much for your time. Appreciate it. We're talking about potential candidates for what is soon going to be a vacancy at number 10. Is Penny Mordaunt. She's the MP for Portsmouth North and current Minister of State for Trade Policy. How serious are her prospects, do we think? Let's go to our reporter, Jeff Moody, who covers that particular patch. Jeff is not there. Jeff's not there. In the absence of Jeff, let me turn back to Joanne Nadler. He is there. Too late. I'm going to talk to Joanne Nadler. It would be rude not to, having introduced her. Do you remember Ruth Davidson?
Well, I think Ruth Davidson would be seen as something of a divisive figure now because she has been so personally critical of Boris Johnson. And I'm not sure that her very, very pro-EU stance would really be able to make her a possible contender for leader, even if she were an MP. So I think that's a bit of a left field suggestion, literally and metaphorically. Penny Mordaunt is a more compelling personality, I think. I think we need to hear.
What's she like?
Well, I think we need to hear a bit more from her about what her policy agenda would be. But I mean, she's obviously a very charismatic person, and she's not tainted, if that's the right word, by having been in the cabinet. So I think that she will definitely have a prominent role to play in the leadership election. Whether people understand enough about her yet for her to be a potential winner, I don't know about that.
Ruth Davidson, forget it. Penny Mordaunt, maybe. Liz Truss has her fans. I'm just rattling through the potential female candidates. Why is Priti Patel at 50-1 and seen as totally out of the running?
Well, I think Priti Patel's been, she's had a very sort of loyal following amongst the party membership, but she has had a rather difficult time in the Home Office. She hasn't really been able to deliver on the key promises, and obviously this latest policy over Rwanda has yet to actually appear to have any practical application. But, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I would expect to see her running as a candidate. I mean, we really could potentially see pretty much the whole of the cabinet throwing their hats in.
On that note, Joanne, we'll park that thought. Let's go back to the thought about Penny Mordaunt, her constituency in Portsmouth. There we find GB News reporter Jeff Moody. Hi to you, Jeff. What do you know?
Well, I've been hearing the whole gamut of emotions this morning. Everyone has different opinions. Some people are saying good riddance. One lady said to me 3 words, I hate him. But also a lot of support and sympathy for Boris. A lot of people saying they feel that he had a tough time of it, that he's been the victim of all sorts of slurs and that he's the best man for the job. One person said to me, show me a politician who doesn't lie and I'll show you a unicorn. Well, the other big quote of the morning, of course, is Boris Johnson himself saying when the herd moves, it moves, but we don't know as yet in which direction that herd is moving. It could be moving towards Penny Mordaunt. This is her constituency in Portsmouth North. She's been very quiet on the subject. She did tweet this morning and say, our institutions are strong. Remember, they got us through Brexit. There will be a resolution to this. Meanwhile, we need to reassure partners that there is stability. I'm not too sure that stability is the word du jour, Colin, but maybe it is. But no sense yet as to whether she's going to run or not. So why is she the bookies' joint favourite alongside Rishi Sunak? Well, partly it's because of her impressive portfolio, the work that she has done since becoming an MP in 2010. As you said, she's the International Trade Minister. She's also the Ministerial Disability Champion. And she did have a stint, very briefly, albeit, as Defence Secretary, our only female Defence Secretary, employed by Theresa May, but then promptly sacked by Boris Johnson when he first came into office. We're not quite sure why she was sacked in that first cabinet reshuffle. Rumours and speculation that there was a rift between her and Boris. She did support Jeremy Hunt in the leadership campaign after Mrs May left, so it might be some residue from that. But I think, interestingly, like Rishi Sunak, she's kept her powder dry and her nose clean. You haven't seen her berating Boris. You haven't seen her commenting at all, really, on what's been happening over the last few days. And that puts me in mind of John Major. When Margaret Thatcher was ousted back in 1990, John Major was very, very quiet to start with, leaving all the fireworks and the froth to Michael Heseltine. John Major kept very quiet and gently slipped into that slot. And that's the thought, maybe, that it's prudent that she's not saying anything at the moment. How long she does keep her powder dry and her nose clean, who knows?
Jeff Moody, fascinating stuff. Thanks very much indeed. Jeff Moody's thoughts there on the prospects for Penny Mordaunt, Portsmouth MP and Defence Minister. A counterblast to that comes from somebody who will remain nameless but knows me well enough to send me a text directly, who says Penny M is so woke, massively pro-trans, would be a cause of civil war within the Tory party. Brace yourself for lots of briefing, both for and against candidates over the next few weeks and months. Emails. Sue says the Conservative Party should be careful what they wish for. The United States got rid of Trump and got Biden. Carol says, once again, members of Parliament have plotted to overturn the will of the British people. We may as well live in Russia, as our votes count for nothing. Irene says, we just want to add our support to Boris. In our opinion, he's not a liar and has been attacked by the media relentlessly and unfairly. The Tory rebels should be ashamed of themselves, and there are no words for the way certain members of the liaison committee dealt with Boris yesterday. It's all about Brexit. Let me just turn to Joanne Nadler. On that point about lying and indeed the way the liaison committee dealt with the Prime Minister yesterday, I think there will have been a few people, Joanne, I was one of them, who felt a little bit uncomfortable about the dignity of the office being reduced by people. And actually, when people say, you know, the lying charge, routinely, reflexively trotted out now, and his critics will say, he's done that, to which I would sometimes say, well, you know what? Maybe it's because, as a journalist, I feel a bit uncomfortable with accusing somebody of being a liar. It's a really defamatory thing to say. Who's lowering the tone here, the liar or the people who are accusing him of lying?
I think that word it should have a much higher bar, an evidential bar, which, frankly, we seem to have dropped way below. We do see a lot of very cavalier use of language.
Yeah. Including by journalists, by the way, including by broadcast journalists.
Very often by journalists, unfortunately. But, yeah, I didn't watch all of the proceedings yesterday, but I did catch some of it. And I actually thought that a lot of the MPs were bringing themselves into disrepute. It really was a witch hunt. It seemed like they were just competing with each other to come up with the more over-the-top charge and the more sort of embittered criticism. I don't think anybody came out of it particularly well.
Just time for a couple more emails. There's loads coming in. I'm trying to share as many of as I possibly can. John says the Lib Dems, Labour and Russia are all overjoyed at Boris's resignation. The Tories who stabbed him in the back should feel ashamed of themselves. Never has a Prime Minister won a general election on his own before. We'll bring you up to date with all the comings and goings in Downing Street. There have been a number of ministers leaving Downing Street in the last few minutes. The business of government kind of goes on as normal today, but it's been a very different kind of day. We'll reflect on it at the top of the next hour. News first with Ray.
Good afternoon. It's just past 4 o'clock. Here's the latest from the GB newsroom. Boris Johnson has resigned as leader of the Conservative Party.
Addressing the country outside Number 10, he said it's clearly the will of his party. The Prime Minister said he's deeply saddened to be giving up the best job in the world, explaining he fought to remain because he felt it was his duty. The decision to step down follows 3 days of government revolt that's seen almost 60 MPs, including 5 cabinet ministers, quit. Boris Johnson says he will continue to serve as Prime Minister until the party chooses his successor, which is expected to happen by October.
I've tried to persuade my colleagues that it would be eccentric to change governments when we're delivering so much and when we have such a vast mandate and when we're actually only a handful of points behind in the polls, even in mid-term after quite a few months of pretty relentless sledging, and when the economic scene is so difficult domestically and internationally. And I regret not to have been successful in those arguments, and of course it's painful not to be able to see through so many ideas and projects myself. But as we've seen at Westminster, the herd instinct is powerful. When the herd moves, it moves. And my friends, in politics, no one is remotely indispensable.
Well, Boris Johnson's leadership has come under increased scrutiny in recent months following a number of scandals. He tried to protect former MP Owen Paterson, who repeatedly broke lobbying rules by attempting to overhaul the MP's standard system. He also faced cross-party criticism for attending gatherings in Whitehall during lockdown, for which he was fined in April. And most recently, he was found to have promoted MP Chris Pincher to the Tory Whip's office, despite being aware of previous allegations of sexual misconduct. Meanwhile, Downing Street's announced the cabinet reshuffle to replace those who've either been resigned or been sacked. Kit Malthouse has been appointed Chancellor for the Duchy of Lancaster. That's the most senior position after the Prime Minister. James Cleverly is the new Education Secretary. Robert Buckland, the new Welsh Secretary. Shailesh Vara, the new Northern Ireland Secretary. And Greg Clark has replaced Michael Gove as Levelling Up Secretary, saying he'll do his best to provide stability in government. Meanwhile, former Technologies Minister Chris Philp has said he will return to government if required now that Boris Johnson has agreed to resign. During his resignation speech, Boris Johnson referred to the UK's support for Ukraine as one of the key achievements of his premiership and vowed to support their fight for freedom for as long as it takes. In a phone call to Ukraine's president this afternoon, he vowed the UK would continue to supply vital defensive aid for as long as needed. He ended the call by praising President Zelensky, saying, "You're a hero, everybody loves you." That comes as G20 foreign ministers meet in Bali, Indonesia this week for a meeting that will focus on the war in Ukraine. It'll be the first time foreign ministers meet Russia's Sergei Lavrov since the start of the invasion back in February. Defence Secretary Ben Wallace has also said UK support for Ukraine will continue despite Boris Johnson's resignation. You know, the assistance to Ukraine we give is not just one person, not me, not the Prime Minister. It's the whole effort. Actions matter in all of this. And, while the Prime Minister will be incredibly sad to leave this post, he has led from the front on Ukraine, as he had on COVID and obviously Brexit. And I think that isn't lost on many people. But the whole of the political system is supportive of what we're doing in Ukraine. I don't expect that to finish at all. And strike action by hundreds of British Airways staff at Heathrow Airport has been suspended after the airline agreed to improve their pay. Workers at Heathrow demanded a reversal of a 10% wage cut during the pandemic, but the union says an agreement was reached after extensive talks. The pay offer will now go to union members for a ballot. This is GB News. We'll bring you more as it happens. Now let's get back to Colin Brazier.
Well, a very good afternoon to you. The Prime Minister is, we're told, carrying on with his duties in Downing Street this afternoon after resigning as Conservative Party leader and effectively resigning as Prime Minister this morning. He'll officially resign, he hopes, a little later on this year and hand over to somebody else. There are those who want him to leave on the instant. We'll have a conversation about that very shortly. But there he was this morning, a succession of apparent scandals and over 50 resignations brought about this moment.
Good afternoon. Thank you. It is clearly now the will of the Parliamentary Conservative Party that there should be a new leader of that party and therefore a new Prime Minister. And I've agreed with Sir Graham Brady, the chairman of our backbench MPs, that the process of choosing that new leader should begin now. And the timetable will be announced next week. And I've today appointed a cabinet to serve, as I will, until a new leader is in place. So I want to say to the millions of people who voted for us in 2019, many of them voting Conservative for the first time, thank you for that incredible mandate, the biggest Conservative majority since 1987, the biggest share of the vote since 1979. And the reason I have fought so hard in the last few days to continue to deliver that mandate in person was not just because I wanted to do so, but because I felt it was my job, my duty, my obligation to you to continue to do what we promised in 2019. And of course, I'm immensely proud of the achievements of this government, from getting Brexit done to settling our relations with the continent for over half a century, reclaiming the power for this country to make its own laws in Parliament, getting us all through the pandemic, delivering the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, the fastest exit from lockdown, and in the last few months, leading the West in standing up to Putin's aggression in Ukraine. And let me say now to the people of Ukraine that I know that we in the UK will continue to back your fight for freedom for as long as it takes. And at the same time, in this country, we've been pushing forward a vast programme of investment in infrastructure and skills and technology, the biggest in a century, because if I have one insight into human beings, it is that genius and talent and enthusiasm and imagination are evenly distributed throughout the population, but opportunity is not. And that's why we must keep levelling up, keep unleashing the potential of every part of the United Kingdom.
Well, that's the key part from the speech. If you want to see the whole thing, go to the GB News website. You'll be able to have a look at it there in full. Let's go to Downing Street then, speak to GB News' political editor, Darren McCaffrey, who's still standing after a long 24 hours and more, Darren. And actually, there is still business happening in number 10, maybe not as usual, but there hasn't been some cessation of political activity.
No, there hasn't. In fact, actually, we've just had a cabinet meeting. I have to say it was very short and sweet. Ministers went in just before 3 o'clock. They were emerging about 25 minutes later, and clearly it is a change cabinet. Because remember, there's been a whole series of appointments today. Normally a cabinet reshuffle would be dominating the news. We've got a new Education Secretary in James Cleverly. We've got a new Levelling Up Secretary in Greg Clark, a new Wealth Secretary in Robert Buckland. It goes on and on. Obviously some familiar faces as well. Dominic Raab was there, Grant Shapps still the Transport Secretary, Nadine Dorris still the Cultural Secretary, but there is very much a sense here in Downing Street that is a caretaker government, given the fact the attention is now turning from here to the Commons and to those runners and riders who will try and grab the leadership of the Conservative Party over the coming weeks. It is interesting, isn't it, when you listen to the Prime Minister, Colin, and what he had to say, because we're talking today about him resigning, and he's clearly going to go. But he never actually mentioned those words. He said, I have today appointed a cabinet to serve as I will until a new leader is in place. And I say that because this is where the real political tension is at the moment within the Conservative Party. There are those that are willing and keen to give the Prime Minister the space that he clearly wants to carry on until October and the party conference. But there are others, and quite a few of them, Conservative MPs, who essentially want to see him go as soon as possible. It'll be interesting to see how that battle plays out in the days to come. Suggestions that many within the Conservative Party want this leadership race at the parliamentary stage, so where it's whittled down to just 2 candidates who go to the membership, to be settled before the summer recess, which is in less than 2 weeks at time. So it's going to be a very dramatic week next week, in which we're going to see a lot of candidates put their names forwards, and MPs, the Conservative MPs, have a chance to whittle those down to 2 in which the membership will vote on. Who will it be? lots of them haven't officially announced whether they're going to run or not. But people like Ben Wallace, we mentioned, Liz Truss, will Rishi Sunak run, Tom Tugendhat, Penny Mordaunt. There's a whole endless list of names. It'll be fascinating to see who's going to gather that support and who, frankly, in a relatively short period of time, will be the new incumbent of number 10.
Darren, thanks very much indeed. Darren McCaffrey, with me in the studio, the former Home Office and Transport Minister for the Liberal Democrats, Norman Baker. Norman, welcome to you.
Thank you.
Well, let's start wrong way round. If you were a Tory, who would you go for?
I would go for a safe pair of hands, first of all, and I would go for someone that was able to regain the middle ground for the Conservatives, because they're losing it big time, not least of all to my old party, in places like Tiverton and Honiton. But however,
Jeremy Hunt, Tom Tugendhat?
Well, I think probably is a good, smart choice. But I have to say that historically, the Tory electorate tends to go for someone on the right. They chose Ian Duncan Smith, for example, over Ken Clarke. And that may have been a kind of gut reaction, but in terms of who was going to win the popular vote, that was the wrong decision. So I think they ought to think carefully about who they choose, because that person has to appeal to the electorate at large, rather than to the gut instinct. In the same way as the Labour Party should never have chosen Jeremy Corbyn. They need to choose someone from the centre.
Yeah, the parliamentary party can finesse the process in the sense that they can present to the 100,000 Conservative Party members two candidates who are electable. And there were rule changes to make that
the
can.
Thing. And, of course, the Tory MPs are probably better informed than the Tory electorate out there. And some of it will be about making sure that the person they don't want is not on the ballot paper.
Yeah. To that speech, what did you make of that speech?
Well, it was valedictory, wasn't it? It was all the things he'd done. I'm not saying he hasn't achieved things. He certainly has led on...
He's not going to say that there, then when is he going to say it?
Well, indeed so. And he led on Ukraine. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for that, for example. But I have to say that, the last few days have been unedifying. They've been an attempt to prize him out of office. He's held on. He's had 50 resignations, unprecedented from his ministers. He's had MPs on his own side dissing him in the House of Commons, on the floor of the Commons. And he's been, I think, seen to have misled Parliament, to have lied, and to have behaved in a way that is not appropriate for a Prime Minister. I've seen Prime Ministers of Labour and Tory, going back to Mrs Thatcher in my political days. I've not seen one behave in this way. So I think there are many Tory MPs this afternoon, as well as others in Parliament, who think he needs to go now, including John Major, I see.
We'll maybe come on to that, and I'm sure we will come on to that. But just in terms of that sort of maelstrom that he found himself in the midst of, and there'll be books written about this,
yeah.
Probably write about it himself,
yeah.
Probably fairly soon. But just that sense of, have you ever been in that situation where you just haven't got time to draw breath, and there's a decision waiting to be made, but Prime Minister, I'm afraid it's the liaison committee you need to go and appear before.
Yes.
And now you've got a meeting with the ambassador from... at no point can you sit down and go, you know what I need to do? I need to resign.
That's the life of a minister. When I was a minister, it was like that all the time. You were juggling so many balls in the air at any one time, and you had no space often to think about what you wanted to do. That's a problem with a...
Think and talk to close confidants.
Yes. In this case, however, I was there as a researcher in the House of Commons way back in Mrs Thatcher's day, and I remember the end of Margaret Thatcher, and she was given advice she didn't want by the men in grey suits or whatever they're called, who came along and said...
She still took it?
She still took it. She took it, and actually she behaved honourably, in my view. She followed the proper rules. She understood how these things work with the Queen and everything else, and she went. And Boris Johnson didn't. He tried to hang on until the only reason he's gone now is not because he accepted that he needs to go. He's gone because he couldn't fill the ministerial positions.
Norman, for now, thanks very much indeed. Well, what do the polls say? We're going to be inundated with polls in the weeks to come, that's for sure. One pollster who joins us now is Gideon Skinner, Head of Political Research at Ipsos UK, so one of the big polling brands. Gideon, welcome to you. I think it's your poll that I've been looking at, which I think on another news day would be getting a lot more attention. Correct me if I'm wrong. No, it is. I think it is yours, which is showing that, well, it's good news for Rishi Sunak. Let me put it that way.
Yes, that's right. I'm glad to say that is one of ours. We asked the public after the Rishi Sunak and Sajid Javid resignations, who do they think would make a good Prime Minister? And Rishi Sunak, sort of amongst the potential Conservative candidates, leads the pack. Sajid Javid quite closely behind. But at the same time, we shouldn't overstate the lead. There certainly really aren't any clear favourites as far as the wider public is concerned. There's a lot of neutral opinions out there. There's still as many negative opinions, and there's lots of don't know. So it's very early days yet, but the public can still change their minds about really all of the contenders.
There's one that jumps out at me, and I have to say, on a personal level, I'm quite a fan of Priti Patel, but mine is very much a minority opinion. The people you've polled, 53% of them have either a very or fairly bad opinion of the job she's doing. On the basis of this poll, the Home Secretary is out of the running already.
Concerned, Priti Patel and Michael Gove both tend to get more negative ratings. They do stand out, but as you say, I'm not sure how much they're being talked about as potential candidates. But there's a big group of potential candidates in the middle. Penny Mordaunt, you've been talking about, Ben Wallace and others, where the public is still to make their minds up about them. You know, they've got relatively low levels of public awareness, and these things can change, and the public will change their minds once someone actually becomes Prime Minister as well. We saw that with Boris Johnson. He was getting pretty low ratings on some of these metrics, even just in early 2019, just a few months before he became Prime Minister. But, you know, it changes once you take on the office itself.
And, you know, Gideon, I'm not for a second suggesting these polls are useless. I mean, we'd have nothing to talk about if we didn't have polls. But in the sense that they are reflecting what the public think, but the public do not have a dog yet. Well, they've got a dog in this fight, but they don't have a vote in it. So you've got two constituencies. You've got the bigger one, eventually, who decide on between the two candidates, 100,000 Conservative Party members. And then you've got the really tiny one, which has all the influence of 300+ MPs. But they will look at your figures, and their decision-making will be partly informed by that.
Yes, you'd like to think so. I mean, of course, they're the ones who have the decision, Conservative MPs and party members, and they will be taking their views on kind of a range of different things. I mean, for example, the likelihood of the new Prime Minister being able to win the next election probably plays more of a role for Conservative MPs and party members than it does for members of the public. They just want a Prime Minister who will do a good job. But there is overlap. The sorts of things that the public say they want to see from a Prime Minister are aspects like understanding the problems facing Britain, are honest, are good in a crisis, is a capable leader, and many of those will be shared by party members and MPs as well.
Gideon, really good to talk to you. Appreciate your time. I'm sure we'll be hearing lots more from you in coming weeks. For now, though, thanks very much indeed. Well, Boris Johnson, man behind a landslide victory for the Conservatives 2019, 3 years ago, winning over 40% of the popular vote, as he reminded us today, the highest percentage for any party since 1979, and what was, at least for a while, an 80-seat majority in the House of Commons, taking red wall strongholds from parts of the industrial north and elsewhere that seemed to really belong to Labour in perpetuity. He's also the man behind Brexit, to some degree. I think that's probably rather overwritten. Brexit was very much the work of many people, wasn't it? The vaccination rollout, and he's been seen as a leading figure in support for Ukraine internationally. After his resignation, how do you, the voters, feel now? Alice Porter joins us from Boris Johnson's constituency of Uxbridge. Alice, welcome to you. What are you hearing?
Good afternoon. Well, I have to say, when the news came out at 12:30 that Boris Johnson was being outside and going to be speaking, announcing his resignation, we were all in the Chime shopping centre to the left of me, with lots of people all watching it. And I have to say, the opinion from people in his constituency was very mixed. Some people were walking past and tutting and obviously not a big fan. And there were other people who come up to me and say they're absolutely devastated by the news and say he's been a terrific MP locally, that he's also been a terrific Prime Minister. I think, funnily enough, an issue that kept cropping up with people saying that he's the best person for the job to be taking on Putin, and saying that many of them are concerned about who will be taking on the role afterwards when tensions in Europe are so high. I was speaking with some people when we heard the news that Boris Johnson was going to be resigning as leader of the Conservative Party, and this is what they said to me.
My reaction is we might get a constituency MP back. The problem we've had in Uxbridge, Boris Johnson was parachuted in somebody said to me it's helicoptered because with a parachute you're only going down one way.
Once he got into control, he just that was it. He just couldn't care less about anybody else but himself. All these things that keep coming out, they're just dreadful.
So all the time he's been here in Uxbridge as our MP, he's been doing another major job. So he hasn't got the time to deal with constituency matters. This is the problem. We want to ask questions about why can't our police station remain open. We want to ask that question to Prime Minister's Question Time.
If you had 54 people working for a private company and they didn't want to work for the boss, who would have to go?
Well, there were some of the people in Uxbridge and South Ruislip speaking to me earlier. I think it's important to stress that he will continue to stay on as the MP for Uxbridge and Ruislip. But I think the problem is that a lot of people I was speaking to earlier say he's not actually from the area at all. As you were hearing from those people there, he was sort of parachuted in. He's not from the area. A lot of people I spoke to are frustrated and say he's not a great constituency MP, partly because, look, he's Prime Minister, right? And so he's been sort of focused on Westminster. And when I've been here in Uxbridge over the last few months getting people's reaction to a party gate and things like that, a lot of people are sort of saying that his focus has been more in Westminster than ever and not here in his constituency. And many of them are also saying it's unlikely, given his nature, given his character, and also given the role that he's been sort of, wrangling between the UK and Ukraine and Russia. Many of them are sort of saying, well, that may be a little bit more exciting for a character like Boris Johnson than getting involved in some of the constituency work, whether it's issues to do with the police station being closed or the lack of infrastructure with new housing. That may be something that perhaps doesn't chime with some of the interest that we've seen from Boris Johnson.
For those of you wondering how the next few days, weeks, who knows, months, develop in terms of this slightly grey, unwritten constitution that we have and how we work our way through times like this, interesting line perhaps from Robert Buckland, former Justice Secretary, as part of that reshuffle that Darren McCaffrey, our political editor, was telling you about a moment ago. He's returned to Cabinet. He's now Welsh Secretary. He says that Boris Johnson, while still Prime Minister, though of course no longer leader of the Conservative Party and ready to step aside when there is a replacement, says that Boris Johnson will no longer have the authority to do new things in government, according to Robert Buckland. And I draw that to your attention because Robert Buckland, though now Welsh Secretary, is a former Justice Secretary and he knows his way around the law. And as far as he's concerned, the Prime Minister having said what he said, Boris Johnson having said what he said, he has no authority anymore to do anything new policies, presumably. So real caretaker, interim Prime Minister, lame duck, if you prefer. Let's get some more of your viewer opinions now. We're joined by Miranda Richardson from Northamptonshire and the Reverend James Treasure, who's in Dudley, as you see. Welcome to you both. Miranda Richardson, to you, we've been struggling as trained journalists to keep up with events over the past 24 hours. As a member of the public, what say you?
Well, do you know, I think what another marvellous distraction we've all got going on. It seems to be a roller coaster of distractions to what our normal out in the public day-to-day life is like. We're all here battling with filling our cars up, not being able to buy products in supermarkets, not being able to afford our bills. But in the meantime, we've got yet another distraction, which is it all kicking off at number 10 and who's going to be babysitting the country for a while. It's crazy. It's just, for all of us, personally, general public, it's here we go, here's something else. Throw something else at us then just to take our minds off it. It's crazy.
Reverend James Treasure, your thoughts today?
I think mixed emotions, really. I think he's done the right thing in resigning. He didn't have an option, but it was the right thing to do as well. But also missed opportunities. He had such a mandate and such a majority that he really, if he had a vision beyond getting Brexit done, I think, granted the pandemic got in the way, but I think we could have seen more from him and hopefully something decent for our nation. But in the end, it was his character, I think, that let him down.
Reverend, can I just ask you another question? I ask it because you are wearing full fig, as it were, so you're not talking to me as a civilian or a layperson, but as a cleric. And I wonder, given some of the interventions of the Archbishop of Canterbury, who was really pretty strident on things like that Rwanda policy, and how you, as a sort of foot soldier of the Church of England, then translate that to what, your homilies on a weekly basis from the pulpit. Has it been difficult for you?
It's an interesting question because clearly the senior team, as it were, of the Anglican Church were very critical of Boris, and I share some of those criticisms that they had of him. But it is difficult. The challenge is how do you translate that into everyday life, particularly in a place like Dudley that went Tory, actually, it voted Tory, was Labour and switched. So there were some challenges, but you're always listening to other voices, I think, within that.
Miranda, when you talk to friends about this, colleagues, people who are interested or pretty apathetic as befits their particular personality, what's coming across from the people you know? Are they saying, as many of our email correspondents are, that this is cooked up by mainstream media, doesn't reflect the majority of public opinion, or he's had it coming, he's been a disaster, or somewhere in between?
Yeah, somewhere in between. It's funny because in my very different church of running a pub and having my guest, if you like, it's quite mixed. The conversations that have been going on in the pub, it's talking about how anybody else could have done the job better and how the last couple of years have looked, and everybody just seems to be again, like I think one of the constituents in Uxbridge said, if 54 people walk out on you, who's going to go? And I think that's quite evident. It's like anything. If you're doing a really, really bad job, and it's kind of come across in how it's been, you can't carry on that. You can't pretend that the world around you is wrong and you're right. You've got to sort of set back and go, well, maybe I need to look at this. And when people are dropping like flies around you, you've got to have a closer look. And that seems to be the general feeling, and the chat in the pub at the moment is kind of along those lines, that actually perhaps should have gone. Again, they're all very, balanced on how they feel about how the last couple of years have gone. And we know with COVID and the pandemic, nobody could have planned that. Nobody could have done an even better job. It's been hit and miss the entire journey, and it will continue to be. I think it's what we've got to look at now is, I think, as they said, who is strong enough to go forward and continue to be strong in leading us out of the hole that we're kind of aspiring into at the moment as a nation.
I would have thought the pub and the church have got plenty in common, full of sinners, and you both serve wine. But just one final. I'm presuming you serve wine, Miranda. Just one final thought, just quickly. Look, early runners and riders, nobody's officially declaring, even less putting the telephone lines in for a campaign. But as you look at alternatives to the Prime Minister, who would currently get your nod? James Treasure.
I don't think any of them will get too many nods from me, but I think I would probably at this stage be a bit partial to Jeremy Hunt, who I think seems to hold a centre middle ground and has a mature head on his shoulders.
Miranda Richardson?
Yeah, I'm with you, with Jeremy Hunt as well. I think, Rishi Sunak came into his own criticism, him and his... The money between him and his family, which is a side issue, obviously, but the general public will go with that, and that will be what they'll focus on. And like I say, Jeremy Hunt is quite solid there in the middle, and I think that's currently the situation we need to look at and just sit and be able to handle it, pushing forward, definitely. OK,
I'm quite taken by that, sufficiently so just to extend this by a minute or two. And James, just on Jeremy Hunt then, do you feel, I mean, that slightly feeds from the politics of lockdown, doesn't it? Because there are those who say, there he was, former Health Secretary, he was a principal critic of government policy on lockdowns. There are plenty of others, by the way, who said he had loads of time to get ready for the pandemic and did a terrible job of that. How much do you look at Jeremy Hunt through that prism of lockdown, James?
Interesting question. A little bit, but I think what often happens with leadership, isn't it? You want someone who's a bit different than the last one you had. So I think I'm conscious of that dynamic at play, where you think you've had the bluff and the buster and the charisma of Johnson, which perhaps that's what we needed at some point. But Jeremy brings a bit more of a groundedness and a thoughtfulness to the situation, which I think probably we could do with at the moment as a nation. I think a bit of a sigh of relief. Bit of normality. I would have said Rory Stewart if he was still in the party. That's he would have got my interest. I think my nod.
Yeah, very interesting. Reverend James Treasure and Miranda Richardson. Let's hope we see you again. Really interesting conversations. Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much.
We're going to go to Downing Street. Nigel Farage is there. Nigel. Nigel, I hope you can hear me. You're in there.
I can.
Tell us what you see. Tell us what you think. Give us a sense of the moment.
Well, it's becoming a regular occurrence, of course, isn't it? We had 2016 with David Cameron, 2019 with Theresa May, and now today with Boris Johnson. Extraordinary that it should have happened 3 times in the space of 6 years. I know Darren McCaffrey, our political editor, finds the whole thing a bit surreal. It's a funny one, isn't it? I mean, it's been inevitable for the last 48 hours that it had to happen. The whole position was becoming untenable. It's interesting. I mean, obviously Boris Johnson being criticised for the speech that he gave, not showing enough humility, but I don't know. I think give the guy his moment. I mean, it clearly very difficult circumstances for him personally. Whether the Conservative Party will learn the lessons from this, I just don't know. I mean, to me, on the politics of it, they were elected as a Conservative Party. They governed as a metropolitan Liberal Party on a whole range of issues. Will they learn the lesson? And when it comes to truth, integrity and honesty, well, they've got to find someone that restores that. But they need to do it very, very quickly. And my sense of it, Colin, my sense of it is the idea that he stays as Prime Minister for the next 10 weeks or whatever it may be. I think that's going to start to fracture very early next week. Darren, have Tory MPs spoken out already and said it's not tenable for him to go on, and maybe Dominic Raab should step up?
So there is this real discussion, isn't there, within the Conservative Party about what should happen in the kind of days and weeks to come. I think there is certainly a view that it's not sustainable, that the timetable the Prime Minister seemed to be suggesting this morning that he would like to be in there until party conference, which is the start of October, is too long. This movement, where lots of Conservative MPs also feel very comfortable that he's even in there now and want him to go essentially immediately, I'm not entirely sure. I think the compromise is going to be somewhere in the middle, and people do seem to be kind of coalescing around this idea that we will see the start of this leadership contest properly on Monday, Tuesday of next week. They will get through ballots pretty quickly. Looks like the threshold to get on the ballot will be 20 Conservative MPs, and that they will whittle what will probably be a very large field down to 2 by the summer recess. Now, the summer recess is in less than 2 weeks' time.
And then a vote of the membership by post, 3 weeks to return.
In August.
So we could be looking before the bank holiday in August.
Yeah, I think like either the end of August, start of September, you then have a new Prime Minister in situ. It's kind of the plan. I think that most Conservative MPs would feel reasonably comfortable.
So they tolerate Boris Johnson staying there over the course of a summer recess. Yeah, really what you're saying.
Yeah, indeed, because that's what happened when, of course, David Cameron resigned. Yeah. He remained as Prime Minister. No, that was cut short because Andrew Leadsom dropped out of the race and Theresa May became leader. There's not really been... Because people talk about Dominic Raab, haven't they? People even talk about Theresa May coming back as interim Prime Minister. We've never really had that in British politics before. There's never been kind of like an interim Prime Minister in between two. And I think the Prime Minister has obviously damaged himself an awful lot this week, the way that he's handled himself. But the sense is that I think what they don't want to do is damage the party even further in the division by chucking him out really suddenly.
But Cameron went and May went through policy failures. Yeah. The loss of a referendum, the failure to get a Brexit deal through, the humiliation in the European elections are coming fifth. These 59 letters talked about decency in politics, trust, honesty, integrity. If that's how they felt when they wrote the letters today or yesterday, I think it's quite difficult.
It's going to be very difficult for ministers. I mean, they still have... I mean, this morning... when Michelle Dolan resigned as Education Secretary,
after
who'd been
48 hours,
less 36 hours in the post, there was no ministers in the Department of Education. Extraordinary. There was literally not one single minister in a pretty big government department. I mean, it got to the point, this is why the Prime Minister left, the government could not function. The government was not functioning. But what's going to happen now? Are those ministers going to go back and serve under a man that you rightly pointed out they claim is distrustful, has got no integrity, and someone they're not prepared to work under? In saying that, there clearly are, we've seen that with the cabinet appointments today, James Cleverly in education, Greg Clark at Levelling Up. Greg Clark, who had the whip withdrawn from Boris Johnson back in 2019 because he defied him. There clearly are people prepared to step up and say, you know what, not a big fan of yours. Robert Buckland, a good example. He called on him to go yesterday. He's now the Welsh Secretary. But the cabinet...
it's also it's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, but they would argue we are doing this because the cabinet and the government still have to actually function, and we're going to step up short term to do those roles.
Right, and Boris Johnson then still in charge.
Boris Johnson's still in charge, but the whole point, as you well know, the power is draining from here, from Downing Street. It's draining from here, and it's going across the road to the Palace of Westminster, because everyone's attention will now very quickly switch from this guy to the runners and riders of that leadership race. And it is absolutely fascinating who they are. I mean, we're talking about potentially the man who lives now in number 11, Nadhim Zahawi. He left the cabinet looking pretty gloom-faced, must be said, earlier on today. Rishi Sunak is currently the favourite, it seems, amongst the general public at least. But Liz Truss, who's on a plane back from Indonesia, almost certainly will run. Will Penny Mordaunt run? Will Tom Tugendhat run? Frankly,
Suella Braverman.
Suella Braverman, who walked into number 10. I did cheekily ask her whether she was going to emerge as Prime Minister. But the problem for lots of these candidates is, maybe it's a problem, maybe it's not, is frankly lots of the public don't know them. I mean, when Suella Braverman walked down the street to number 10, when she left those gates, I'm sure most people have no idea
So
who
she walked through the protest, no problem.
no idea who she is, and yet there's an expectation on her part that she could be Prime Minister in a couple of months. It does seem quite extraordinary. There will be a lot of candidates, but they will get whittled down pretty quickly, I reckon.
No, they will. And one of the things Boris Johnson said was it was a very eccentric decision to get rid of a Prime Minister, not just because of his achievements, but because, despite months of sledging, to quote Boris Johnson, they were still, and being in the midterms, only a few points behind in the polls. So maybe that's a good moment to bring in Joe Twyman from Delta Poll. Joe, the snapshots of polling that I saw over the last few days indicated that over half of 2019 Conservative voters did now want the Prime Minister to resign.
Yes, that's right, and that's a reflection of the broader trends that we've been seeing in a lot of the polling, whether it comes to the question of whether Boris Johnson should resign or whether it comes to the question of simply how well or badly he's doing in his job. In Delta Poll's most recent polling, which took place just before the crisis of this week, we saw that more than half of current Conservative voters believed that the Prime Minister was doing a bad job. And that is bad in absolute terms. It's also bad in relative terms, because Keir Starmer's approval ratings on the same metrics were much, much higher. And this is a situation that had been going on for some time and really looked like it would be extremely difficult to turn around, because it's all very well ratings and other measures being poor, but when every metric, whether it's management of the economy, whether it's simply voting intention, whether it's leadership ratings, when all of those metrics point in the wrong direction, you can see why people perhaps look forward to the next election and look over their shoulder.
Yeah, no, I get that. So, I mean, the story that the Johnson loyalists have been putting out, doing the media rounds, is nearly 14 million people voted for him. It was wrong for MPs to remove him, given this massive level of support that Johnson has in the country. But your argument is that kind of half of that really is gone.
Yeah, I mean, it's all very well saying that 14 million people voted for him, but the key there is past tense. They voted for him in 2019, and since then, and of course it's worth remembering that before then he hadn't really had an opportunity to establish himself as Prime Minister at all. It'd simply been a series of arguments over Brexit and votes in the Commons that had failed to get through. Since then, we've had the COVID pandemic, where it is certainly the case that his ratings did very well. But really, since that has moved out of the main focus of public opinion, time and again, scandal after scandal, difficulty after difficulty, his ratings have really suffered. And you can see why, quite reasonably, people within the Conservative Party and outside the Conservative Party would say, well, yes, the situation in 2019 is clearly not the same as the situation in 2022.
So how far ahead in the polls as we speak would you say the Labour Party are, just now?
Well, right now we don't know, because there hasn't been any voting intention polling since the resignation. What we know historically is that actually resignations of party leaders recently, so David Cameron and Theresa May, they didn't have much of an impact on the party's ratings. When Boris Johnson actually became leader, so after Theresa May's resignation and after the after the leadership election. We did see an improvement in the Conservatives' fortunes, but only by about 4 or 5%. And so at the moment, I would say Labour are probably between 8 and 10% ahead, which is where they've been up until this moment. And really, the results have so far remained unchanged since the local elections.
Final thought, Joe, if I may. Darren McCaffrey, our political editor, was just saying that Suella Braverman, somebody that holds senior office, Attorney General in this government, walked down Downing Street into the crowd earlier and no one knew who she was. Isn't that going to be a potential problem? That any of the people potentially that could win the crown from Boris Johnson just aren't known for the general public?
That's certainly true. People have been asking about, well, what do the polls say about who's best placed to replace Boris Johnson? And the answer is that in most cases, more than half of people say they don't know because they don't recognise those names. Because if they do recognise those names, the people are famous perhaps only for one thing. And so, really, all of those polls are meaningless. The battle for leadership starts now, and as each of the candidates puts their arguments across, tries to get noticed, that will have an impact on the polls. Up until now, nothing's happened, but up until now, it's all been hypothetical.
Joe Twyman, I agree with that completely. Ignore any polls you see in the short term. Ignore bookmakers' odds. They mean nothing until this campaign begins. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to hand you over now to Tom Harwood, who is over there on College Green, just down the road.
Yes, Nigel, it's a veritable throng of politicians still spilling around here on College Green. Everyone has their piece to say, and clearly it has been an incredibly momentous day in politics. It's one of those days where all the various tents pop up here on this small patch of grass outside Parliament, where politicians say their piece and much speculation takes place about what will happen next, because that's where the conversation is moving to at this point in time. That's where everyone is looking forward to. Most people are ignoring the sort of conspiracy theories that abound on social media about how Boris Johnson might stay on forever. Clearly, what is happening now is an orderly transition of power. Yes, Boris Johnson staying on for several weeks until that next party leader is picked. There has been some suggestion, not least from the leader of the opposition and indeed some backbench Conservatives, that Boris Johnson should stand down in favour of a caretaker Prime Minister. That initial speculation does seem, if anything, to be dampening down now. We're going to see the words of the 1922 committee executive at the start of next week, laying out that timetable for this leadership election. And since 2001, the way that Tory leadership elections have worked is the members of Parliament whittle it down to just 2 candidates, and then those 2 candidates go out to the Conservative Party membership, a group of between 100,000 and around 160,000 people, we think. The last time it was counted, it was 160,000. We don't quite know the movement of how many party members have moved on or joined since then, but it's going to be within that region who decide between those final 2 candidates. Last time round, it took 46 days since the resignation of Theresa May to the appointment of Boris Johnson. Will it be a 46-day period this time? Well, who's to say? What we do understand, however, is that Sir Graham Brady, the chairman of the 1922 committee, wants the parliamentary process of this leadership election, i.e. the whittling down to those just 2 candidates from what stands to be now a very, very broad field of candidates, many of whom, as you've been discussing, may not be the biggest household names in the world. Well, that process of whittling down to just 2 candidates, the 1922 committee hopes will be done by the time of recess. So just a couple of weeks to go, really, for that process to take place. In 2019, that process was MPs voting every Tuesday and every Thursday to whittle it down one by one, or indeed, if people wanted to drop out in between those votes, more than that. Perhaps we'll see more regular votes, given the short amount of time until recess, and then, of course, the contest is taken out to the country, and that might be the more exciting media-focused element of this contest. Perhaps hustings taking place across the country, but certainly it seems by the autumn, likely by September, there'll be a new Prime Minister.
coming. What is the kind of expectation there among Conservative MPs about what may well happen in terms of the candidates, the number of votes they're going to get, the supporters that are currently behind them, and just how quickly and where the membership might be on the final two?
Yes, Darren, I didn't catch the beginning of your question there, but I think that was a question about the amount of time that it might take and the number of candidates that might stand. At the moment, at least a dozen names are being discussed amongst members of Parliament and indeed commentators. Nascent campaign teams getting underway, beginning indeed. Some of those campaign teams being made up of the former special advisors to those members of Parliament who left the cabinet just recently, and really we're going to be seeing some of these names pop to the fore, start making appearances, maybe even campaign launches in the next 7 days. Because of this expedited process of whittling down to those final two, we might well see some pretty speedy campaign announcements. Getting together those campaigns is never an easy feat. We already know that various MPs are putting their backing publicly behind some potential candidates, but in terms of the big beasts, those who have the strongest chance of getting down to those final two, perhaps we should be expecting some leadership campaign launch events as early as next week.
So thank you very much indeed, just on the road there. Nigel, it is interesting, isn't it, that, you know, for all the criticism of Boris Johnson about his integrity, there were also lots and lots of criticism about what he stood for. You know, I've said this repeatedly, you know, we knew what Thatcherism was, we knew what Blairism was. You might not like it, you might agree with it, whatever. No one really quite understood what Johnsonism was, beyond levelling up.
Well, I mean, I felt all the way, by the way, I still don't know what that means.
Yeah.
You know,
it just means making the country better.
Is levelling up giving opportunity? Is it spending money? None of that's been really made clear to me. I think the point is this: he was elected on a very conservative ticket and governed in a very liberal way. There is no doubt about it. That big shift in the Red Wall towards the Conservatives, the key issue was controlling the borders, and hence what's been going on in the Channel. Even though in real numbers it's small compared to legal immigration, just the visibility of that's caused a problem. I think the rush to net zero, the reliance on the Nimco Alleys, the Lord Goldsmiths, the trendy London set has proved to be unpopular and not particularly conservative. But I think there's a bigger thing here. You know, Brexit wasn't just about leaving the European Union. Brexit was about saying we've had enough of this cosy club in London telling us how we should live our lives. And I remember when I formed the Brexit Party, the slogan we used in those European elections wasn't even about the EU. It was change politics for good. And there was this hope and optimism that a new kind of politics would come. And I think
he had a majority of 80.
And Boris looked like, he looked so unconventional in many ways, and yet we've returned, I think, in this 2.5 years, to a chumocracy of, in the main, very entitled, very privileged people. It looked just the same, really, as the Cameron years.
So is there anyone that, when you look at that list of names, not everyone's declared yet, is there anyone who ideologically grabs you, who you think, you know what?
Well, I tell you what, I mean, you know, traditionally, I would have said Priti Patel, because I think she does believe in small states.
Yeah.
But I think she's probably too damaged, frankly, by the cross-channel crisis. You can't keep telling people...
She's also broken the ministerial code.
Yes, that's quite common these days. And then I looked at Zahawi and I thought, well, that's really interesting. He comes from outside that Eton Oxford. How can so many prime ministers have gone to one school? I mean, it is, frankly, ridiculous. I looked at Zahawi, but I tell you what I found really interesting in the last few days. And she may well have walked down Downing Street and not been recognised. But Suella Braverman seems to be the only one potentially running in this race who wants to take us out of the ECHR. Because I don't see how we deal with the Channel. I don't see how we deal with 11,000 foreign criminals living on Britain's streets that should have been deported unless we deal with that problem of the European Convention on Human Rights and the Human Rights Act. And if Suella Braverman throws that into the campaign early next week, that's going to be very interesting.
Also really fascinating is we thought today we were going to get a big speech on the economy. That's what was planned until obviously everything fell apart. The House of Cards came crashing down. There will be pressure, I think, and the Prime Minister might want to leave a legacy now. He always alluded to that it was Rishi Sunak that was holding him back from cutting taxes. But at the same time, would make an argument that now is not a time to cut taxes. Do you think we might get to that stage now over the summer where he'll go, you know what?
I think 5% VAT is going to come off fuel duty, and I think that's going to happen pretty quickly. And people will see that on their household bills when they get them in September, October this year. Yeah, that would be something he can do. But I still get back to that question earlier. You know, the Conservative MPs will allow Johnson a couple of quiet days, but by Monday, do they really still want him to be in charge for the next 10 weeks, having used the words they have about him? I think there's more conflict to come.
Yeah, no, I don't think the political drama is at an end today. And we heard, of course, from Sir John Major, saying it was unwise to keep Boris Johnson in Downing Street. Dominic Cummings, again, taking to Twitter saying, I'm sure lots of viewers don't like these characters at all, but he was saying, you know, he will burn the place down if he's allowed to stay in there. Do you think in any way...
I think that's being a bit unkind.
Do you think there's any sense, though, that he still thinks there's a chance?
Well, he probably thinks he'll do a magnificent job over the next 10 days. He'll be seen as beating Putin in the war in Ukraine.
He might visit Kyiv again.
Who knows? He might put his name back in for the leadership contest. We hadn't considered that. Now, I mean, look, I think realistically, he'll want to go out in some way on a high. He will want to try and do something. I think some of these comments from Major and others are pretty unkind. I disagree with Johnson quite strongly on the policy direction that he takes things in, but I also do acknowledge that he did get Brexit done. It's not perfect by a long shot.
And a lot of people still like him.
But we did get it over the line. A lot of people out there still do like him. But to those people, those GBNews viewers and listeners who feel outraged, as many did back in 1990 when Mrs Thatcher went, there are people out there feeling outraged at what's happened, but I would just remind them, that little conversation I had with Joe Twyman from Delta Poll earlier, over half of Conservatives who voted for them in 2019 have given up. It was time, the party had to move on, and you know, the circumstances by which a Prime Minister is removed are always difficult, always personal, always unpleasant.
OK, we're going to stick with you, Nigel. Stay there. We're going to go and speak, though, to Professor Steve Fielding. He's Professor of Political History at the University of Nottingham. Steve, good afternoon to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. First of all, your thoughts on today. We must not forget this is an historic day in British politics. I've stood on this street and seen 3 Conservative Prime Ministers resign in the space of, 6 years. It's pretty incredible.
Well, yeah, you say it's historic. It doesn't happen very often, but you've just made my point. Really, it actually happens quite frequently.
Very true.
It's not as uncommon as you might think. It's a familiar kind of sight to see a Prime Minister, maybe slightly teary-eyed, with some regret, bringing their humanity to the podium and talking to the country. So yeah, it's unprecedented. I think, however, in terms of. This is a Prime Minister who still has a majority. His party still has a majority of 75 seats. He won one of the best Conservative election victories. I mean, as he pointed out, you know, he's probably the most successful Conservative leader since Thatcher. And here we are. I think that the drama of that decline and that demise and how to account for it, that's going to keep people writing books and thinking for ages.
And what did you make of his speech today? Some people quite critical of it. What were your thoughts?
Well, I mean, for a Boris Johnson speech, it was quite well organised. It was relatively modest, but there was one little bit in it that I thought it betrayed him and how he really saw things, and possibly a reason why he's in the mess or became in this mess and brought in this mess of Partygate and whatever. And that's when he referred to the herd instinct, to the herd turning against him. And he didn't really explain why that might be. He didn't talk about Partygate or anything like that, but he referred to, and I'm presuming it's his own colleagues, MPs, as the herd. And beyond them, there are a lot of people out there who actually have wanted Boris Johnson to resign, not just today, but months ago, and believe that he was a liar, he couldn't be trusted. And he's kind of like talking about the people as a herd. And I think that betrayed the kind of fake populism that Boris Johnson really sort of embodied. In 2019, when he talked about levelling up, getting Brexit done, he seemed to be a real populist, somebody that could go over the divide between the two parties as natural supporters. And he did win some of those red wall seats. But I think that little comment just suggested the reason why Boris Johnson fell and the reason why the Conservative Party is in trouble now, because it hasn't lived up to the promise that Boris Johnson outlined in 2019.
OK, and just very quickly, Steve, just before we let you go and we bring in some Nigel's views, just in terms of the future, the Americans call their president lame duck when power starts to seep away. We call them caretaker prime ministers. What's your sense of where the party's going to go next? Do you think they're going to try and wrap this up pretty quickly?
I think so. I mean, there are so many Conservative MPs who are very unhappy with Johnson being in as a caretaker for 3 months. I'm sure they'll try to truncate the process. Maybe there might be a deal between the two final MPs rather than go to the members, and that's where all the time will be taken up. Then maybe they'll do a deal amongst themselves, because the longer they're associated with Boris Johnson, the more contaminated.
Fascinating stuff. Professor Steve Fielding, thank you very much indeed. The Professor of Political History there at the University of Nottingham. Fascinating, isn't it? Nigel, you know, in the end, we talk about this, there's a lot of people who still like Boris, but there are a lot of people who feel he's done quite a lot of damage to the Conservative Party and its brand.
Oh, I think that's right. And I think that's why this had to happen. I think, number one, trust, integrity, decency, truthfulness, that's big. But also on the policies, which is the thing that really upsets me. They've gone so far away. High taxes, big state, immigration running at record levels. I mean, there's a list as long as your arm of things they've done that just aren't consistent with what people expected. I heard what Steve said. There was no humility in the speech at all. Just the herd, these idiots.
The eccentric decisions.
Yeah. They all turned against me. They're all fools. And he sort of trumpeted at what he saw as he saw his achievements. Do you know what? I just feel. And I'd be more critical of him than almost anybody.
He's allowed a valedictory speech.
But you know what? Do you know what? Don't kick a man when he's down. He's had a pretty rough day. And
isn't that the thing? I always think about Boris Johnson. This is a man, when asked why he left journalism and got into politics, he said, well, journalists don't have statues built to them. And I remember a party conference last year, people were talking about this being the Johnson decade. This was a man that was going to win. He had the biggest majority since Thatcher in the 80s for the Conservatives. He was going to win the next election. We had to get used to Johnsonism, and yet here we are today where he's going to struggle to beat Theresa May's tenure in office. He's going to be a Callaghan, a Brown, a second-rate, let's be honest about it, a second-rate Prime Minister.
Yes, a second-rate Prime Minister, but in terms of history, and all right, I could say, look, he joined the Brexit campaign at 5 minutes to midnight. But he did join the Brexit campaign, and it was important that he did. And somebody had to cut the Gordian knot in 2019, and Johnson did that. And nobody can take that away from him. As I say, I felt for months he ought to go. I felt for months he was taking the party towards an electoral cliff edge at the next election. But on a day like today, I think let him have his moment. I'm not going to kick him whilst he's down. There will be friction next week. There'll be more calls from the majors and people like that for him not to have this 10-week period. I suspect ultimately the party probably will let him have it.
And just very finally, the election's less than 2 years away. The polls aren't that bad for the Conservative Party, but the economy's going to get a lot worse. Let's be frank about that. Do you think the Conservatives could still? I mean, it would be unprecedented, I think, for them to win fifth term?
Only if it would be a fifth term. Only if they learn the lesson of Brexit, which isn't just about leaving the EU. It's about completely changing the shape of British politics. It needs radical reform and change. It needs a House of Lords that's got rid of an electoral system that has a degree of proportionality, a postal vote system that is cleaned up, bring back trust into the whole system, and maybe even a mechanism by which people can call referendums on big issues if they wanted to. If they did that and became the party of radical reforming change, they